else's perspective,
Right.
it
Then you
would
say
be a
that it's
hump.
not a hump or a drop. It's both because it's perspective. That's a contradiction.
It's not a contradiction.
Yes, it is. Up
No, it
can't be
isn't.
down, dude.
We're talking about a perspective. From
Okay,
my
listen.
perspective, it's a
Look,
drop.
if you want to say that it's perspective, fine. That's what every flat earther says. So that's okay with me. Okay? It's just perspective. It's not actually going down. It's not actually going up. It just looks that way.
Carry on.
Sounds good to me.
Carry on. Where's the contradiction? You said there was a contradiction. I'm waiting.
Well, is it actually going up or is it actually going down? Because you said down, then you said up. That's
It
a
depends
contradiction.
on your perspective.
Okay, then it's perspective. I think everyone in the room would agree that boats getting cut off bottom up is caused by perspective. I rest my case.
All
Anyone
right,
else want to
Jerry.
talk to this
All
later?
right, Jerry. All right, Jerry. You're done.
Welcome to
See,
Flat Earth, Cortico.
Wait, what?
You flat
You haven't
smacked yourself.
you haven't proved anything. Why don't we look in the chat? His name was Aaron Busnell. He explains it succinctly. Refute that.
Yeah, you guys are both right. It only looks that way. Welcome to Flat Earth.
There you go.
Welcome to
Only
Flat
looks
Earth.
that way.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Any other arguments?
Do you have any?
No, you're doing just fine.
For Flat Earth? No.
No, for your ball. Any other videos you want us to watch? Or
You want me to post videos?
no, I'm asking. Do you have any more, or was that, or did you blow your load?
I mean, there are lots of them. Like, you want me to, like, I mean, you're just going to be like, nuh-uh.
No, I know what.
You're going to say, nuh-uh.
No, I considered your model, and I asked you about it, and in the end, you told me there was no drop, there was no hump. It just looks that way. Okay, I'm sold. What else you got?
Wait, did I say there was no drop?
You said there was a hump.
Did I say there was no drop?
Okay, is there
So
a drop?
You don't understand the position.
I don't understand. You sound
You
like a
don't.
religious person.
You don't, Jerry.
Okay, what don't I understand about?
You're not the guy.
down?
You're not the guy.
Yeah, I'm not the guy.
You're not the guy.
Okay.
So is the boat above or below the two people? What's your final answer?
Who are the two people? Why are we
The
now
two people the two people on either side of this lake?
We're introducing
Both looking at the boat obstructed.
It's not below or above. Like why
is it?
are you fixated on like?
What is it? If it's not above or below, what is it?
They're all at zero elevation.
Yeah,
good. No drop, no hump. There you go.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
No, they are tangential to the surface.
No, we're talking, dude.
Do you know what tangential
means? That there's a drop.
I was requested to join. Is this okay?
Yes, sir.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I have nothing. I don't know what the conversation is. I normally try to be very courteous and kind and listen to what we're talking about. I don't know. Someone invited me here.
The question is whether or not these flat earthers can explain what a tangential is.
No, it's can you explain why the boat gets cut off?
No, he doesn't know what up and down is, and he thinks that there's two humps of water in one lake, obstructing a boat from two observers on each side of the lake.
If there's a hump, then you can't have a tangent.
Okay.
Because the tangent, the surface supposed to drop from that thing.
So no one can explain what a tangential is.
Well, tangent means that the surface would drop from where you are, correct?
I'm asking you to explain what a tangential is.
Would that mean that the surface drops
Another
from
question.
your position?
What is a tangential?
Yes or no?
What is a tangential? Jerry's
I
not
don't-
the guy. Jerry's not the guy.
Yeah, and you're full of shit,
Like-
dude.
So
Jerry's not the guy.
To be fair, I'm probably gonna get muted. I assume this, but like, I am a earther. Like, I have been on a 747 and I have seen the curvature of the earth. Like, I have gone across the Pacific Ocean.
Let me clear up your confusion. The curvature you're claiming to see from that altitude is
Don't you dare tell me it's the
claiming a
fucking
tiny
windows.
Earth. You would be claiming a tiny Earth. And now I am going to mute you.
Okay.
Tiny Earth.
Are you going to mute me, Husrad?
Well, he asked for it. Don't have time for a meeting of the Tiny Earth Society. Hear me now.
Why do you think you're on a spinning, wobbling tilted space while flying through an ever-expanding void of total darkness?
Oh, darkness! Aha! Finished it for you.
It appears that Cortico got muted. And same with NL Lighten. Could you please unmute them?
Howdy, howdy, howdy. All right. What's a flat Earth topic that we want to explore? Jupiter.
I think the Flat Earthers are done defending it because they lost all the arguments.
We can talk about Neptune, Uranus.
Not the Earth, though. Anything but the Earth. Not talk about the Earth.
You don't want to talk about the Earth, okay?
No, you don't want to talk about the Earth because you want to talk about Jupiter and Neptune.
Oh.
You know Uranus smells like farts?
What?
What?
Repeat that.
I said Uranus smells like farts. What?
Sorry, my headphones are a little bit shitty. I couldn't hear you. What was that you said?
What?
No. I'm with you now. I got it fixed. What was that you said?
Uranus spins on its side and smells like farts.
Huh.
Bro, why are you talking about Uranus? That's kind of weird.
Oh, I can't talk about Uranus, but he can want to talk about Jupiter and Neptune. I get it.
Do you maybe have some like repressed homosexuality that you want to discuss with
Hold
us
on.
today?
Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Let's get to his name. Was Aaron Bunsnow. His name was Robert Paulson. He wants me to talk about Tiny Earth. What is Tiny Earth? Does anyone is all right? So he's typing. Is he muted? Is there like a flat Earth theory about Tiny Earth? Like where Earth is small? His name was Robert Paulson. All right, I don't know what Tiny Earth is. I think
No, I'll explain it to you real quick, and I gotta go again. But the
you're
guy
not going
who's
anywhere, old.
claiming,
You're not going anywhere. You're staying with me.
yeah. Anyways, the guy who is claiming to see the curvature of the Earth left to right from commercial flights.
He was like a
If
pilot.
that's no, he said he's been. I don't know. He said he's been on a plane. Anyways, if that's the curvature of the Earth that he's seeing, left to right curvature from that altitude, he would be. What he's doing is describing a tiny Earth, not the 3959 mile radius spheroid Earth.
This
Because
goes to like
if you look out the window, and if he's convinced he's seeing the curve of Earth, if he would complete that circle, okay, he would realize the absurdity of claiming that's the entirety of Earth within that sphere he's created by this confusion he's had, whether it's the window curving, which he even tried to get out in front of that, or maybe he's just, generally confused. But yeah, regardless, he would be describing a tiny Earth.
So as a globe earther, I can say, as far as I know, at 35,000 feet, you cannot see the curvature of the Earth. So anyone who is a pilot or anyone who's not an astronaut, you do not see the curvature of the Earth.
Okay,
Like,
so now you know what a tiny Earth means.
I agree with you there.
His confirmation bias is so severe that what he wants to see there, even though if he would complete the circle, it wouldn't be the entirety of Earth. He just goes with it. And he goes, oh. And then he curses and carries on. You see, that's what tiny Earthers do. They make the absurd claim, and then they go into the chat and go, when they just MFers mute me because, facts.
I'll go one step further.
Tiny Earthers seem to have tiny, tiny little brains too. And gerbils.
Like the weather balloons, like the shit they send up that does not prove globe Earth. Like you're not going to get there. They are not the guy. Like there's literally like fucking like the 1% of the 1% of like astronauts who can, what is it called, inductively prove, like that can show you like photo evidence or whatever.
Oh,
Like,
hold on. No, time out. Yeah, they
Alright.
can show you pictures.
you're right. But like,
They can tell you, they can spin yarns. They can come back from the greatest achievement in mankind's history, look like someone just killed all 3 of their dogs, and they can argue with each other on a podium when asked a simple question whether or not they saw stars from the moon's surface. And guess who decided to chime in and answer? The guy who wasn't even on the moon.
so I agree with you. Like,
The whole thing is just, it's an unraveled riddle.
evidence needs to be more robust. Because pictures
There
aren't
is
going to do it.
there is. You keep saying, you're not the guy. He's not the guy. There is no guy. It's a lie. It's a myth, and at this point it preys on people's naivety, their gullibility, their pride.
What
And
would it take? What would it take?
people are either going to figure it out, or they don't. Honestly, a lot of people are too busy to. People's lives are busy.
You're right. If I put you on a rocket,
No thanks.
you wouldn't.
Dude,
You wouldn't take a
listen.
rocket.
Well, here's the problem. If no, hells no.
Hell no.
Yeah, hell no, dude. What are you fucking? What if I brought you a flying saucer? My point is, if you and I went up on a rocket together, right?
High fived the whole way.
What?
High fived the whole way up. We're on a rocket.
Listen, if I'm in a rocket lifting off, I'm going to be looking out the window or praying, or I don't know,
You're going to
doing
be
what
high
Jodie
fiving
Foster
me
did
the
in
whole way.
Contact.
You're
The
going to be high
point is,
fiving me.
we already have the pictures, right? We started with this like 2 hours ago. Your best hope is that we see that ball floating there. Well, even then, let's go back to the ground and say, like, well, was that the curved window of our capsule?
All right, so you're going to challenge.
Is this
challenge the ball.
cortisol guy? Is he tricking me in some sort of Hollywood studio in a sensory deprivation tank? I mean, yeah, you've seen that they did a UK reality show, where they tricked a bunch of eager students into thinking they went to space. So yeah, let's just stick to what we can get to.
Right.
Let's not have to just
get
a recreation of the ball you've already seen on TV.
So if you got sent up, you're feeling the 8V forces.
Dude,
sent up, and
it sounds like you're pitching a Tom Cruise film.
I'm trying, and you're looking out the window and you see a ball. You're still gonna deny.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, oh, yeah, the window's curved. I mean, yeah, come on. I'm not. No, like I said,
How can I falsify
they
your
tricked
view?
a bunch of students into thinking that they were in space.
How can I falsify your view?
What do you mean? Well,
falsify what water does.
It's not my view. You're going to have to falsify, the nature of reality. Good luck with that. You've rationalized all these things away. Even when you tell us, even when we go through this example, where you go from the boat being in a valley to being in a hump, and then you go, the coup de grace is you then no time out. It's a steel man. And then you wrap it all up with, you agree with the guy in the chat who says it's doing neither. It just appears that way. So you don't know if you're coming or going. You don't know if you're coming or going, bro. Don't you worry about yourself and your involuntary Pavlovian responses before you're worried about me. Thanks for asking. What are you writing, a book?
Yeah, and then since we're doing hypotheticals, how be it the case if you went up in a rocket, you only went 125,000
no one's talking to you, man.
And then
you're not the guy.
See any curve. You saw a flat horizon. Then what would you say?
You're not the guy.
On my Lanta. Did you hear the thing? How be it if you went
He can
up?
Listen now. He's muted for the time being.
All right. Thank you.
No,
Howbeit,
ask him again.
if you
Yeah,
went
and I'll
up,
and I'll
yeah,
let him use his ears here for a moment.
howbeit, if you went up in your rocket and you got 125,000 feet and you didn't go any higher and your rocket stopped rifling and then you only seen a flat horizon, what would you then think?
So I flew up. What altitude?
125,000 feet.
125,000 feet.
Yep.
And it was,
And you only
it was,
seen a flat horizon. Then what? You
and I
couldn't
could
get any
see,
higher.
and I could see, distance to distance. I could see everything. I could see Africa, I could see Asia, I could see Japan, I could see Hawaii, I could see South America, I could see Indonesia, I could see North America. Right? If I could see all of those things, then that would be flat Earth. But that's not reality.
You're an idiot, sir.
Wait, who said that? Who said that? I want to challenge whoever said that. Or are they a coward? Okay, they're a coward.
You are not very intelligent, sir.
On what basis do you assert that?
Being a dumbass.
On the arguments you have stated so far.
What argument and what is the contradiction? Explain it to me.
Me to reflect upon your arguments, being not intelligent.
Yeah?
Is
Go
that
on.
what you want the conversation to be about? Or do you
Yeah.
actually want to present evidence that the Earth is a spinning
No,
wobbling
no, no, no,
space
no.
ball
I
flying
want
an
you
ever-expanding
to
void of darkness?
I would like you to explain how my arguments are falsifiable.
So me as an intellectual, I need to waste
I don't
my
believe that
time
you're
on
an intellectual.
Listen, so me as an intellectual, I need to waste my time on explaining to you why you're not intelligent. How can
What are
that
your
happen?
degrees? What are your degrees?
You would never get it in the first place because you're not intelligent enough to actually understand and self-reflect upon your arguments. So that's why I'm actually going to the very specific point of what the room is about and asking you, do you have direct measurements of the Earth being a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness? And if so, please present it. Thank you.
What are your degrees?
What I just presented to you is what an intellectual actually does.
What are your degrees?
Who cares what his degrees are?
I do.
Well, he's not going to tell you.
He's not going to tell me?
No.
So you have no degrees.
By asking this to avoid the very specific topic that this room is about, you just furthermore expose your intelligence by asking, "What is your degree?
What are your degrees?
Who cares? Who cares?
I
can
do.
tell you. I can tell you I'm Santa Claus, man. We're on the internet.
No.
Do you want to have like a copy, a scanned
have
document with
conversation.
my name on it that shows you what I did in school?
No.
Like, what is
Got
wrong
to be
with
quiet
you,
now.
boy?
Got to be
I will
quiet. You can't have a
I-
conversation until you got a degree.
I
Have you
will
got a
take
degree?
your word for it. I will take your word for it. What degrees
Cool,
do you
have you got a
have?
degree? What's your
I
degree
do.
called?
I have a degree in physics, a 2-year degree in physics. I have a 4-year degree in philosophy, and I have a 3-year degree in law. So I am a Juris Doctor.
Oh, that's lovely. Are we allowed to talk
Doctor.
to you? Are we allowed to talk to you?
Now, what
Are we allowed to talk to you?
Claudio
allowed-
Steele,
Excuse me.
what are your
Excuse-
degrees?
Excuse me. Are we allowed to talk to you?
No.
Oh, then fuck off.
Bye,
What an idiot.
Mr.
You're not allowed to
Intellectual.
talk to you, then fuck off. You have no place being here. You cannot talk to anybody here. If we get somebody on your caliber, what do you want us to do? Send you an email so you can come and grace us with your fucking presence. Fuck off. Not allowed to talk to him, guys, unless you've got caliber up to his doctorate. So I'll just get rid of him for 2 days as well.
What are you, a degree? You know, sometimes I really like this NPC talk. It's pretty entertaining.
Imagine having all those degrees and still don't know the law perspective. Howdy, howdy.
Hmm. I mean, guys, it's
Where-
up to you. I'll put it down to a vote. If you want him unmuted, you can unmute him. But remember, you're not on his intellectual scale. You're not on his plateau.
You're right.
All right.
right.
So yeah, if you want to talk to him, I'll take him off mute. But if not, he's going to fuck off for 2 days.
Sorry, man.
What do you want to happen?
I just want to listen to him digging deeper. That's
Okay.
all. I really like to see an NPC dig his own grave.
Fair enough.
So, Leander Steele, what are your credentials?
My credentials, I am Santa Claus, and I live on a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding world of darkness. And my main base quarter is on the moon.
You have no credential.
I don't care, man. I'm
Why
not
would he
gonna tell you anything about my life. I really don't care.
But
It's
you have
not
no
how
credentials.
I go through life.
You have no credentials. You've never been academically sound, right?
Because I'm trying to academically challenge you by actually getting
No,
to
you
the
just, like-
point of the room, but you're behaving like a little child and think that whatever you did in life so far has anything to say about what comes out of your mouth.
So,
You must be
Flat Earth.
very mad about the fact that I don't care about any degrees, right? But that doesn't mean that I myself have not a degree. I just personally, since I don't care, I'm intellectually consistent with my own behavior as a human being. That's why I'm not gonna share with you who I am, what I do, what my specialties are regarding my passions, regarding my life and my job. I'm just here talking about the topic of the room, which is an intellectual challenge topic. If you're an intellectual person, but because you have already refused to actually answer what is at hand by being like a child and bragging about what you did in life that no one cares about at all, you have already intellectually exposed yourself to be a fraudulent, I don't want to say the word, maybe non-intelligent person. Because that's what non-intelligent person do.
You opened with that. So you have no credentials. The only reason why I attacked you is because you opened with attack. Like, you opened. You joined
No,
and you called me unintelligent.
I didn't open with an attack. I have
Yes, you did.
observed your argumentation, and I've given you a chance by actually giving you a different
No,
question.
you didn't. No, you didn't.
And you
Yeah.
answered that question by asking the question what my credentials are. So you furthermore underline my, an analysis of your argumentations beforehand, because I actually thought like maybe let's give this guy another try.
Oh,
And
okay.
you have just proven my point directly.
What were my
Yeah, hey,
argumentations?
Cortico. Remember Cortico?
Hold on,
This was on the
I'm
heels.
talking to
I know, dude. This was on the
Lander
heels of you
Steele.
insisting that you seem to be insisting that you should be able to see forever. This was on the heels of that.
See forever?
Yeah, you named off all these continents that you wanted to see from this 120,000
No, I was trying to
foot
adapt
elevation.
the flat Earth model.
Which ones of your credentials would lead you to this idea that you would be able to see as far as you need to see? I mean, did you never get the memo that there's a limitation to how far you can see?
So you're talking about the flat Earth model that I don't adapt?
No, I'm just talking about in general. You said if I went to this elevation and I saw all these things, the four corners of the earth, basically, you named out.
The flat Earth model. You
named out all the continents.
The flat
So
Earth
where
model.
do you get this idea that you think you can see those distances?
It's a flat Earth.
And so you think you can see infinitely?
With a large enough aperture, you should. Flat
Well,
Earth?
all optics have some sort of limitation, but we weren't talking about that. You were talking about the
That's
vantage
what I'm
point of
talking
100.
about. What do you mean
No,
we?
you were talking about the vantage point of 120,000 feet.
All right, so you're 120,000 feet.
And you said, "Hey, if I could see Africa and North America, I'm not going to do it." But you listed them all off,
Yeah.
so that seemed to be you're under the erroneous assumption that you could see forever. There's limitations to sight.
All right, explain the erroneous part of that.
Well, do you think you can see forever?
No, not a question. Explain the erroneous.
Dude, you won't even you're not. What are you trying to
You've
say?
made a claim. You've made a claim that you cannot see
I
forever.
said, listen, you
Explain
started
why.
belly aching when people started chiming in.
You're not the guy.
Yeah, you seemed to bellyache when people started chiming in and saying, "Dumbass, you have no idea what you're talking about. You're a moron." I was laughing. Yeah,
They
but
can jump in all they
came
want.
on the
You're not the
heels.
guy.
It came on the heels of your insistence that you seem to think that you can see forever,
Old.
for all intents and purposes.
You're not the guy. Like
Okay, well, yeah, just
pass
keep
the baton.
dude. You're not the guy. You're involuntary.
Pass the baton. Pass the baton.
Well, stop belly aching. All you do is complain. You're insulting me. Why are you guys insulting me? It's because it came on the heels of you implying that you should be able to see forever. You can't.
Who gets the baton? Who's
You're a moron, dude.
Old isn't the guy. Who gets the baton?
If the guy is talking to you at the moment, it's the guy that's talking to you. You don't get to appeal to pass the baton to someone else.
He
He's
doesn't get
talking.
it.
This sounds
He's not the
like
guy.
this sounds like a deflection tactic. As in,
He's
you
not the
don't
guy.
want to talk. You don't want to talk to him. You can talk to him.
Jedi, do you think he's the guy?
I'm not the guy in the 100. I'm not the guy who's imagining this from 120,000 feet in a balloon.
Jedi,
You seem to think if the Earth were flat, from this point of view in your balloon, that you should be able to see the whole kit and caboodle.
Jedi, you think he's the guy?
Oh my God, you just kind of babble, don't you?
I don't think he's the guy.
Man, he's really
I'd
digging
like
deep.
you to actually start. Sorry, Clay. I'd like you to start addressing things instead of the person. Can you do that?
Yeah, give me a better question. Like Jedi, Old's not the guy.
The guy is the person talking to.
I mean, he hasn't asked anything pertinent. He hasn't asked anything good. Like, he's just not doing it.
Let him dig deeper, man. It's pretty entertaining.
Yeah, this is a good
I
episode
love
today.
listening to intellectuals. He sounds so intellectual.
Like, do better.
Like a child.
No, do better.
Yeah, exactly, man. Like keep on reflecting and projecting. It's really funny. It's what intelligent people do.
Okay, buddy.
All right, next challenger.
Golly, man.
O'Brien.
All right. We got some new people in here. Welcome 24/7 Flat Earth VC. How may we help you?
Yo, what's up?
As I was getting up before, I dropped my Yorkshire.
How you doing, Flat Earthers? Everything all right by the Flat Earthers today?
It like spread out and it didn't fall down vertically. You know what I mean? So the Earth is flat. I don't know why you think it's round. It didn't go down like it was round. It didn't move around like it was round. In the water, I mean the tea, I mean the coffee. No, it was tea. It just didn't go down like flat, like round Earth. If Earth was round, you know what I mean?
No. Try again. What do you mean?
But why?
But why? No, I don't understand what you mean. Can you maybe rephrase it? Make it simpler.
So I dropped my drink on the ground, right? And it's spread out in a circle.
Do you want to get your pickles out first?
If the world was round, it would have went down, but it went sideways. So I dropped something on the ground and it didn't move. It stayed still. That's how I know the That's how I know the Earth is flat.
You can hear us laughing.
You guys must be bored in class. What's going on? They don't teach you anything intelligible there?
No, like I'm telling you, bro. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, tell us something we don't know.
Amazing, man.
He was bragging about your tea time, it sounds like. Yeah. My
Even
tea
if it
this,
was
my tea
hollow
that.
Earth, bro, it would go down. You know what I mean? It would go straight down, but it doesn't because it's the hollow Earth.
Wow, that's so cool.
Damn, the spiral, man. Jeez.
Like I can't. I'm dude. I can't hold myself on my chair right now, man. I'm totally like, dude.
Yeah, I'm
Crazy.
falling off, man. I'm trying to hold myself here.
Like this guy is legit. Like the Earth must be spinning. I don't know. The Earth must be
Bro,
definitely not.
why
a
did
spinning
you mute
ball.
me? I'm actually like serious. This is an actual argument. This is my argument. Do you understand? Like I want
Yeah,
you to prove it.
you fell into the hollow earth for a moment. It seems like you're back. I don't know.
No. If it was hollow Earth, the
Yeah,
T
if the
would
queen
have went
had
straight
balls.
down into hollow Earth. You know what I mean? If it was hollow, but it's not hollow
This is weird.
because hollow means there's
Nope.
hold on, let me search it up. Okay, so
hold on.
Is he really looking at the definition of hollow?
Golly.
Good
This
lord.
is really good. It's awesome.
This happens when people live on a spinning ball.
So hollow means there's nothing inside of it, right? So if I drop my T would have went inside of it. Do you understand? Like it would have went downwards, not upwards or sideways or around circle ways. You know, circle ways? Yeah, circle ways. But it wouldn't have done that. So I'm just confused.
We can tell.
It's okay
Good.
to be confused, man.
What do you think about it?
I'll tell you what. Let's do this. Apart from you spilling drinks all over the place, which must be a nightmare for your parents. What else do you suggest?
Uh-huh. Well, we could start with the sun. All right.
The sun? That's not the Earth.
The sun goes from left to right. If it was flat, it would go from up to down, and it just goes from left. I don't understand. Like, it should go from left to right.
Unless no,
it goes from
from east to west
to down. No, it goes
You're
up from
really
down.
confused. You're really confused.
And then it goes down, and then up, and then down and up. because
like your
if
mum
it was
last
around,
night. Mm-hmm.
no, if it was exactly. If it was around, it would go all the way around, but it goes from up to down and then back down.
So what's the Earth now? Is it not flat now? Is the Earth not flat now?
No, the Earth is flat because if it was round, it would go from left to right, but it goes from up to down. Okay. Wait, no, that doesn't. Oh, I get it. Oh, okay. Okay. But still, bro, my T, it went sideways. It didn't go down.
Your fucking face, it goes sideways in a minute.
This man sounds a bit confused.
But it's not flat.
It's not flat now.
Okay.
I'm confused. What's the Earth, dude?
Same. Anyway. I'm glad we agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
Golly, man, is that all that the Globus
I
get?
knew. What?
Is that all what the globe heads have? People like you or Mr. Physicist?
Did you just say globe? Oh, my friend, you are sorely mistaken. The Earth is flat. I just poured my tea on the ground just now, and look at that. It's going around and around in a circle.
Oh, weird.
Bro, I'm not. You are.
Yeah, you are.
You're
Come on,
weird.
own that shit, bro.
No, you're weird. No, you.
Yeah,
You.
never said I'm not. I kind of own
Bro,
that shit.
bro, the
I am.
only fact here is the Earth is flat.
Are we moving
Flat.
anywhere?
Do you
Let's do
understand?
this. Then. Yeah, we moving.
Okay, so here, when the man went to the moon, the Earth was flat, wasn't it? It's not round. We could see
Went
if
to the
it's
moon.
round.
Went to the moon.
Went to the moon.
Went
Went to the moon.
No, I went to the moon.
You know they have cameras in the moon. So
In
like,
the moon.
I
So the
saw
moon's
those
hot, right?
cameras,
They've got cameras
and then
in
I
the
looked back and
Cameras through the
bro,
Is there a base
moon.
inside the
there it
moon?
is.
Mm.
Mr. Beast inside the moon. Oh, it could be. I've never thought about that. Oi, that's where he gets all his money from.
The moon?
Hollow
Yeah,
moon.
he like
A hollow moon now.
tells it.
It's got cameras inside.
Hollow moon. Yep.
It's got cameras inside.
All over.
Yep. Actonaut. Yep.
Yep.
So the Earth's flat, but we still went to the moon. Okay.
No, so we went to the moon and then we looked back at the Earth. The Earth. Earth. Big word. Earth.
Yeah, slightly
And it
bigger
was
than
flat.
moon.
It was just it was chilling there. It was 2D. It wasn't 3D.
Do you have any evidence?
Right?
Any evidence to present?
Well, mummy, was
Or
it
just-
3D? Yeah, it was 3D. No, it was 2D. Yes, see, it's 2D. My mummy said it was 2D.
Your mommy. Good lord.
So it was 2 dimensions.
Yeah, I'm 14. 15, I mean. 14 and a half.
So it's 2
14 and
dimensions.
3/4.
Yeah, so 2
Sorry,
dimensional
what?
length and
Yep,
width.
yep.
You got your 2 dimensions.
It's 2
But you
dimensional
managed
liquid
to
length
see
and width.
these 2
That's it.
dimensions. Hold on, my friend. You managed to see these 2 dimensions by gaining height. So the 3rd dimension. Well done.
No. I could see it from the moon. I mean, they could see it from the moon.
That would be the 3rd dimension. That would be up.
No, it could, mate. It could actually be the 5th, but they say it's the 2nd or the 1st. I think it's the 1st, actually.
This is brilliant. They teach you fuck all at school. It's brilliant. God. Yeah, the Earth's 2 dimensional because I managed to gain height.
Bro, hands down, I'm the smartest person in this species. Hands down. I know more than all of you combined.
I'd like to hear you talk to Quartz.
I know the Earth is flat. I know aliens are actually on the world, on Earth. All right, they're inside of it. They're fucking the world. There's lizards in the sewer. Anyway, I think I rest my case, and you all got cooked. So
Bye.
you know, dubs.
Okay, take care now.
Bro, how is there 33 people in here and nobody is talking? But like 4 or 5.
Because we're all enamored with you. We're all just listening to you, man. That's what's going on.
Yeah, listening to the gibberish spouting, man.
Yeah, I'm waiting for things to get good.
Okay. You're all a little bit stupid. I'm not gonna lie. Like you've got some sort of brain malfunction, brain turn off, brain we got water on the brain. Yeah. When it like fucks up the brain, the electronics and shit. Like, yeah.
Is that water level in the brain?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. You're not supposed to have water on your brain.
Yeah.
You know why you're not supposed to have water in your brain? Because there's no water in your brain.
Oh, you don't have liquid in the brain? Okay, cool.
No, you have like liquid and stuff, but you don't have water. There's no water in there.
Okay.
You a brain surgeon? Good lord, I hope not.
Is this man?
Sometimes.
Okay?
Sometimes I might be.
Sometimes I might be.
Yeah, Nan needed my help the other week. She didn't make it. Sorry. I just get a little emotional.
It's alright. The Earth's still a globe, though, mate. You'll be fine.
Why did Zeech get muted?
He's a chuckle fuck. He's just chuckling.
Anyway.
I thought you rested your case.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
You
most
all better not be
intelligent man in the
laughing at
room.
me. Yes, sir. The most intelligentest person in the room.
Would you like to talk to
Intelligentest.
Cortico? He's the most qualified person in here.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't believe.
Cortico, you're unleashed.
Hey, how you guys all doing?
All right. Hello, Dr.
Uh,
Cortico. You can talk
what's
to this
this?
guy.
Hello, sir.
What's this fella's name?
Jack.
Jack.
It's V
I'm
fake
Jack.
X.
All right. Oh, we'll just call him Jack.
VFX. My name's VFX.
Jack, you're fucking hilarious,
What?
by the way.
Bro, thank you.
Bruh,
I don't even try, man. I'm just speaking my intellectual thoughts. I know people always say I could be a comedian.
You know what
but
I'm disappointed
actually
though?
like
You
just
haven't
talking.
used you haven't used any like fucking Austral lingo. Like that's what you're best known for, right?
Like what? What? What?
Okay, on second thought,
He got muted again.
no thanks.
I want.
He didn't say what he was supposed to do, man. Went off rails. So, an overqualified person in this VC seems to be above all of us and wants to speak to you. Interesting.
Yeah, the guy who's
How interesting.
the guy who's a part-time brain surgeon with no qualifications. Cortica is really impressed by you.
That's so good to hear. I should probably mention. Do you know Beetlejuice?
Michael
if
Keaton
someone
or the
might
guy
be
from
a
Howard Stern?
patient,
Bro, he's
if
my
someone
cousin.
might be a patient of that guy, that could be the Phoenix guy. He might be a patient.
Beetlejuice is a bright individual.
Intelligence is
Yeah.
speaking. All right.
Definitely a patient.
Spinning wobbling to the people.
There's another one.
Oh, my lord.
They're losing it.
They are, man.
Clay under. Clay under. Hello. Hello.
I can't help you with medical conditions. I don't have a degree in that.
I don't either. But I do have a degree in brain surgery, and I think you need a transplant.
Is that what it says on your diploma? Brain surgery?
Yes. Brain surgery. Brain surgery enthusiast. For your information.
Brain surgery enthusiast.
Golly.
Yes. Yes.
I've-
And postulant. Postulant. Yeah, I know big words. I know big words too, guys.
What does that mean?
It's my definition, sir.
Oh. I really feel sorry for the representatives of the globe. It must be very hard to defend the spinning bowling tennis
Now we're
baseball.
speaking my language.
Do you want to present any evidence to defend your globe to us?
If you ever say globe again, I swear to God what I'll do to you, boy.
Right.
Golly.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm gonna join up on
So
God Ain't Real, and I'm gonna assert my smarts over these Pepeka.
so what is it again? If you have no arguments, you're just gonna play the pretender clown.
He left. All right.
Oh.
Zoot.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, you done chuckling there in the background?
Nah, I was laughing about the other guy, man. He was making some pretty funny jokes.
Yeah, be funny though, but sadly no evidence for the globe though.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
I
I
guess you believe in it as well, no?
no, I don't have no standpoint on
You don't care
the-
about the shape of the Earth at all.
I mean, I care about it, but I can't. I mean, there's certain proofs about the Earth being flat, and there's certain proofs about the Earth being round,
Which
But
proofs?
I don't have
Which
time
proof
to.
of the flat? Which one is that? You have an example?
I mean, I was in here, like sometimes, I hear some proof of your side. I hear some proof of the other side. So I don't care about the shape of the Earth. I be honest about that stuff. I don't care.
Do you care about the truth?
Of course, I care about the truth.
Then you should be caring about what's being told as a lie and whatnot.
I mean, I don't believe that the Earth is a globe till I see it. So that's basically my standpoint. But I think there are different topics in life you can actually invest your time than actually try to debunk something which is funded by almost every nation on the planet of Earth, And I think if you really believe it, and the Earth is flat in the end of the day, you do a great job, of course, trying to put the truth out there, So yeah, it's my standpoint.
Thank you.
Problem.
Introducing Cortico. Apparently, he guy. There you go, Cortico. You're unmuted.
Hey, thank you. Any positions? Any theories? Anything? No positions. No theories. Did I? What is Jupiter?
I have no idea.
A light in the sky.
It's
No,
a gas. It's a
I
gas
was a-
planet.
I was asking Jedi. Like
I have no idea. Well,
Do you have a
it's something, right?
you have like a cheap telescope, or you can see it? You
I've
can see it,
seen
right?
yeah, I've seen it loads of times. I used to do a little bit of astronomy when I was a kid with my uncle who owned a telescope at the time. Yeah, I've seen the things in the sky. I've seen Jupiter and Saturn. Saturn was pretty mind blowing, to be fair.
Saturn is mind blowing. Like from a cheap telescope, like I had like a $400 one. Like Jupiter looked okay. Saturn, like it kind of let me down because like I could barely tell that like it had like a ring around it. Like it was kind of bullshit. Did you feel let down when you looked at it?
No, I didn't feel let down when I looked at Saturn. I could just about distinguish the gap between the rings and Saturn, I think, because of the way that it seemed to be tilted at the time.
So
This
it
is
looked
going
like
back. Yeah, this is going back into the late 1980s, early 1990s. So I know it varies in its tilt towards the Earth and so on. I think I was quite lucky at the time.
we're about the same age. Like I think like you're maybe like 42. I'm 38. Like
I'm almost 50.
Okay. So you saw Saturn, and you saw it as a distinguished planet.
Yeah. But the point is, I have to believe any other narrative, right?
You don't have to believe in the fucking Earth being flat or whatever. Like I just want to like draw on your primordial feelings when you looked at that planet.
This is what I'm trying to point out. I have no real idea. I can look at it and it seems in a certain way. I can believe the stories that we're told about it if I want to, but when I question those stories, like let's say that Jupiter is a giant ball of gas in a vacuum, then you really should at least start questioning that kind of story, right? Because that seems to go against laws of nature. We've had this discussion.
I agree that you should question things. Like okay, so when we talk about gas, like we can talk about gas in containers, but like we do accept that like on planetary levels, like forces are a little bit more extreme than when we're talking about like a container like sitting in front of you, right?
That container, that container that's sitting in front of you is on the Earth where all the gravity is.
Yeah.
Isn't it? So when we observe gas behaviour, we only speak about those that are within the ideal gas laws. Yes, we understand that gases are not ideal, but we still have to deal with pressure, we still have to deal with volume, we still have to deal with the amount of moles, and we still have to deal with temperature.
Right.
We
We
don't
do
throw
agree.
those things out. Sorry,
we do
go on.
agree that that like so say we have an open laboratory, like we're looking at an open laboratory, and there is say a four-sided container. Oh well, I mean there's an open container in front of us. We can put a gas in there that will stay within the container. Like we can fill it with a gas, and we can pull away the nozzle, and it will sit there, right?
All things being equal, yeah.
And we can assume that is because of gravity, right?
No. What do you mean? This container that you put the gas into, is it closed or open?
Well, it's open. It has an open top.
Okay.
But it's contained on 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the base.
Dude, I've got a cup in front of me with gas inside because I've drunk all of my coffee. Because why do I now have to assume that gravity is doing anything about this? Because the gas has just filled the space that the coffee used to occupy. What are you talking about?
I mean, let's be cool.
Why do I have to assume gravity at any instance with regards to gas behavior until I'm on a ball and that gas doesn't follow how we understand gas to behave? It doesn't increase in entropy. It doesn't disperse into the space. It is achieving pressure without a physical bounds and limitation of volume. Okay, that's the only time we have to start inserting gravity.
Let me first start with Jedi. You and I are both truth seekers, right? Like, we're not trying to win a debate. Like, we're trying to find the truth, right?
Yeah.
So we're not against each other. We're on the same team, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So we understand this. PV equals nRT, the ideal gas law, is experimentally validated.
Right.
Where's gravity? Where's the scientific verification experimentation that proves gravity even exists? And where's the observation of gravity acting on gas? So we can start the scientific inquiry even. We can't.
Well, I mean, let's attempt it at least.
Okay.
So gravity's effect on gas. I would have to say that, like, in its simplest form, it is just observed. But I think that observation is the truest form of science.
Observation is the first step of the scientific method.
I think it is the truest form of science.
So the experimentation then?
So if you see something,
the experiment would be the final arbiter, not the observation and potentially the observer's bias, but the experimentation.
We're two steps ahead. So I think that we have to assume that our observations are true, right? So like we assume that what we see is veritas. It is a true thing. We see it. It is true.
Okay.
That is an axiom that I'm willing to concede.
I'm still waiting for you to get to some kind of point, dude.
Well, I mean that is my point.
So we see it. What do we see?
We see observations.
We see observations. Can you be a little bit distinct, please, Doctor?
All right. So when we see the planet moving across the sky, moving before us,
What's that got to do with gas?
Okay,
are you jumping subjects now?
Okay, I will go back to gas. I will go back to gas. I will go back to gas.
I do hate to do this, but Doctor, you're not being very concise.
I will go back to gas. By the way, lawyers aren't called doctors.
I couldn't give a shit. One who came in here and said that you've got all
them,
this intellectual paper behind you, and I'm finding it very hard to follow you because you, the one with all the credentials, keeps jumping subject.
So you can refer to a lawyer as an Esquire.
All right, Dr. Esquire. Carry on.
No, not doctor. You don't call a lawyer.
That's Dr. Esquire.
You don't call a lawyer a doctor.
I just did.
You're getting sidetracked. Hello? Gas?
Okay, but you don't call a lawyer a doctor, right?
We're not in court, sir.
Gas.
People call each other chief all the time.
I do have a doctorate, but you don't call a lawyer a doctor.
I'm gonna.
All right, Your Honor.
I'm gonna call you Doctor. Doctorate.
The Honorable Dr. Esquire. Now let's go.
Most esteemed honorable.
The most high.
You're the one who's supposed to be educating us, and I'm the one who's trying to get you to speak succinctly about one.
I'm here. I'm not dodging.
Good. Well, gas then.
Okay, so what's your question about gas?
How can you demonstrate experimentally that gravity gives pressure to gas?
Do you know the centrifuges?
Yeah, that's one of those spinning things, isn't it? You put astronauts in and make them chuck up.
Yeah. Do you accept that it establishes a gravitational force?
No. No, not at all. Next.
Does it replicate anything similar
No,
to the
don't-
gravitational force?
No. The centrifuge with gas in that in a container that's open, and you move it very, very fast in a direction. Yeah, that's not what I'm asking for.
Hold on.
Is it?
I'm asking the questions.
You're fucking not.
Does
Fuck
it
off.
approximate a
Fuck off.
gravitational force?
What the fuck? I'm asking you to do this. Experimentally validate gravity giving pressure to gas.
Does
So you've got
a
two
centrifuge
problems.
approximate a gravitational
No.
force?
No.
So no. Explain to me why it doesn't.
Because you have to provide evidence that gravity is a force in the first instance. So experimental validation for gravity being a force, and then show that force as the antecedent to gas pressure when containment being physical is removed.
Cavendish.
Okay. So if you have a 5-sided container in a centrifuge, and
So
work
a
it
cup.
out. Work it out.
Yeah, a cup.
So you have it.
Yes, a cup.
And you turn on the centrifuge. What
I
happens?
just wish it was better, dude.
What happens?
I would like you to experimentally validate gravity
So
to give pressure to gas for the 5th time.
You're not going to engage with the thought experiment?
No, I want the experiment.
All right, so Jedi will not engage with the thought experiment.
I want the experiment, the one where the scientist has varied and manipulated something to see if it causes something else to happen. I want that bit.
I've given it to you.
No, that was a thought experiment.
A
Let's start
5-sided.
like this. Doctorate, if you're going to start by give me a hypothesis, what's the dependent variable? The naturally observed phenomenon.
This is not a hypothesis.
Yeah. So I've got experimental validation for PV equals nRT. You are claiming that gravity is stopping the gas expand into space and by consequent giving that gas pressure. I want the experimental validation for that, so a hypothesis will most definitely be required.
This is not a hypothesis. This is like a legitimate experiment. If you have a 5-sided container, work out the dimensions on your own time.
Yeah, I've done that. It's a fucking cup.
And send them into a centrifuge.
Arrogant cunt. He shouldn't be taking part in this conversation, mate. He really shouldn't.
And send them into a centrifuge. What will happen? What will happen to the gases?
Is there a vacuum inside that centrifuge?
No.
Why?
Because a vacuum isn't necessary for this experiment.
I want gas.
You can put a vacuum. You can put a vacuum.
Good. What will happen to the gas when you put it in a vacuum?
The density of the gas will be contained within this 5-sided container.
Good. Show that then.
You want me to literally run this science experiment?
Yeah.
Do you disagree?
You said that this was the experiment.
Do you disagree?
Even though it's not, I want you to run the experiment. Or, being as this is something that I'm hoping that you've already seen, point out the experiment. Show it. You can't, because this was a hypothetical.
Do you refute?
Was this a hypothetical?
Do you refute this or do you accept it?
Was this a hypothetical?
It was a hypothetical. Do you refute it or do you accept it?
Has it got any experiments behind it?
Do you refute it or do
Do
you
you
accept
have
it?
any experiments? Is this just a hypothetical? Or it's not just a hypothetical, there are actually experiments along the lines of the hypothetical.
All right. Well, I think the audience will see that he refuses to engage with the.
I'm asking a very succinct question. I want the experiment.
Yeah, so you refuse to engage with.
I want the experiment.
It's a thought
I'm
experiment.
not refusing to engage. I want the experiment. I'm refusing to take part in your parlor fucking tricks, in your deception.
It's a thought experiment.
Okay, so not an experiment then.
It's a thought experiment.
So not an experiment then.
No, it's a thought experiment.
Okay, so no,
and
not an experiment.
you have refused to engage with it.
It's a hypothetical.
No, it's not a hypothetical. It's a thought experiment with which you have refused to engage.
I've already told you what would happen.
With which you have refused to engage.
I've already told you what would happen. But you wait to speak. You don't shut up to listen. What happens when you put gas in a vacuum?
That was the purpose of the thought experiment, with which you have refused to engage.
The gas is going to fill the space, dude.
Mm-hmm. At all times?
Yes, even when you start up the spinning gizmo. But being as this is just a thought experiment,
so there is no centrifugal force.
This is just a thought experiment, isn't it?
It is a thought experiment.
Good. So you can say what you think's going to happen, and I can say what I think's going to happen.
So what do you think will happen?
The actual experiment, we're not going
What
to know.
do you think will happen?
The gas will fill the space. Third fucking time.
Equally.
Yeah, into the vacuum.
And the outside forces, none of the other forces will matter.
What outside forces?
The centrifugal force.
No.
It won't matter.
No.
All right, we have you on the record, Jedi.
Okay. Now let's experimentally validate it. Can you do that bit?
Nope, you're on the record.
Yeah, I don't care.
The centrifugal force means zero. It's not.
Hello? So experiment validation, please.
I think we have everything we need here.
Yes, have you got the experimental validation?
The experimental validation of what?
What we were just talking about.
Your absurdity?
What? That I think the gas will fill the space.
No, you didn't say that you think the gas will fill the space. You think
Yes,
that the centrifugal... No, that is an extra assumption. You said the centrifugal force means zero. It is a not force.
I didn't say that.
You said it was a not force.
I said the gas will fill the space, dude.
You said it was a not
force of your centrifuge spinning round isn't going to affect the gas filling space.
No, you said it was a not force.
The centrifuge spinning around is not going to affect the gas filling the space.
You said it was a not force.
Okay, that's lovely.
Which means it has no effect whatsoever.
Well, then show it then.
I mean, we will come to show it.
I want you to show it. An uncontained amount of gas in a cup in a centrifuge, where the centrifuge is a vacuum, and when you spin that uncontained gas around, the gas doesn't fill the space.
Okay, so you say the centrifugal force means not. It is a not. It is a not force.
Are you listening?
It is a not force.
Yes, this force is not going to affect the gas.
All right, we'll remember that.
Okay. We will remember that until we have the experimentation, won't we? You got the experiment there, Sunshine?
By the way,
If you got the experiment there, Sunshine.
no, what I was going to say is I do think that you are a truth seeker, Jedi.
I don't care what you think at the moment. I want the experiment.
What I'm saying is that I do respect
You've got an
you.
experiment that even proves gravity. Have you got that? The thing that you should be assigning.
All right, we can be adversaries if you'd like.
Okay, if you've got the experimentation that proves gravity, have you got that?
Yeah, he wants to be adversaries.
Tone policing noted. Blah blah blah. Yeah, you complain and repeat yourself a lot, Cortico.
What is my complaint
You.
and what have I repeated and who
Oh,
are you?
dude.
Who are you?
Stop the cap.
Oh, you're old.
Yeah, I'm just
You're
listening.
that same fucking dude. I don't take anything you have to say.
Yeah.
Fucking.
Okay. Oh yeah. F this,
No,
F that, right?
No, I mean
F
you're just
this,
a
F
fucking
that.
moron.
You're a
Oh,
moron.
okay. Does it make you feel better?
No.
It's all involuntary, right?
It is involuntary, but you wouldn't understand that because you don't know the first principles.
Yeah, Jedi, this guy said that his belief in a globe is involuntary. So he doesn't even choose it.
No, he has no basis for understanding any of that, and I don't believe that you do either.
Is that your expert opinion?
Yeah, you made it quite clear.
I mean, give me your second step.
Well, you said observation's king.
No,
Earlier
not
you
old,
said
not old. Into
yeah,
the break.
dude.
Tell me what your thoughts are. No, I want to hear him.
I love the involuntary responses.
He can't do it. He can't do it. He just wants to like fucking.
It's a reflex.
You have nothing.
I have involuntary responses.
All right, Jerry. Give me your best thoughts.
My best thoughts?
Yeah. What
I think you should continue on with what Jedi was doing with you. Let's continue that.
talking about flat Earth? You want to talk about flat Earth?
No, gas pressure.
Gas pressure? You don't think gravity can be a container?
I think you should continue on with Jedi.
No. I want to ask you. Do you think gravity can be a container?
I don't even know what gravity is.
You don't know what gravity is.
No.
Space time?
Everybody has a different...
You have no idea. You have no idea.
Everyone has a different definition.
You're not the guy, Jerry.
Yeah.
You're not the guy.
I'm not an expert.
You're
I'm
not
not
the
an
guy.
expert like you.
You're not the guy.
Yeah,
Cortico,
this
are you
is
a
an
flat
example of the
earther or a
repeating.
rounder? I can't tell.
I'm a glober.
Cortico is
let's
spiraling.
go. Globe gang.
You're
And you'd have,
obviously a
to
globe.
you'd have to demonstrate it, wouldn't you?
Yo, Nigel.
Yes.
You my boy?
We want to see a demonstration of that gravity being a container, don't we?
You want me to do a demonstration of gravity being a container? Look at Mars. Why don't you take a fucking telescope and look at Venus?
Wow.
That's an observation, you dickhead.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I like observations.
Not a demonstration, is it, dickhead?
I think it's good enough.
It is a demonstration.
No, it's an
Yes,
observation.
of his wishful thinking. A perfect example of it. He
Yeah.
makes observation and then he attaches story.
All right, so we have Titan.
Do you understand, Cortico, that you, in addition to your observation, you then attach fanciful story?
All right, so I'm fanciful about.
I guess that doesn't matter to you.
Why don't you shut up? All right, so.
Did you find the bottom of your bottle?
Bottle? We have Titan. We have Venus. We have Mars. We have all these systems of atmospheres. What What is your challenge to
No,
these?
mate, you've got lights in the sky, mate. That's what you got.
That's all you got.
We have lights in the sky.
That's it, mate. Yeah.
So Venus is a light in the sky. We can't see it. We can't have any resolution.
All you can
We
do is
can't-
look at it.
But it's pretty clear, though, right?
Yeah,
We
you
can
can see it.
We can see
Yeah,
it pretty
so what?
closely, right?
So what?
It's a gas planet. It's pretty clear.
Light in the
It's
sky, mate.
Yeah, Jupiter is a gas planet in space, which is a gas pressure in vacuum.
A gas ball in a vacuum, right?
They don't like to talk about gas pressure.
Yeah, these are claims, guys. You guys are collectively claim stacking now.
Speak about gas. Are you fucking retarded?
Flirts hate the idea of gas pressure.
No,
And they
we
also
love-
they also don't like
We love
centrifuges.
the idea of gas pressure. What are you talking about?
What do you think about
gravity? Like my friend did just a minute ago. There's Jupiter, an uncontained ball of gas, not dispersing into the space that it's uncontained from, which is a violation of everything we know about gas until we start asserting gravity's got something to do about it. Something that isn't scientifically backed up with demonstration and experiment. Unless you can provide it. Can you provide the scientific experimentation that shows that gravity, that you've already scientifically proven, by the way, gives us gas pressure and stops gas expanding into spaces? Have you got that?
Jupiter
You said it was a violation.
gas.
What is
Yeah.
it a violation of?
I've just told you.
No, you
Everything
didn't.
we
You just
know
said it was a
about
violation.
Everything we know and can demonstrate about gas third
So
time.
it's a
You're really
violation
deaf,
of
aren't you?
everything we know.
Yes.
How so?
Because you don't have a
guy.
Excuse me. Stop talking. PV equals nRT is experimentally backed up. I've asked you for what I want, which is a demonstration of gravity acting as something that stops gas dispersing and giving it pressure. Can you
You're
do
not
that?
the guy. You're not the guy.
I fucking am the guy, dude.
You're not the
fucking
guy. You've just
I am.
asserted that it wasn't.
Yes. Everything we know about gas. So, Boyle's law?
PV equals nRT, therefore flat Earth.
No, PV equals nRT. Therefore, you can't have a vacuum of space.
Why can't you?
Because you don't have any experimentation.
Gravity.
Give the experiment. Let's go.
Gravity.
Give the experiment. Let's go.
Why do I have to give an experiment?
Because
what
PV
is philosophically unsound about gravity?
Cortico, PV equals nRT for the 5th time now is experimentally validated.
And what is philosophically unsound about gravity being a container?
No, I want a demonstration of it, so therefore...
You can't do it. You can't fucking do it.
Dude, you're just talking. Have you been drinking all night?
No, you cannot do it.
Good.
I wish
So
I
why
had
are you
been.
not listening? Why are you not listening?
You
PV
cannot
equals
explain
nRT.
why gravity cannot be a container.
Dude, you haven't got the experiment that proves gravity in the
You're
first
not the
instance.
guy. You're not the fucking guy.
Give the experiment.
All
Stop
right.
running away.
All right.
Saying I'm the guy.
fucking
Give the
walking away.
experiment.
You're not the fucking guy, Jedi.
I am the fucking guy. Give me
No,
the
you're
experiment.
not. You're
Yes, I am.
absolutely not the fucking
Yes, I
guy.
fucking am. Yep, I am the guy. I'm the guy with the experiments on my side. You don't have one unless you can provide it, please.
I'm peeing right now. You're not the fucking guy.
I am the fucking guy, Sunshine. Give me the experiment that validates gravity, please. I want the hypothesis right now. I'm the fucking guy.
Give me 30 seconds. You're not the fucking guy.
Every time you step into this room, I will be the fucking guy, yes. I'll be the guy that can experimentally validate PV equals nRT. You'll be the guy.
PV equals nRT is not the example. It is not the solution.
Oh, it fucking is. Oh, it really, really, really is.
I'm confused. What does PV equals nRT mean?
Fuck off.
I know it's
That's what it
the
means to
gas
you.
law, but like,
It means
what
that's
what
what
does
it
it
means to you.
prove?
That's what it means to you.
It's the ideal gas law, and he has no idea what it is.
Oh, I do. Let's put it like this. What it means to me is PV equals nRT is experimentally backed up. You don't have an experimental backup for gravity causing pressure.
You mean by gravity causing pressure? I don't understand that.
Oh, okay. Well, you're obviously not the guy then.
No, you're not the fucking guy. Like, okay,
No, I'm
so
the guy.
you're not the fucking guy. You've
I
never been
fucking
the
am
guy.
I'm so much the guy right now. So
So
Who here,
terminology
who here
you use.
believes the Earth isn't in donut shape?
That's awesome. You need to demonstrate gravity, stopping the entropy of gravity of gases and causing pressure. Off you go.
Oh, yeah, that's easy. Entropy has to do with energy, and gravity doesn't add energy into a system. So it can be a pseudo force that acts on the like the molecules in the atmosphere, changing the entropy of the
Awesome.
atmosphere.
Can you show me an experiment then, please?
They're gonna fucking shit their pants.
Yeah. How about the coupling of like pretty much single atoms, like gravitational coupling?
No, I just want gravity acting on gas.
Yeah.
So we need, first of all, the scientific experiment that proves gravity, and then that what you have demonstrated to be true, you can vary and manipulate that to see if it causes gas pressure, gas not expanding into a volume.
So measurement of gravitational coupling between millimeter-sized masses. All that shows is that like we can measure a pseudo force acting on millimeter-sized masses in reality, and if we can do that, then it logically follows that we would be able to do that with air, right?
No, I want the experiment that proves that what I'm asking for, not this and then it likely follows. I want
No, it
the
doesn't
experiment
likely follow.
that
It logically
demonstrates that
follows.
gravity. I want the experiment that demonstrates that gravity stops gas expansion, and by consequence of it not letting the gas expand causes pressure.
Yeah, what you just asked for is verified by these measurements of gravity, because we measure them between masses, and if we measure them between masses and gas is a mass, then it shows that gas would be affected by
Then
gravity.
you should be able to show me gas attracting gas, shouldn't you?
See, that doesn't logically follow. That syllogism is incorrect, because some things can't currently be experimentally verified, but inductively you can show that they're true, or even deductively.
Dogs. I thought gas
Oh,
was
I'm
mass.
sorry, I was talking while you were whistling and trying to talk over me, so
Yeah, dog,
now it's your turn to say your
walking
sentence.
like a fucking dog, yes. You said
Now
gas
it's your
was
turn to say your
you said
sentence, mate.
mass was gas. You said mass was gas.
I said gas has mass, yes.
Good. So mass attracts mass, so gas should attract gas then.
Correct, yes.
So show that then.
I don't have to. I just have to show the claim that gas has mass.
No, you don't just have to make claims, because I can make claims that will be cited and backed up to show that, no, if this was the case, gas wouldn't expand to full volumes, would it now?
Great. So here are my two claims. One is gas has mass and mass attracts mass. Both of those can be verified. And so it follows that if mass attracts mass and gas has mass, then gas would have a gravitational attraction.
Show it. Yeah, show it.
No, I show the particulars of the argument without having to show the entire argument.
I want the demonstration of this mass that you've just conjured up affecting gas. Show it.
No, I only have to show mass attracts mass and gas is a mass.
Show me what I'm asking for. You're not the guy.
No, I'm not going to, because I have given a logical argument. All of the properties of the logical argument that I'm giving can be shown, so I'm not going to show you something you asked for when it's not necessary or not even possible to do right now.
Not even possible. So it's it's not
I
possible.
mean, am I stuttering, Jedi? Am I stuttering too much? What don't you understand about what I just said?
It's not possible for you to show me what I've asked for. That's what I understood.
Right now, with current technology.
So you can't show me what I've asked for of gravity.
Right now, with current technology.
No,
do you understand that part of it?
Yeah.
Why are you leaving that out? Are you disingenuous, Jedi? Are you being disingenuous?
No, you can't show me it. I've asked you to show me
I
gravity.
can show you mass attracting
Why are you
mass. I can show you that gases are masses.
I have to mute you because every time I talk, you keep talking fucking through me. Do you think we can have a conversation, or do I have to treat you like a fucking dog?
Oh, I'd love to have a conversation with you.
Good. So, can you show me what I'm asking for? Yes or no? Can you show me gravity on gases?
I cannot show you the
Thank you.
experiment of gravity.
Is there
gases attracting mass gases. I can show you, and this is my argument, Jedi. So please be quiet and listen to my argument. Mass attracts mass. We've experimentally verified that, and gases are made have the property of mass. Do you understand those two parts of my argument?
Excuse me. Mass attracts mass.
Yes.
No.
So mass doesn't bend and distort space-time then?
When I say mass attracts mass, you can go that step further and explain the underlying cause of it, but there's no reason to do that other than to try to red herring away from my logical argument.
Different things. You're saying mass attracts mass. So I'm
Explain how that will change my argument.
Please fuck me, dumbass. Mass attracting mass isn't the same as general relativity. You understand that? I know you do.
Explain how it changes my argument.
Because the mass isn't attracting the mass is distorting space-time.
How does that change my argument?
Because the mass isn't attracting the mass.
What's the outcome of distorting space-time on masses?
Things that fall into that gravitational well will move differently. They'll have a deviation from a straight line.
Great. So they will have a vector applied to them, and that vector applied to them can be described as an attractive force.
Not actually attracting. Not actually
So
attracting.
I'm going to say this to you again, Jedi. How does that change my argument?
Because the masses aren't actually attracting.
But the outcome is that they're being attracted to each other. There is a vector change such that they move towards each other. Is that not true?
So masses distort space-time then, causing other
I
masses...
asked you a question. There is a vector change. Is that true?
I'm trying to explain it, dumb fuck. They're not the
same.
Please
address my question and my argument.
Yes, they're not the same thing. So I'm going to hound you for it. Not the same thing. You're an idiot. Not the same thing. You're absolutely fundamentally retarded. Not the same thing. What you meant to explain was general relativity, but you spoke about mass attraction.
I didn't mean to because that's a red herring, Jedi.
Shut up.
No red herring, bro.
That's a red herring, Jedi. It's a red herring. All you need to show is that there is an attractive force between masses. Doesn't matter how you describe it past.
There isn't. There isn't an attractive force between masses, you fucking idiot. In the general theory of relativity, gravity is defined as not a force between masses. Different.
What is it then? What is it then, Jedi? What's it described as?
I've already told you 4 times, so bending and warping.
What's it described as? If it's not a force, there's another word that you put in front of force, right?
If it changes its vector, then it is a force, because only a force can act on an object or mass like that.
Pseudo force.
No, it's an apparent force.
Pseudo force.
Apparent force.
Pseudo.
Anyway, what's the difference between between a pseudo force acting on an object and changing its path and a force? Can you tell me that?
They're not the same thing. Are we going to keep discussing how these two gravities are not the same thing?
So, Jedi, I've had this discussion with you a few times. You know that I understand. Shut the fuck up for a second, mate. You know that I understand that the fundamental of general relativity is the bending and warping of space-time causing this apparent force. You're trying to run...
Oh, dearie me. Oh, somebody muted him. Fair enough.
I don't know if it's fair enough. You asked him multiple times and interrupted him, then muted him. It's kind of an L for you, big guy.
Maybe you should pay more attention. I said,
yeah, he didn't mute him, I did.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll go fuck if it's an L. He's fucking garbage. Do you have an argument?
Is anyone watching chat?
No. Do you have an argument, dude, that chimed in?
Yeah. So I've been telling people.
Not you, Cortigo. Your behavior has been appalling today. I've changed my mind about you.
Veritas, how you gonna do me like that?
Yeah. You fucked up. You've been
Maybe I
fucking
did.
up all night. Yeah,
Maybe I did.
all night.
Maybe I did.
All
Can
night.
you expound upon that?
Don't need to.
I've been doing my best.
I don't think so.
Best ain't good enough.
All right, so
Jack.
the gentleman that was chiming in. Do you have an argument?
No, he left after you said that. He's not here.
Wait, Veritas, you've been here all night?
All night.
And you've evaluated me?
Yep.
And I fucked up, like, hard?
Big time.
I apologize.
Big time. I don't know about that.
I don't want to get on your bad side, Veritas.
I know. And that's one thing that I was listening to you, man. You've been fucking up big time.
If you were
And,
here and then I knew that you were here, I would have not been so brazen.
I don't know, man. I saw
Hold on,
another
hold
side of you today that
No.
kind of really changed my mind. So.
Can you give me like an example?
Hold on. I
Yeah.
thought it was all involuntary for you.
It is involuntary.
From old Haas all the way down to Jedi to fucking everybody, dude. It was just you were just like out in the street today. I don't know.
Do I get another
Fucking
chance?
Apollo.
Can I have another chance?
I have no idea. I'm gonna be an observer for now, but I don't know.
Let me get one more
I thought you were
chance.
different.
No,
I
Veritas.
thought you were different, man. Honestly, I
Veritas.
thought you were different, Portugal.
Veritas, let me get one more chance.
I put you in a different camp, and then this happened, and this was like really changed my mind.
Let me apologize.
I don't go hard. Honestly, dude, I don't go hard on a lot of people because certain glowers. But when you start fucking up, you just like go on the other side of the camp.
Hold on, Veritas. Like, is there a channel that we could go to and we could talk about this, like, right quick, just like for 2 seconds?
No, I'm actually here monitoring conversations, so.
No, it would literally take like 30 seconds.
Bro, if you want to prove your worth, you do it here to us.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
No, Veritas.
You've been acting like a piece of shit today, so redeem yourself here in this VC.
I want to know
Yes,
where I
John.
fucked up. I want to know where I fucked up and how I can do better. I want to do better. I want to do better. I promise. I promise.
Well, Quetzalcoatl just hit the nail on the head. So I mean, I don't know.
Quit.
Everything that's done is done here and in the open. So
What?
nothing.
How can I do better? I just want to like spread my
It's your
opinion.
parents' job, dude. It's too late.
Yep. Vasily Jerry, he's another one that you were all over the place tonight.
No, I mean like. All right. Well, I'm gonna present my. I'm gonna be defensive. Like I think that I had valid points in all regards. In all regards.
Can you name one of your points?
Well, I mean, I don't think that anyone had anything that just slammed me upside the stream. Like no one just side fronted me. Like I think it was a traditional night. Like no one had any cogent point. I don't think that I acted out of
wait,
point.
1 second. So your best point is that no one else had any valid point. That's your best point?
Yeah, no, but so here's the thing that I was hearing from you prior to this little whatever this was show. You were basically saying that you were a truth seeker, you're unbiased, you just love truth, and you were pretty civil in the previous days. But today was just a different side of you, and
No,
I don't know, man.
no. Today was
Oh yeah.
Today was civil too.
Oh,
Today was
fuck
civil
yeah.
too.
No,
Wait,
I don't think so.
How did
I
I
don't think
become
so.
uncivil? Veritas.
Yeah,
Be
you
truthful.
were me? You're asking me to be
Veritas.
truthful?
That
All
means
right, so
truth.
I want you to be. Listen. I'll do this. Be honest with the assessment that I made tonight. Were you not belligerent tonight?
No.
All right, you're a fucking liar,
You're
and I'm
gonna
gonna
call me
call
a
you out.
liar?
Now, yeah, you were a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar. And I'm
You're my
calling you out.
homie.
No,
Are you gonna fucking do this to me?
yeah, no, you did this to yourself. I didn't do this to you. Sit on mute. Fuck that, dude. No way. People trying to have a conversation with you and you got really belligerent tonight? There's no way. Fuck, I didn't do nothing to you. You did it to yourself. Fucking Elder Bear was in here the other day. I had to deal with his dumbass last night. How's it going, gentlemen?
Yeah, not bad, man. Not bad.
Shellacking ballers this morning, huh?
It's just what it is. They don't like P vehicles NRT.
Definitely not. I will say that I think he's a few sheets to the wind, so I'm thinking that's probably what.
He sounds it. But we're not allowed to talk to him. I don't know whether you caught that bit earlier. He's got too many certificates and stuff, too many PhDs and shit.
Yeah. They all say that, don't they? Scott Mackey's got that too, and everybody got their masters and all that, but yet when they come onto the mic, they sound like utter fools. Makes you question.
So what are you up to today, mate? Are you gracing us with your presence, or you got to be busy?
Nah, man, I'm just, I'm just hanging out. I got off of work and I'm driving home. What you up to? You off of work?
Late shift last night, man, so I got back about 2 hours ago.
Oh, nice, nice. Is Eli here? We got some people in here. I'm parked now, so I'm looking through the chat. No Globe Champions, eh?
Yeah, I haven't heard Eli speak up yet this morning. But if you are there, Eli, hope you're doing well, my friend.
You know, dogs, with that shit that you're putting in the text chat, you ain't never gonna fucking speak here as long as I'm here. You might as well kiss that shit goodbye. Nah, I like keeping you muted like a fucking muzzled dog. So stay here and be obedient and not speak.
I like watching them squirm.
Stay here and be an obedient fucking muzzled dog.
What's going on, Veritas?
Yeah, What's up, Flat Lloyd?
Nah, I just woke up to the shellacking.
Yeah. Well, Jedi had a good handle on it, but Cortigo he's too drunk, man, and belligerent. So no point in having a discussion with him. How you been, man?
Pretty good. Just another Monday.
Do we have any new people in here? Mars. Oh, he's deafened. Reckoner's in here. Smoking. Who's that? Smoking what? Smoking with Jesus? He looks like a new person. Shane St. Peter's in the house. What's up, Shane?
See you just mute Dogs because he sucks. Hey, Dogs.
Who, Dogs?
Yeah, he sucks, man. Honestly, one of the worst. Like
Yeah,
if ever,
he's up there with those, those other characters that go onto your other servers,
one of the worst. Like if ever you find yourself engaged in a conversation with Dogs, you've done something wrong. You have to rethink the last 3 decisions you made and just be like, okay, what am I trying to do here? What is my goal?
I had a conversation with him. He said that he could be schizophrenic. I'm not kidding you. That's his defense.
Yeah, but if you see you're someone like consciously Lorenz contract themselves back into reality from a reference frame that doesn't like consciously decide to choose it. I know it doesn't matter and I can't do it, but I'm gonna keep my reality and magically transform the world around me with this thing that doesn't do anything mathematically. Like to consciously invoke that, I think is just like that is just absurd. Like the people who don't understand it, I'm giving them a pass, right? Like they think it works, but you just like you consciously chose that. That's retarded.
I mean, he's doing whatever it takes, grasping at straws, and that's all this guy does.
Yeah, I guess he
He
represents
doesn't
like a portion.
really have argument.
Right, he
Definitely an
represents a portion.
anti-flat Earth type, for sure.
I think even worse than that, probably.
Yeah, there's like the scum of those guys too. Right? He's probably like at the bottom of the barrel.
He like doesn't even do it for views. He just does it for pleasure. Like, he'll do it with just you and him in a room.
Yeah, that's pretty creepy. Hey, we got Goose 8843. What's up, Goose?
What up, player?
Nothing much, man. Yeah, I spoke to you the other day. You were on here.
Yeah.
You were just chilling, remember?
Just chilling. Big chill guy.
Big chill. How's your chilling going? You listening to all the drama, huh?
I just pulled up.
Oh. Do you have any questions for the group? I mean, we got some people in here right now. We got Jedi in here. Shane's in here. I think Old House was in here. I don't know if he's still here or not. Quetzalcoatl's in here. Flat Lloyd's in here. And you got some people who want to ask questions. I don't know if One Deck's in it. One Deck, you here?
Yes, mate. I'm here, mate. How you doing?
Pretty good. You at work or what?
Yeah. Just working, just jibbing in and out, listening more. But yeah, I'm working, but I'm listening to the shellacking.
Yep.
It is always nice to come in here and just listen and hear that every time.
I don't usually go hard in the paint, man, but most times you're dealing with the knuckleheads of the internet.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, it's comforting to know that someday she'll come out of the shadows to silence shit like that. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, I tend to kind of be mellow, but not always, man. Sometimes it calls for the the firm hand. Other times it's just hang back and pretty chill. Then we have the Shane. Have you ever ran into Elder Bear?
Vaguely. I think does it sound like a textual warrior or someone that speaks in VC?
No, he's like Bev on the level. You know those guys.
Oh no, yeah, terrible.
He's like, no, yeah.
Like one day I
Yeah.
stumbled into their server and I had like a conversation and I was like, "Oh, that's what you think? Cool. I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be back definitely later."
Yeah, he comes in here.
So like without
Elder
knowing,
Bear's like
without knowing anything about it, is it just to be different and say that it's not flat but have everything all the same beliefs or what?
yeah, well, it's not flat nor a globe.
Okay.
So I'm like, what is it? Well, no one knows. It's unknown.
I mean, that's fine.
According to him, it's unknown.
Yeah, like I even accept that position. That's cool. Unknown, truly. Sure, you can make some educated guesses. Then maybe, right?
Yeah, but they can't say anything. No, you can't say anything.
One of those people. Okay.
Yeah, it's truly unknown. There's no way of knowing anything.
Right. You can't truly know anything. The only thing you can know is what oneself. Nope, can't even know that.
Yeah, so like if you wanted to say like, well, what's level then? Well, like mean sea level is just a point in the water. It's an average. But there's no such thing as level after that. There's no way you can reference whether the plane of existence is level itself or the Earth is curving. There's no way to know.
Wait, do
They
they
had a
accept
weird
that there is knowledge in the world, or no? They're like kind of confused on that too.
The Torah.
No, knowledge is fine. Knowledge is fine, but like to the point of, I guess they want to be like a niche group, and he comes in here saying that there's no way you can prove the Earth as curving or it's flat. And you can't say it measures flat. You can't say that because the moment you do, he's like, "Well, how did you measure it? Where's the measurement of flat?" Like he's trying to come at this because I think Nathan Oakley and his crew had, I guess, made a video of Bev or something, and it kind of got into the, put a little bee in Bev's bonnet.
Yeah.
Now Elder Bear and Bev come in here trying to pick fights and whatnot. Wait, who measures flat in here? Who says they measure flat? Like he just like guns blazing, waiting for somebody to say that.
Yeah, I tend to ignore those people completely, but that's just me.
Yeah, he's cruising for a bruising, so.
Right, but the ones who like yearn
Sweet.
for attention, I'm just like, yeah, I feel like that you shouldn't have that then.
It is what it is.
It's tough.
Anywho, we got just a regular guy that come in here.
Happy Monday. Good morning, everyone. Miggy, Shane.
Amish, what up?
Amish, what up, dude?
How you doing?
What a day! Like whole cruise in here. There's a lot of cool people in here. Nice.
We've had a lot of real boneheaded Globers the past few days. It's been like the romper room.
Well, I've had like no Globers.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's fine. It should be all right.
Well, you came to the right place.
You should have been here. Well, it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. There was some real crazy stuff going on, man. They had old Haas, man, like hemmed up. It was
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, it was what's his name, man? He was just in here just a while ago.
No, yeah,
he goes by.
I was.
He goes by.
I got him once. I asked him if his decision on whether or not the water ball shown on TV, whether he verified that through a voluntary or involuntary process. He said it was all involuntary, and it just kind of cascaded from there for about 3 hours.
Oh, was that when he was asking you about determinism?
Yes.
No, that's Cortigo.
Yes.
Sophist.
Wasn't that Cortigo that said that?
Yeah, the one and only. The Honorable Dr. Esquire.
Then you had Jekyll on you. You had Matt Nuclear on you. You had like a bunch of them, man. There were like 3 or 4 deep, man, in here. Dogpiling you. Trying to dogpile anyway. I was at work shaking my head. I'm like, these fucking guys.
Well, what's hard is if you're good natured and you want to engage in good faith and you're hoping the other people are too and they're not, then yeah, you'll get hemmed up.
Yeah, well, I mean, old Haas actually was not really in his normals. Like, he wasn't really abrasive. He was just like having conversation with them, and they were the ones being more abrasive, actually.
Yeah, I don't know what got into me. Yeah, I guess I was just sitting outside for a lot of it, and yeah, there was a lot of. It was wild. Wild man.
I was just like, man, is this old Haas? Man, you sounded more mellow than most days. And I'm like, I guess you're just having a conversation with. And these guys were just like, dogpiling on you, man. And they were laughing and they were carrying on. I was like, what the fuck? I mean, not that it was bothering you or anything, but like that's what they do,
For the sake, I'm just curious. I just have a question for the flat earthers.
What up, Goose?
Is there like anyone here with like a profession in like a STEM field that's a flat earther?
There are, but it doesn't matter. So
I just want to know if anyone like that exists in here.
yeah, there are plenty of us in STEM fields, and it's just not a topic of discussion.
So there's many people with accredited degrees.
And some of them have written papers, if you can imagine that.
Which we cite and use all the time.
Yeah, for sure.
That's
sure.
Interesting. All right.
And who are also cool to hang out with when you want to talk.
Yeah, but when it comes to credentials, like that's just more of like what you'd want to wear as a badge of honor if you're using that way, versus someone who's actually, someone who's accredited won't be using it that way.
Your whole approach.
Their
can't be a
knowledge
fallacy.
their knowledge is the only thing that's important on whatever topic.
It sounded like his whole approach was a fallacy. He was like, wait, if I can just say this.
How is that even a fallacy? I'm asking a question. What are you talking about, man? You just want to argue.
What, an appeal to credential? Appeal to consensus?
Yeah, like it's 3.
I mean, that is an informal fallacy. 2 of them off the bat right there.
What are you talking about? How am I appealing to anything if I'm asking a question and I want to have an answer?
Well, if it matters to you for the sake of an argument, then it is an appeal.
But I'm not arguing. I'm asking a question.
All right. Well, why would you be asking that question if it didn't matter to you?
To poison the well.
Because I just want to know the audience in this Discord channel. Can I not know
Right. So
that?
poisoning the well, add that to a third, informal fallacy.
Yo, you nerds just like to argue, bro. I'm just asking a question.
Ask a real one.
Okay.
And usually the people that ask those questions, Goose, don't have the best intentions. They have an ulterior motive. So
right, and
that's what's really going. That's what's really going on. So you might think that in your head, hey man, I'm just asking a question, but we don't read it that way. In this room, this arena, it's usually about somebody having an ulterior motive so that they can kind of set up the next thing that they want to ask,
Right. So in this case, I was anticipating that you'd be making an argument as a follow-up, and I pre-bunked it.
Yeah. There's no, I guess, we don't just leave everything to chance and be like, oh, that guy's a good-natured person. We're always, covering our tracks because of that fact. This is not a normal conversation at all in this room. We don't have normal, because, it's a world paradigm shift of a conversation. So when you're telling somebody what they thought of as the world as it is not what it seems to be, then you actually, you bring up these feelings in someone, like they've been duped or they don't know what they're talking about, all these things. And so it actually causes them to backlash. So just like a natural reaction. So we deal with the outcome of that.
We've been at this the same way for so long that we've developed certain kind of style and technique to how we engage in this discussion. And then we get accused of running scripts. Well, it's not really a script. It's just a really well-rehearsed argument because we have the same discussion with different people who load their NPC scripts and try them out with us every day.
You guys are really good at it too.
Yeah, they try. I mean, bless their hearts, they're gonna keep trying, but there's no way that they're gonna achieve what they think they are. Because Well, there's a lot of people that say, right? They're like, well, I mean, this is bad energy. Don't, guys, if you're on the side of flat Earth, don't ever say these things. But like, but if you ever show me the Earth's a globe, I turn back into as a glober. You know, like what, you know, whatever. You know, say stuff like that. A lot of people put that bad energy out. You don't need to say that. If the truth is it's not a globe, it's not a fucking globe. You don't need to put bad energy out there saying, well, all you got to do is show me uncut footage from a rocket and I'll be a glober again. I'll happily go back to the globe. Like, yeah, just don't say that. You know, you don't need to. There's no need for that.
I get it. Like you talk to a lot of people, and you have to answer the same questions. So you know the way you respond. But even like taking like that recent debate with Alan, and the guys that all on the globe side, that all that they were trying to defend was like, or trying to say was like, you don't understand first and second series
What?
expansion, right? And that's akin to their script, right? Which is like they can say that for a period of time, but it means absolutely nothing, right? Like nobody's actually.
Is he
What
cutting out for anyone
what
else?
is the second approximation, right? And does this experiment actually like, is it only looking for second order verification, right? Important argument or a more important conversation other than just like
Well,
going down some script either on the globe side or on the flat earth side.
Well, dude, if you listen to the dude, he actually said in his own words, I wasn't reading it to understand it. I was reading it to make you look dumb. Like, he said that exactly. I was like, oh, man, that's weird. He gave the whole
No,
game away.
I know, and I know what a Taylor series expansion is, and what he's saying is just total bullshit. It's literally just
It's exactly
blocking
that,
people
yeah.
out who don't understand what the word means.
Oh, Santiago, that is you. What up? Thought I recognized your voice.
How you doing, bro? I lost my old account. I lost
Me
my
too,
email.
me too. You know, it's been a couple since then. Dude.
But how you doing, man? I've seen you around.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it's like I know that voice, but I can't remember the name. Yeah, Santiago. It's good to keep it consistent. Dude. People like to change their name.
And I was so pissed off for half the time just because like that it was just such utter bullshit. And it's not something that you actually really. I think the response on the flatter side was like,
well, look,
all.
No.
It's just what they were saying like had no substance behind it actually, other than like, oh, you don't know what you haven't done the math, you don't know what this second order. It's kind of meaningless.
Well, you know what, Santiago, Shane, what I got the impression of was when Daryl brought up the fourth order measurement, that he was thinking fourth order as in like an order of magnitude, like to the fourth power. I really got that impression that he thought that's what was meant by the term order.
He had no idea.
And not a degree of separation from the primary measurement.
Well, like what really happened though was he got asked a question that he didn't know, and he immediately said he didn't know, and the other dude tried to lord on it and stood on it in the little island. He built a little pool in a giant ocean. He stood on this tiny little lake, and he stood there the whole time hoping that it would work. He was crazy.
Basically, like an expansion is you add one number, right? You add a next number, whether it's represented with a 0.25 plus 0.0015, right? They get smaller and smaller and more insignificant. Okay, so mathematically, like when you're dealing with proofs and equations and trying to like just derive something, order approximations are like the simplest types of equations, right? And then you could maybe bring in first and second order Taylor series expansions and show something from using those two terms, but that's order, fourth order, it becomes extremely complicated mathematics, full of approximation methods that there's no actually like solvable solutions anymore. And if you're trying to pinpoint a second datum, right, and use that to, or trying to show experimentally the variables that are involved in that second order factor, then you they do that for third and fourth. It's very difficult. But I mean, they were just harping on those two words, and nothing was like gained from it at all.
Yeah, that was their whole game plan, though. They just did that the whole time.
Avoided addressing directly Alan's claim of there being a first order measurement, and he's got a really great argument, and they wouldn't let him run forward with it because they knew.
I mean, I think that they think making someone be
In that
honest
situation.
is a win. I don't know.
Yeah, it still bugs me because I would want to hear their point ever long, and I think at the end of the day, their point is essentially like you didn't pay for an education, right? You didn't take all the 4 courses that we took on this subject, and therefore even talk about these types of things, which is complete and utter bullshit.
Dude, Tony's whole point specifically was you're not allowed to read papers or have opinions of your own. And if you do, you're not allowed to disagree with my opinion. Because I have a PhD. It was like, holy crap.
Yeah, so what's the point of debating?
That they were trying to make, and I haven't looked into all the details of the papers that they brought up, but I'm sure that they're interesting.
I mean, like, would you like them? Here. Like, you should just read them. What, dude? Come on, bugging out over there.
I think it was actually pretty damn good, though. That like overall the debate. I mean, just seeing that guy like blow off. I don't know, and the other guy is just like basically reiterating like what's in a math textbook, not addressing any arguments, essentially.
But he was comfortable to do that, right? Like,
Good for people to.
did he stop talking completely?
Did I cut out? Am I here?
Yeah, dude, you've
Been
been
cutting
cutting
in
out
and
all the time. I can't hear anything you say. It's so frustrating.
Oh shit, man. Okay, yeah, my
I never know
connection's wacky.
Yeah.
I'll just give a restart. I'll be back in like 5 minutes if you guys are still here.
PhD Tony's so great. You're gonna ask him what his PhD thesis was in, so he can tell you that he majored in flat Earth seismology. So he literally like furthered the cause of flat Earth himself scientifically, and then came to show us how dumb it was. I guess I'm pretty sure he got laughed out of what he was doing and didn't prove anything, and now he feels superior online. But that's just what I think.
I'm disconnecting. I gotta be right back.
Yeah. What do you think, Amish?
Yeah, last night, I mean, I was tired of hearing all the poisoning the well and straw manning. I mean, we heard this from the other side. I heard that Alan and Toby wanted to present some really interesting information, namely the claim of there being first and second order measurements that show the speed of light being variant between reference frames. I mean, that was a big point of their conversation, right? Of what they wanted to bring up. Yep. And so, Team Tony and Daryl didn't want to give them a chance to talk about that. They were there for the sole purpose of trying to make flat earthers look like they didn't know what they were talking about for the audience, so that the audience would also tune out what Alan and Toby were going to bring to the table.
Yeah, they literally were like, "Don't listen to anything these people say from now on, especially not them. Like, definitely don't." That was the whole point.
And towards the end, when you heard Daryl say that when he read the paper, which paper? One of the Wang papers, right? Or I think it was a Wang paper he was presented, right? That he said that he was reading it for the reason of not trying to understand it, but instead trying to find something that flat earthers wouldn't understand about it.
Well, I'll tell you what, bro. I'm going next, and we'll see what happens.
Oh, good luck, man. Big ups on you.
Yeah, I'm not even that worried, to be honest. Like PhD Tony's the worst one. He just shrieking through everything, every point he made, until the point where Alan was just like, "I don't even want to engage with you, dude. I don't even want to stop. I don't want to hear your voice. I don't want to like." He got that pretty quick, and honestly, that's how you get like that's Tony's strength. So you can't let him do that to you. But
Yeah, he swings his credentials around like a dead cat.
Hey Shane,
Yep.
prove to me the Earth is flat.
No, I don't even care about you, dude. Why would I try to prove anything to you?
I'm just saying, prove it. Like, you want me to prove the Earth is a globe. I want you to prove how the Earth is flat.
Well, actually, I don't even want to talk to you, to be honest.
Why not? So I'm just asking you a question.
I'll
talk to you. How do you prove the Earth's a globe?
Plenty of wonderful people here to talk to you.
I'll talk to you. How do you prove the Earth's a globe? That's the claim that's on the table that we're examining.
You don't answer a question with a question asked you. Can you prove the Earth is flat?
Burden shifting.
Dude, he's terrible as well. I'm not doing it for no reason, right?
No, come on. I mean, I'm just asking how to prove the Earth is flat. That's
You're
all I'm
shifting the burden of proof, bro.
Yeah, our position is that Earth isn't a globe, okay?
Yeah, prove it.
Okay.
Prove Earth isn't a globe? All right, great. Water.
Decades and decades of science and decades of observational reality, like you guys claim.
What science? Okay, do you have science to present for the globe and observations to present for the globe? Because that's what we're examining.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're here to fact check those.
I'll give you some science. I'll give you some science. I'll send you some research papers right now, unlike you guys can produce.
Go ahead. What do you got?
Okay, yeah, send me your research papers and don't run away so we can talk about them.
Let's compare.
And also, when I mean research papers, I haven't researched myself. I'm just saying research papers.
So, okay, you're retreating.
So you haven't read any.
I'm not retreating. I'm not just lying to you. Like,
show me your best evidence for the globe, because we're here to fact check the globe claims. That's our mission. I don't care about anything else.
To fact check the globe claims. Okay.
Yeah. So bring me your evidence, and we'll see what we can find in it. Does it support the globe or does it not support the globe? Verifiably. So, one of the foundations of scientific inquiry is having a sense of skepticism. So if we weren't here to fulfill that basic obligation, then who would be the ones? Does that make sense?
You can smell the dishonest engagement.
Is that unreasonable for me to say?
Here we go.
Yeah,
Look in the side chat. I got you what you wanted. Now give me your papers.
No, we're going to talk about what you presented first.
No.
You don't want to talk about your claim?
No, you're backing away.
What is your claim?
Many times. I'm just asking you to prove it.
Hey, hold on.
Like
give me 1 second, bro. Give me 1 second and please be quiet. Right, here we go, bro.
Oh,
now you have nothing. Where to go? Where do you have one paper? Was it one paper?
No, it's 4 papers. It's 4 things right here.
Oh, that's tough. Hold on 1 second.
You didn't even provide any papers. You provided blog sites.
Yeah.
Hold on.
And this is this is the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, Physics World. These are actual scientific.
You hadn't read these papers, right?
Yeah, but those aren't even papers. Those are not papers. Post me papers, actual papers, like something from JSTOR or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, something with the DOI number. Do you know what a DOI number is? A moderate conservative? Tell me what a DOI number is. You're going to need a DOI number to cite a paper that's been published. If you don't know what a DOI number is, then you don't know what a paper is. And from the looks of it, you don't know what a paper even is.
DOI number is?
So how do you know that any of this debunks flat Earth when you don't even know what a paper is?
Yeah, I know what a DOI is, man.
Yeah, so why did you submit something without DOI numbers as if they're scientific papers?
Here, right here. Go for it.
Well, it seems all my papers are real, and then I read them, so that's weird.
All right, so you're going to post actual papers now, or are you still going to stick with your blog articles?
I'm posting papers now.
Have you read these ones, or are they just more off Google that you're going to find?
Cool. So within these specific papers, are you citing anything from them? Or have we got to read the entire lot?
I mean, that's up to you. I came in here asking
Rick, so
the
you
question.
posted something from a psychology journal or psychology publication on flat Earth. Okay. Can you give me the basic gist of what the abstract is about?
Like I said, I came in here to ask, can you prove the Earth is flat, right? Now you're trying to. Now you
Well,
want me to
I'm
give
doing that with
I'm
you right
asking
now.
you the question. Now you try to ask me a question. I'm just asking.
I
Can
know.
you
I'm
prove the
doing
Earth is
this with
flat?
you right now.
Can I ask
It's not a
you?
globe. It's
Can
absolutely
you
not a
please
globe.
explain to me why you believe the Earth is flat? That's all I want to know. All I know. Can you prove it?
There's no measured curvature. Every time we try and measure
Because
curvature,
all you do is control the situation, control the conversation.
Yo.
Don't let you do that.
trying to answer you. Because every time we try to measure curvature, we don't measure curvature over distances of water. As best as we can tell with observations and sending lasers across distances of land or water, that stuff is flat.
Okay, Jedi, do you know the circumference of the Earth?
24,901 miles. That's from east to west. Your equatorial circumference, it's slightly different north to south. Apparently, according to
131 million kilometers.
what the fuck do you want? Yes, I know how big the Earth is. Or
I'm
what they
just
tell us.
asking the circumference. If you've researched this, you'd know this question. wouldn't you?
24,901 miles, a radius of 3,950 odd miles. Yes.
Okay, and what is beyond the boundaries of the planet? Is it Antarctica into a different universe?
I don't know, mate. You're asking me questions that obviously I have no first-hand experience about. You're asking us to prove that the Earth is flat, and I'm telling you how. We don't measure curvature over distances of water.
So you actually just don't do anything. You just sit here and say the Earth is flat because you can see it. That's why.
No. Incorrect. Did you not hear the we? That's inclusive. We don't observe when doing long distance observations with optics like high powered zoom cameras, or when we conduct laser tests with infrared dual tri-band measuring of refraction. We don't observe or measure any curvature.
You want to see like a laser test?
Yeah, I've seen at this point hundreds. Not just done by flat earthers, but done by militaries as well to detect the amount of refraction so they can make their aiming devices, the lasers that they use, better.
I get it for you because there's a literal video about it.
Yeah, I've got also literal videos about it too.
All right,
Imagine spending 20,000 on proving your own theory wrong.
Are you there?
Moderate conservative. Why don't you tell us what a laser is?
Well, I was gonna ask him a question.
Okay, you can go.
So, moderate, if you're there, I'm gonna mute you. All right,
Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm just getting something for you.
Yeah,
No,
we're
shut
not
up.
gonna we're not gonna go down your path because he answered your question. He
Yes,
answered your
I'm
question.
trying to get you
All
something.
right, so now, yeah, we don't need nothing from you actually. Well, we do, but not what you're gonna present, Jedi, because it doesn't really matter at this point. He answered your question, so let's go to how you know the Earth's a globe, because you haven't answered any of those questions. I think you're afraid, to be honest. Can you
You
prove
think
me
I'm
wrong?
afraid? What am I afraid of? You're
I
afraid to
have no
answer the
idea.
question.
Yeah,
No,
you
the
will
only
be.
person that's
You will
afraid
be
of
afraid.
lies is a person. I know.
All right, we don't listen to your yammering, so just answer the question. Pretty simple.
Look at this.
Yeah, we're not gonna look at this. Not how this works. All right.
Went from 78 feet.
Yeah,
Raise it above.
just wait a second. Just relax. All right, we're gonna do this. Just relax. So, if I ask you who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history, as in the drop over the distance, what answer would you give me?
You already know the.
What answer would you give me?
Like, is this all we're gonna do? We're gonna keep going in circles about fucking Aristophanes.
No. Well, is that the answer you're gonna give me?
Aristophanes, yes, of course.
Okay, did he measure drop over the distance?
Drop over the distance. He walked somewhere between Alexandria and Cyan, 800 kilometers, right? And
Yeah.
he multiplied that by 50.
Did he measure drop over the distance? I need an answer to that question. That's all I need to know. Did he measure drop over the distance?
Drop over the distance.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes. No. Maybe so.
Can you tell me what you mean by drop over the distance?
Sure. So, relative from your position, an observer, off into the horizon, there will be a certain elevation change from the distance. So, let's say for an observer at 6 foot, there will be a certain drop rate over the distance because the Earth is curving. It's a curved surface. So you're standing on a ball, and if you were standing on a ball, the elevation would change from your position off into the distance. So I'm asking, what would the drop rate over the distance be for an observer? Average 6 foot. What would the drop rate be? And who measured that?
This is definitely a red herring.
No, this isn't a red herring. No, this is moderate. Check this out, man. This is the basic consequent of what a geometric shape would present itself to you as. So if it was a oblate spheroid, like they say it is, that the surface would be curving, and that curving surface would display itself to have a elevation change relative from anyone's position on the Earth. So let's say you were just standing on the Earth. Away from your position, the Earth would be dropping away from you because you're standing on a ball. I'm pretty sure you can see the concept of what it would be like in your mind's eye. So all I'm asking for.
You mean like looking up at the horizon?
Well, you could, but what I'm looking for right now is someone who's ever measured that drop over the distance, because the surface is curving like an oblate spheroid. So I'm looking for who's ever done that. Now, Eratosthenes didn't do that. He measured shadow lengths. So we're not looking for that. We're looking for who measured the surface to be curving. Pretty simple. And if you don't know, just say intellectually honest, I don't know. And that's fine.
Or I don't know the person's name.
Okay, but do you know someone who's done it?
Don't know someone who's done it.
Okay, so do you know the method?
No.
Okay. And that's how we either know or not know if the surface is curving, because a geometric shape would display itself as in an oblate spheroid would display that the surface curvature would be able to be measured directly. And this question that I ask almost everybody, from the most intellectual to the most layman, nobody can answer the question. I always ask them. Well, that's one of them. I have two more. The second question would be, has anybody ever measured the spin of the Earth? Axial rotation.
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know? Oh, you can tell me the method by which they measured that spin, or you can tell me the person who's done it, and
I said I believe so because I believe someone has done it.
Okay. Do you know the method by which they've done it?
No, I'm not acquainted.
Okay. That was the second question. Now the third question is, it's really simple, right? So
not simple. You're locking me down with these really fucking scientific things. That's
no,
what
well, actually, these are the fundamental.
You're boxing me in. That's what you're doing.
No, not really. These are the fundamental pillars of the Earth being a globe. So all I'm asking is, if you know any of these things, you can easily say I don't know, or and give me the relevant information. So it's not really a gotcha. This is the only thing I'm doing is showing you, basically, to your own mind, if you know any of these answers to support the claim, right, of the Earth being a globe. So the third one is,
do you know what observational reality is?
Yeah, but we're going to talk about the last question, right? So the last one is, do you know that if you're in a cosmic vacuum, or do you believe you're in one? So do you know, or do you believe you're in a cosmic vacuum?
I'm not an astrophysicist. I wouldn't know.
Well, they're telling us that the Earth is surrounded by the vacuum of space. That's kind of what I'm alluding to right here with the question.
Okay,
So do you
so
bel
you're saying we're gravitational.
Well, no, I'm asking you. Do you believe we're in a cosmic vacuum, or do you know that we are in one?
Well, if it comes to cosmic vacuum, I'll say yes, and I'll say I probably do believe we're in a cosmic vacuum.
Okay. And how, if we were in a cosmic vacuum, right? The question that I'm going to proceed to ask you is that they're telling us that the Earth is an open system, right? So that rockets can leave, and we got energy transferring back and forth. So there's three. I'm just going to tell you the three types of systems, whether you know or not. Might sound redundant to you, but there's three types of systems, right? You got an isolated system, you got a closed system, and then you got an open system. And I'm going to tell you what they are. Pretty simple. Isolated system, matter and energy cannot transfer back and forth through the system. They're isolated, right? The second one is a closed system. Only matter cannot leave, but energy can. Matter can't escape the closed system, but energy can move back and forth. Now, an open system, matter and energy can move back and forth through the system. So which one of those systems do you think represents the Earth better in those three systems?
You're giving me an A, B, or C. So
sure.
Like, what is the point of giving me an A, B, or C?
Well, I would say that A would be an open system. B would be a
No,
closed
I'm saying
system.
why. No, I'm asking why are you giving me an A, B, or C? Right? You're trying to get at something. You're trying to get at something. I can tell. Just get to your point.
Bring your own D.
Yeah, this is basically for your own understanding whether or not you identify the Earth as a globe in an open system, a closed system, or an isolated system. So, like I outlined,
I can tell the Earth is a globe. Do you know how I can tell the Earth is a globe?
Yeah,
because
no, but
the same way as people say the Earth is flat, I say the Earth is round. Do you know why? Because I can observe it. Me being from the southern hemisphere, me living in the southern hemisphere, being from Australia, I see the moon in a different way. If the Earth was flat, like you say, then why do we see the moon differently?
I know you're happy to jump into a question form, but the reason why I'm asking you these questions is relevant to the last question that I was asking you, right? So in order for you to understand that those three systems that I outlined, which one do you think the Earth as a globe would be? Because it's one of those.
Just get to your point. Get to your point.
Well, the point is you have to engage with whether or not you know. So if you don't know, just say I don't know, and I can conclude.
I don't know. You obviously you know I don't know. I'm not an actual fucking physicist.
You don't have to be. You can just be a regular person that knows some things. You don't have to be a super.
Are you an astrophysicist? Are you a scientist?
Dude, sorry, Arthur. There's three claims on the table. The curving bit.
I don't think your old mate needs help. I think he's pretty bad at me enough.
I'm gonna try and help you, right? Because this is why Arthur's talking about this. Gonna try and help.
I don't need the help. I just want to talk to Alpha.
Alpha's talking about open, closed, and isolated system for a specific reason, because we're told the Earth is one of those systems. Do you know
please just stay out of the conversation. I just want to talk to Alpha.
No worries. I won't try and help you.
Yeah, and the reason I was asking you, Moderate, is because people are claiming that the Earth, some globers think that the Earth is a closed system. I've heard it said before in this very chat. They'll say that it's a closed system.
If we're talking about the Earth as like in a system, it's an open system because there's many other planets.
Well, that's kind of like the way it should be described: an open system. Matter.
When it comes to it, right? If the Earth was flat, then why is everything around us a globe? Like, why are we the one? The one exception. Why are we the one mistake? I'm guessing you're coming from more of let's say a creator standpoint, right?
Flat Earth isn't a planet, bro.
Yeah, well, the question that I was going to ask.
Are you coming from more of a religious perspective? I'm just asking. Yes.
No. That's not a part of the three questions that I'm giving you right now. That's not a part of it. But I mean, still, the reason why I'm asking.
I'm trying to make it rhetorical.
Move past the script, dude.
I think. Well, we're not going to move past the script, dude, because that's not what we do here, right? Whoever that was, just have a seat. You're not the one talking. I'm talking to Moderate. Is that okay with you? Do we need to ask
Wait,
your
so
permission to talk?
you have a whole script.
Do we need to ask your permission to talk, sir?
No, I'm just saying. Can I retort your point?
Not you, moderate. I'm talking to the other gentleman that chimed in.
He just wants to move past the script.
Yeah, but we're not gonna do what you said because you're the one. You're in the shadows. You haven't said a peep until right now when I'm speaking to this person. If you want to take center stage, we'll allow that. But at the moment, we're speaking to moderate. So,
okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So anyway, so back to the point, right? So we were on the third question, and the reason why I was asking those is because the last question was going to be about gas pressure, right? So gas pressure, as we know it, needs a container. It's a necessary antecedent. So if you say any time in this earth that you have gas pressure, then I would say, well, it would be a natural thing for me to say to you that in order for you to have gas pressure, you need to have volume and you need to have area. So in order for that to happen, you need to have a containment. And so if you have any type of gas pressure, you need to have a container in order for
how much atmosphere? How much is this like gas in the earth? Like, what is the percentage?
The percentage is unknown.
No, you don't know the percentage.
No one does.
So what about 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and 1% other?
You could put some numbers to it, but then who's going to verify those numbers? Moderate. So that's my point. But check this out, right? So if you were gonna,
you're saying National Geographic is wrong.
No, I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm saying who verified it. Who's the one that said this is right?
Because I watched this documentary, right? The other day, and I was talking about gases and shit. So
right. Well, good for them. But like, has somebody verified it and then gave you the method by which they verified it and said, "Here, moderate."
Is National Geographic intentionally misleading people?
It doesn't listen. Misleading and all. You're asking a bunch of questions. We're not done with this one, right? So
but I'm just saying, do they intentionally mislead people? Because that's what you're basically trying to say.
You're being too concerned about that thing, right? Don't worry about that just yet. We have to figure this out first. If the Earth has gas pressure, then it needs a container, right? So that's what I'm trying to get you to. So if you have gas pressure here on Earth, you need to have it be contained. So if it's contained, that means it's a closed system, which is the thing that you said it wasn't with an open system. So if it's a closed system, then the gas pressure cannot leave the Earth. Even though you have a gradient air pressure, meaning like it gets less and less as you go up in altitude. But that's not the point, though. The point is you have gas pressure in the first place. So in order, like I said before, in order to have gas pressure, you need to have a container. So anywhere on Earth, right? So like you should understand that anyways. So if you have gas pressure on Earth, that means it needs to be contained. That means, in essence, that you can't have the vacuum of space adjacent to the air pressure that we have, because the air pressure would escape into the available space.
And
that means we wouldn't be breathing right now.
And who's verified this?
Well, anyone can.
No, but who's verified this? Because at the end of the day, you can't make a claim without verifying it, right?
Right, gas pressure. Are you talking about the gas pressure?
No. I'm talking about what you just said. You said if we were let's say a open system, we wouldn't have any like gas pressure container which we would need to breathe, right? Are you able to verify that?
Yes, because we have gas pressure.
It's a characteristic of every open system.
No, but I am asking.
Mm-hmm.
You said that we have to be a closed system to be able to breathe, right? We are breathing right now.
Of course.
So you just said that. Are you able to verify that?
Yes.
Yes.
How?
Go ahead, Jedi.
PV equals nRT. It's the ideal gas formula. Everything within that formula is
you said some words, but who verified it? What's his name?
Yeah, moderate. Just wait. He's gonna. You have to wait till he finishes, bro.
No, say you don't know. It's simple as that.
Moderate. You gotta relax. I don't know if you're taking caffeine or whatever, but you're really hyper, bro. Just take it down a notch. Just take it down a notch.
Why do you always do this? You always make people think they're like not relaxed.
He's got to go through the answer, but you're cutting him off in the middle of his answer. I hear you talking over him. That's why I'm saying this. Just relax.
All right. So specifically, we're talking about gas. That's going to be talking about the ideal gas law, which is PV equals nRT. That's the formula. Each one of these things means something. P means pressure. V means volume. N is the amount of substance in the space defined as moles. R is the gas constant, and T is temperature. All of these things have been scientifically verified because they're based on 5 other laws of gas attributed to people like Boyle's law. So that's some guy.
Who made
Just told you.
Boyle's law? Who
Just
verified
told you.
it?
So the guy who came up with the law is Mr. Boyle. I think it was like in the 1600s or something. Same with Avogadro's law. French guy called Avogadro gave Lusac's law, 2 gentlemen, and which is Dalton's law. So all of these 5 laws are attributed to PV equals nRT. This is the ideal gas formula. Within the formula is P, that's pressure. Pressure is solved by force divided by area. Area is given in feet and meters, an area for the gas to press against. Because we understand that the amount of pressure is very much related to the amount of substance of gas in a defined space, a closed system. If you increase the closed system and keep the gas amount the same, gas pressure will go down. You understand there's a direct correlation, because if I put more gas into that now fixed volume, gas pressure will go up, like when you pump up a tire. So it's very experimentally demonstrated proofs of laws of nature. Our question is this: how do you have pressure without an area for the gas to press against?
How do we have an area? We have the atmosphere.
No, how do we have pressure? The atmosphere is the gas, right? The oxygen and the nitrogen, right? So gas. How do we have pressure without an area given in feet and meters for the gas to press against? Gas pressure is defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
Don't know.
Good answer, mate. Well done. I'll pass you back to Alpha.
I love getting double teamed. At least dime me, then double team me, please.
Look.
No,
you feel pressure, right, when you walk into a room,
Santiago.
or you feel pressure when you go into the ocean.
I apologize, Santiago, but this is our point. So
Wait. Can I just hear what Santiago was about to say?
Not at the moment.
Because I mean, if you're getting assistance, I should get some assistance. That's not.
No, this is not how this works. So basically, the concession that you had was, well, I don't know, right? That's a very genuine answer. I don't want to get that point lost in whatever else somebody else is going to say. So just hold that for just a moment. One mute recorder, go back on mute. All right, so we're gonna just wait, let you marinate on that, because that's good. We're at least getting somewhere. All right. So you know that gas pressure needs a container and a conditional statement, right? So if you understand that much and you're starting to get it a little bit, then the 3 questions that I asked you, right? Curvature, axial rotation or spin of the Earth, and the cosmic vacuum, being that you need gas pressure. You need a container for the gas pressure that we have here on Earth, right?
It's singing.
Eli, you're singing in the background, brother.
All right. So this is important, right? These are the 3 fundamental tenets of the Earth being a globe. And for you to answer honestly that you didn't know is the best start for anyone, right? Because if somebody said they knew, then they would have to specify how they knew. But you're being honest and you didn't know, so kudos. But the idea that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a blind belief that you have currently. It's not something that you know. It's just, something that you've been told and you carry this belief about. But it's nothing more than a belief. And that's all I wanted to show you.
And isn't Earth being flat also a belief?
No. It's not.
No, I mean it is. Because
no, you might feel.
wait, just let me finish. Because for all we know, we could be having a red herring. The Earth could be square.
Hold on. Sorry.
Because you don't know the Earth is round, is what you're saying, right? So it could be square for all we know, right? So it couldn't even. It might not be.
Dude, right. You have to understand the word flat is a description of a surface. We're not even making a claim to the shape of the Earth. The Earth being a globe, that's a shape of ball like a sphere. Flat, that's a surface description.
Okay. Let's just continue on. I want to ask you this now, right? Observational reality. On the southern hemisphere, the moon looks different from the northern hemisphere. I've been to the northern hemisphere before, right? The moon looks different. If you go to Ecuador, it looks centered, right? So then why is there all these different points of view when it comes to the moon?
Because you changed your point of view. Let's say, for example, the moon is above the equator, and you are standing north or south of the equator.
But why would the equator have any effect if the Earth is flat?
I'm just trying to give you a position of where the moon is. Fuck's sake. So the moon is between both observers. Does that help? On one side, you see the moon look like this. On the other side, it looks upside down because you've got a different point of view. You're on the other side, for example. I mean, mind blowing, right?
Here, let me ask this: is the moon round?
That's the reason on the globe Earth, right? It's the same thing.
Is the moon round? Is it a sphere?
Nobody. Yeah, when it comes to the moon, moderate, all we can do is see it from a distance, right, from the Earth. Nobody can tell you what it actually is or what it's made of.
So is the moon? Can you see it? Can you see it's a sphere? Round.
It looks like a sphere. From my position, it looks like that, but I can't tell you if it actually is one or not. How about that? It may look like something, but no one can tell you what it actually is. Did he dip? See ya, dude. All right, we're back to our regularly scheduled program. All right, there you go, Santiago.
Hey, thanks, man.
Yeah, sorry, I just didn't like. There's certain points that we have that we bounce back and forth. Me and Jedi sometimes.
No, I completely understand, man. I didn't mean to interrupt or to like provide somebody assistance. I just jumped in there. My bad.
That's not. Don't worry. It's not. It was not you. Trust me. It's just like me and Jedi. We built up like over time, kind of like a bounce back and forth kind of thing.
No, I was listening too, and like the conversation that we had the other day. Also, like I was listening to you guys as well. From trying to get through my arguments, but I hear what you're saying. It's like, okay, and I still stick to what I was saying, which is like, you may be applying these gas laws in a way which they were not particularly formed for, right? But like just considering the idea of like an atmosphere, a globe Earth, you would, whether that container is miles long, right, and you let gas out into it, that gas would eventually fill the container, right? So whether that container is thousands of miles long, infinite, whatever, like you would imagine that we would have eventually no atmosphere. That's the idea, essentially, right?
Which would be due to gravity, right?
Well, that's the other thing is like, so I'm not stumped on this, because I mean I would go look up to find out like what the force of gravity is on a gas particle, right, at a certain distance, and then see the order of magnitude of that, and then I would try to compare that to a number that relates to its pressure environment and see whether it would have any comparable effect, right? I haven't done that yet.
Step one is a big stumbling point in and of itself because you're going to need to select a model.
Yeah, I'm not like fully accepting of any model, right? I'm just trying to like.
Right. Well, the issue here though is the models are conflicting with one another. So, I mean, you can assume you could assume some kind of like electrogravity concept, or you could assume bending and warping in space time, or you could assume Newtonian, and you're going to get wildly different incompatible outcomes. So you won't be able to verify the globe's claim anyway.
Right. I wouldn't even try to go into Einsteinian, gravity. I would just use Newtonian, right? Physics.
Yeah, which doesn't comport to modern cosmology at all. Like, it doesn't explain why atmospheres are being held to balls in space in the existing cosmological paradigm. They've dispelled Newtonian. So you'd be bringing your own cosmology at that point, because you'd be applying an outmoded model to something that none of the established astrophysicists would agree with.
So I'm fairly aware of where relativity fits into the picture of this, and I do not believe that just the changing of the definition of gravity based on the warping bending of space-time would change the veracity of Newtonian physics on like a small scale, right? When you're in an inertial reference frame. So that's kind of the thing. Like I would only apply Einstein physics to certain situations where Newtonian did not apply.
Right. So don't astrophysicists apply that right now when they describe, the atmosphere around foreign moons and things like that?
Yes, they do, and that all that kind of stuff is pretty skeptical, right? But I mean, when you're talking about just like a cannonball being fired, right? You don't go to like Einstein to solve those equations. In fact, I mean, the equations of general relativity and special relativity, they do reduce back down to Newtonian physics. When like the velocity is small, right?
That's not true.
No, it's not true.
Yeah, there's no quantum theory of relativity.
Newtonian, dig it. Because Newtonian mechanics violates the theory of special relativity.
Maybe what you're saying might be correct, but what I'm talking about is like physically, like objectively in the equations themselves, right? Like when you put
no because they're both mathematical. Mathematically, they are incompatible. You can't reduce something to something that's incompatible with it. That doesn't. But you can. But instead of saying it, you can show us how that's true.
Yeah,
I'll just
I
accept
could.
that.
Yeah, I mean,
At least
this is
he's
my
looking to what
understanding
you're
of
talking
it.
about, so that
Yeah, it's my understanding of it from a while ago. I could go look this up and see if I'm correct or not.
Yes, please.
And show it to you. But
yes,
I mean, you're saying I'm wrong, so
you want a citation for what it's? Because you
no,
said
I'm not asking for your citation, man. It's all good.
All right, cool.
So, Newtonian mechanics, you shoot a cannonball, it comes down at a predicted value, 9.8 meters per second squared. K. Gravity is just an acceleration downwards. The cause is given within the equation. That's the mass of the Earth. Right? No? Okay.
Sorry, I'm reading something. I didn't hear exactly what you said. But
when you finish reading, we'll get back to it.
No, what I'm reading here is that I never took general relativity in college, so I mean it's a pretty high level course. It's mostly like a graduate level thing. I took some graduate level courses, but not that. But yeah, apparently like his field equations do not reduce back down to Newton's equation of motion. So I must have been, I guess, only like remembering, what I learned about in special relativity. But yeah, it probably doesn't apply to general relativity.
He has spent years looking in the nooks and crannies for things that is often overlooked or glossed over in universities. It's why we're here.
I think it's good.
So I wouldn't beat yourself up, in other words.
I don't. I'm here to like learn and test and open my mind. There's nothing more to it.
When you said earlier you thought that we were applying the ideal gas laws for not what they're being applied to,
Right.
they do realise that these things come up with atmospheric sciences as well. In everything that we do with regards to gas, you will have some form of PV equals nRT.
Right.
It will be the amount of pressure, it will be the temperature given in kelvins, it will be the amount of substance in the space, and it will be the ideal gas constant.
Right. But most specifically, you're talking about a volume, right? Which is the problem.
No, we're talking about pressure.
Yeah, but you're talking about it being contained.
Yes.
Yeah, and that induces the notion of a volume, right?
Yes.
Right, and so volume is defined by its boundaries.
Yes.
So is the ideal gas law.
Yes.
Right. So if you do not have a boundary that's defined, right?
What happens?
You have to define one.
Well, no, you need an area for gas to press against. What happens when you keep increasing the size of the
gas presses against things. That's called pressure, right? But
yeah.
Right. Okay. And like you were kind of saying before, it's like, how is there pressure? You feel it, when you walk into a room. I was kind of saying that as well, right? It presses on, the boundaries of your body, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but when you're just thinking about something, right? in a thought experiment kind of way, and you're trying to figure something out about it,
Mm-hmm.
you have to define these things, right? Like what a volume is, and
Yeah.
it has to be testable, right? And then you get results from it. So
Yes.
so the gas law is applied in those situations, right?
Yes. Experimentally validated. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. But without a volume, you're not using the ideal gas law anymore.
Can't.
Yeah.
Because what happens when you keep increasing the size of the volume?
That's kind of all that I'm saying, my man. That's pretty much it. Like, look, if you have an atmosphere, right, you can enclose it in a small volume, whether it's a jar or whether it's idealized in your head or something. But ultimately, like the full picture of it, even if you wanted to back out and look at the full picture of it, right, you're still going to have to approximate what that enclosure is, right? And it may be like the whole atmosphere, around the whole Earth, whatever, right? In order to talk about it like logically, sensically, in terms of the ideal gas law, that has to be done. And otherwise, like you have to take it in piecemeal fashion. You have to talk about pieces of it, and make assumptions based on those pieces. It's a fragmentary process, right? It's a
which
fragmentary model.
Which side of the equation do you want to talk about? Let's talk about the PV bit.
Okay.
Okay. How do we achieve pressure?
I don't necessarily want to talk about this, but if you want to.
Oh, okay. No, okay. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't waste my breath.
No.
I'll let you comment about it, but I won't reply. That's fine.
No, I said my piece. If you want to like say, I don't know, like if you disagree with that or if what I said is worthwhile at all, but that's my piece, right? If there's something important that you want me to know or tell me, about that, then please do.
What happens when you keep increasing the size of the container the gas is in?
That's a good question. I mean, I would imagine that there would be like there would be a pull, right? I don't know what kind of effect would take place, to be honest, but I'm sure that action of like increasing the container would have a different effect on the gas inside of it.
Yeah, the pressure goes down.
Yeah.
And the gas fills the space. Every time you keep increasing the size of the container, The pressure goes down, but the gas fills the space.
Right, right.
What happens when you have no container? The gas keeps dispersing in all directions.
Right.
So if the Earth's an open system without a container, one, there's nothing physical for the gas to press against. Two, no fixed space. The gas is free to disperse in all directions, endlessly and forever.
Okay. So that's what I was saying earlier. You know, I can see like the idea, the picture, right? And my next thing would be to like look at the force of Newtonian gravity on those gas particles, right? Because we all know there's some force pulling things downwards, right? And we all know that force on a gas particle is pretty insignificant. So I mean, I would consider, you know, at what pressure this insignificant force actually becomes significant.
Would you agree gravity reduces in strength with distance between objects?
Yes, of course. Exponentially.
Yeah. So being as gas expands, creates distance between itself and other objects. The gravitational force, even if it is there, is going to go down. So the gas is going to keep dispersing into space. It has to be very tightly packed together.
Yes.
So under an awful lot of pressure. Now, it can't cause the pressure by itself because gas expands. It's going to require a container for gravity even to start taking fucking effect, even if it's fucking there, to put the pressure, the gas molecules, as close as they can ever be together.
Okay, hold on. Let's say the Earth was flat, right? And it was just only
on the text chat. Sorry to interject.
Yes. Let's say the Earth was flat, right? And it was only it was only about density, right? And what we measured as what we call gravity was just basically like density. Things falling through the air and you know, they're more dense than others, so they fall to the ground. So these gas particles have some density, right? So they would have a force pulling them down to the ground. So they would actually, you know, even though there is the vacuum above them, right? There would be a large collection of gas molecules just hovering over the surface that were protected, you know, from getting pulled into space by this so-called gradient, right?
What? Sorry. What?
Let's say the Earth was flat, right? Because this is the same thing that I'm saying, right? Just substitute gravity for just natural density, right? If something is less dense, you know, it from the medium that it's in, it rises. If something's more dense, it falls, right?
Okay.
Okay. And so, you know, these gas particles have a density.
Okay.
And so they you know, have a propulsion downwards towards the ground. Even though they're, you know, mixing around and doing whatever they do, right? There's this natural force, you know, essentially of density pulling them down. Yeah.
Can you show that? Can you put a dense gas inside a vacuum and show that the floor is stopping it increasing into the space?
A dense gas inside of a vacuum?
Yeah. So have a vacuum chamber, then put a dense gas into it and show by observation that the floor's pulling that dense gas down to it and the gas is not dispersing in all directions into that space. Because it doesn't matter which gas that you talk about.
I'm pretty sure this is a common effect, like of dense, you know, poisonous gases. In fact,
in relation to a less denser gas, yeah. But when you put any gas into a vacuum, it fills that limitation, presses against the walls of its container, upwards, outwards, downwards, in all directions. We don't have the observation of gravity acting on quite a dense gas. Density is a relationship. This lighter gas will go up, this denser gas will go down. That's scientifically verified when you change densities. Densities, however, is defined as the amount of space, substance in the closed space. You're going to be talking about containment and pressure for that as well.
Okay. I mean, I guess like I'm thinking of sort of an evolving system here, right? Where this has been going on for thousands of years, millions of years, right? You have this like basically this evolved system of gases that has existed for a long period of time, and at the deeper levels inside of it, I mean, different chaotic effects take place
Where's the gas produced?
from the surface.
Awesome. And its first instance is to go away from that surface. So when the very first gas molecules were produced, where do you think they went if there's no container? Where would the gas go? If produced and then unconfined, where does the gas go?
Where does this gas go if what?
If uncontained, where does it go?
It would go upwards, right? Until it was contained, right?
Yes, it would go away,
Right.
endlessly away.
Yes, and
reducing
what I'm saying is it does that, right? But that endlessly away movement gets infinitely, increasingly smaller, right? As it goes out, smaller and smaller amounts of gas actually escape, and more gas is actually protected. So it's like a gradient of a container.
What causes a gradient?
What do you mean? A differential?
In what?
In whatever you want to talk about. The number of particles.
No, what causes it?
Let's see, what causes it?
Yeah. See, what I was trying to point out to you earlier is when the gas is produced, it goes away. So you've got no chance of creating pressure because the gas is going to keep going away. It's going to disperse outwards until it reaches the limitation of its volume. And then we can start talking about pressure gradients because the gas has achieved pressure and there's dynamics within the system.
I guess what causes it is like it's basically a linear force, right?
Things to address with that. First, you're presupposing that gas has the propensity to escape the most where gravity's the greatest, right? But then against the vacuum of space where it's somehow the gas molecule would ricochet and come back towards the source it left from a region of less density to a region of higher density, reversing entropy laws, where gravity's the weakest. So the other thing to address is the rate of thinning out of the atmosphere as we can measure does not comport to the inverse square law of gravitational force.
Right. So what I'm essentially saying is like at the fringes in space, that there is a gradient pulling gas outwards, to infinitesimally small amounts. But the movement that the other gas particles further in feel is not that movement of space anymore, right? What they feel, because all this gas has already been pulled out for a long period of time. So what they feel is just the pressure of the gas around them. And that could be less or it could be greater, right? And when there's more gas particles, it's greater when you get closer to the Earth. But like, have you guys ever been skydiving? This is like a very like weird thing to me that I haven't really heard anybody talk about either. But, and I don't want to spoil skydiving for you by saying this, but when you're falling down or parachuting down, like, I'm not going to go into too much detail about skydiving, but like at a certain point, you cross this barrier where all of a sudden the air is like a little bit warmer and you can smell pine trees out of nowhere, right? Like you smell all the scents that are on the earth because like it's almost like they were like held at this like bubble, which I found the weirdest thing, and I've never heard like of an explanation of this. But you can smell like viscerally like the pine trees, the things that are on the ground. And those molecules, those scent molecules, I mean, they're much more massive than nitrogen or oxygen or whatever floating in the air. But for some reason they're contained without a container.
Have reached an equilibrium within the system somehow.
Reached an equilibrium. Beautiful. So I'm sure there are other equilibriums, right? That extend outwards that are not only just like
Yes.
however many thousands of feet above the ground.
This is the point. Experimentally, you're going to need a container to talk about the equilibrium of a layer of a gas within a confined volume. Because if you increase that volume, that area where you've got the scented gas is going to change. It's going to reduce in pressure. lose some of its density, and go somewhere else within the graduated system that you managed to achieve with the container.
Okay,
If you
look,
don't have a
look.
container, the gas fucks off.
Okay, I can say like I believe in the flat Earth. Like I want to believe in the flat Earth, right? But these arguments for me, they do not convince me, and that's why I'm like I push back against it because I want like better explanation, right? And that's all. You know, I'm not trying to get in a fight. If somebody like feels in themselves like this actually is a good like convincing argument, I mean that's all. You know, that's fine for me. Like, but it doesn't for me. It just doesn't work, right? So if I say something like, you know, this isn't a good argument, you know, I'm not trying to say like, I'm just basically saying like, in my understanding of this, I disagree.
Man, you can go on, huh?
On and on and on.
I mean, I like him, but I wouldn't like, engage him for 2 hours like that, guys. He has a tendency to make any conversation worthless. Just drill it down and down and down. Why do you do that, Santiago?
Yo, say that again. Sorry, I stepped away.
I lightly implied you have a tendency to make a conversation worthless. Just to keep at it until the point where it's just like, why bother?
I don't think it was worthless, was it?
Yeah.
I mean, like, just typically every time I see you, right? I don't know, man. I like it, right? But a lot of people don't.
No, the reason why I brought it up or we were talking about it two nights ago also is because I'm specifically saying like I don't feel like it's a good argument, right? I don't feel it's convincing. Why is that worthless?
You're like implying gas pressure, and you're saying there's no container, which is like a violation. So I get where you're going. Like you're saying, oh, there could be this equilibrium point, but regardless, even if there is the equilibrium point, you need the container in the first place to have the gas pressure.
So what contained those air particles when I went skydiving that were, the scent of the trees?
The container above it.
And what was that container above it?
No, the container above it allowed for that to even occur in the first place.
What was that container above it? Oh, you're talking about like
I haven't been there. I don't know.
I got you.
No one's been high
I
enough
see what
yet,
you're
it
saying.
seems.
Okay, yeah. So you're saying ultimately the ultimate container above it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I don't like not believe that. Okay. I just don't think. I don't know. Like trying to poke holes into it. Yeah.
I've never heard so many nothing statements though. Like I'm not gonna take a side. I'm gonna be neutral and bland. I'm not gonna say anything at all. It's like, man.
If you poke holes in it, you won't be able to breathe here anymore.
Man, it always gets to this point, right? There's the one person who talks, but everybody just lets him talk. But then there's the opportunity to change it, and nobody changes it, and then we all just let him talk again. Who else is here? Not that I don't like you, Santiago, honestly.
No, it's all good, man. But I just don't think you guys are seeing how I feel about my point here.
No, I do. I just think that you never actually take a point or take a position or make a point. Like generally, you try hard not to, right?
So look, I'm gonna be as clear and concise as possible. Okay, like my point is that there's a gradient of pressure and numbers of air particles going outwards. Okay, and the force that they feel from the vacuum is incrementally less and less and less as you go closer to the Earth. So you essentially have an approximative container, even if it's not physical. What is on the inside is within equilibrium, because those particles of gas are not feeling the effect of what's thousands of miles away from them. They're not feeling that effect anymore due to the fact that there's so many gas particles, right, flooding out slowly into space. And that's my point, okay? And you guys are saying like that you're not discrediting that. Instead, you're saying like no, like that, like there's just a container. And I get that
The
point as well.
container, and if thinning out doesn't happen at the same rate as gravity predicts. So you can't say that thinning out looks like it's due to gravity, because it's not. It doesn't look like it's due to gravity. And in all instances, gas has to be contained.
It's not due to gravity. It's due to, you know, what you guys are saying, like air filling the vacuum.
Yeah. So there's an extent. I mean, there is pressure. There is the reason why gas molecules are down here is because they bounced off of something to end down here. If space is infinite, gas would want to fill it. And the gradient would extend until the outward bounds of that container.
If you really think about it in this heliocentric model, you have a bunch of gradients, right? Jupiter has a gradient, Earth has a gradient, Moon has a gradient, Sun has a gradient. All these things have gradients that are going to be running into each other, that it's not even going to be like a uniform gradient in the first place like we even see.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Like, let's leave Earth. Oh, the gradient's going to get less and less. Oh, and now we're getting close to the Moon. The gradient's now increasing. So I don't even know what the claim is. Oh, the gradient decreases infinitely, or unless you're going to hit another planetary body, or what would, you know, it's not even a good, like, story.
Okay. So it's contained. Great.
Yeah, the argument that you would take at this point is the whole universe is contained. And it's flat, even though it's made out of all round objects.
No, dude, I really don't have any problem believing that the Earth is flat, and that there is like a firmament and a dome. I really don't.
Good.
Yeah, but like,
Opposition.
but I mean, really, like,
Fucking
I'm just saying some of these arguments, I don't think they help at all, right?
I can understand where you're coming from with that, Santiago, and I appreciate your honesty, brother.
I'm just happy to take any position, man. That's great. And it happens to be ours. How about that? That's cool. Then what the hell was all the arguing for the last like 40 hours with you for then, bro?
Gas needing containment is a safe bet. Like, come on.
Dude, okay. I mean, Shane. If I told you I was a flat earther, okay,
God damn it.
you know, you would stop shitting on me in this way, okay. And
Bro,
second of all,
possibly.
like, my disagreements about like what was taking place in the flat Earth community would be listened to differently.
Yeah, I would have cared more.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like, you'd be talking a little bit differently. But okay, apparently, like anything I say, right, just it all like dwindles down into meaninglessness.
Well, yeah, that's what you tend to do. That was my point, right? Until you take a position, which I've never seen you do. So if you were just hiding your neutral position behind my position, it's kind of like counterproductive, man.
No, well, my position is like it's not a position that cares about the flat Earth or the globe Earth. That's my position. My position is literally like it's more concerned about the nature of what measurement is, right, and being clear about that nature, and also like therefore being clear about what measurement is, being clear about there are things that are immeasurable, right, where measurement does not apply. So I don't make the mistake of stepping over into the boundaries and trying to apply measurement to something that can't be measured.
Like the bending of time and space, right?
or like applying a gas law in a place where it's not applicable.
Conceptual abstraction's cool.
No, so fuck you, Shane.
Thanks, buddy.
No, but I saw your recent work, what you guys have been doing. That's really cool. And this whole concept of breaking perspective down. I'm on that level. Like that's I think that's genius. But
Yeah, how-
nobody gets this. Like nobody understands this in like the flat Earth community. They don't. I mean, they do in their own way, but I feel like I understand it in a different way.
Did you want to go, or did you want me to go?
You go.
I mean, like, it's pretty optics based, right? If we have any sort of drop optically, then if we can say mathematically derive it through optics to the limit of, say, your angular resolution, known as the Rayleigh criterion, tuned to like the ratio of, let's say, I don't know, red orange wavelength with the human eye at like distance, right? Then that times with, the average drop rate you'd expect at distance for a 6-foot observer at the horizon, which everyone here is well familiar with, then you can actually get the radius to a degree of specificity of like 8 decimal places, which is super cool. And hold on, we'll show you that. So like, but then you can also do it backwards to get the Rayleigh's criterion from the other two. You can do it any which way. So there's a wonderful relationship there between optics and that number. So what do you think?
Yeah, the structure and the nature of the eye has some sort of like relationship,
A direct
proportional relationship to
Yeah.
Rayleigh's criterion, right?
Directly. Yeah, like
Yeah,
this measurements
yeah.
directly. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, I only got my information from watching the video of it. I haven't actually like gone through and took a deep dive into this, but once that all came out, it was actually like I don't know, it was elucidating to me, right? That was something to me that was like, holy shit, this is the new level of the truth, right?
If even one of those things was true, that would be the case, right?
Not like the specifical like coincidental or interesting comparative facts, but even like I don't know, on some more general level, like I'm relating it all back to like our limit the limitation of measurement, right? But I mean that's what it is. Like we're using our eyes to perceive things, right? To take in light and measure the world around us and make deductions and assumptions from that. That's pretty deep, right? Because other people will take the same thing that you're doing, right? And they also like attach onto another level in their head, which is like their imagination of it, which is like what Whitsitt was saying, like, is perception, non-Euclidean, right? Or is it Euclidean? And
I'm disinclined to acquiesce to that request.
what?
That's it. I'm not going to talk about it. What do you want to call it? Something different?
No. I'm saying like it's interesting because you imagine it to be Euclidean, right?
Nope, I didn't say that. But let's go back to the math that we wanted to talk about, right? How we derive the radius out of thin air directly from the optics limits.
Okay, whatever you want.
Definitely that. I mean, unless you don't have anything to say about it, I thought it was really cool and like a mighty big coincidence if it was anything else, right? I can show you math. Hold on. There's a nice way you can derive it, right? Because when you can start with the Rayleigh criterion first, then you're actually able to control your specificity because you can plug in to that ratio, a direct wavelength and diameter that you want. So if you're trying to tailor it to like a normal situation, you'd be like, well, red orange least refraction, and then diameter. Well, it's like literally between 2 and 4 in the bright, 4 and 8 in the dark. So you want to go like, hey, for a distance at the range, you do like 2.6 is perfect. It's the perfect distance for like a person, human eye seeing at that distance. And you're like, wouldn't that be weird if those were the criteria that made it match to the eighth decimal?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I haven't gone into the details of it, so I don't see it probably as like beautifully as you do.
Well,
But
a lot of people say that's cherry picking, but like you can start that way, right? But you can also get it any other way, and it comes out slightly less accurate, which is, I think, a bigger point when people are like, haha, you cherry picked. And it's like, well, no, we picked the circumstances that were literally most common to give it the most mean average, whatever. 'Cause, like, the other part of that is physical Earth curve's been a mighty mistress around here. No one's actually caught a whiff of her in an awful long time. So I don't know if like the options would be to find that one all of a sudden out of nowhere magically, or to like provide other map based on something else that would derive it to a higher degree of specificity than that. What do you mean numerology, bro? I just explained how it's derived exactly from wavelength, refraction levels, and freaking distance. Just quoted something that's not even here. Yeah, math's not reality, right? That's our position too, but it helps if know how to use it, I guess. You guys know that you can derive that from the spherical limit of your vision as well. You don't have to say it's Euclidean, but it does have a spherical limit, and you can use that by getting an arc, which literally drives that radius directly. I guess I was talking more to the texters. You seem to be out, Santiago.
No, I'm here. I just got noted on the side chat. I'm just reading what you have here. I don't think I'm going to be able to digest this like all to be able to say anything.
You don't have to defend the globe or anything, bro. You can just have an opinion. It's cool.
No, I think my general opinion of this is that it's it could be groundbreakingly true, really. If it's like corroboratable in more ways, right? But I think it's a really like interesting distinction, and I have no shade for it whatsoever.
You're much cooler as a flat earth. I don't know why you didn't do this a long time ago. You took a lot of shit, man.
Not really, man. I was chilling the whole time, and I mean, you guys might have thought like
No, not
fence
you,
sitting
but,
ain't cool and whatever, but I'm still doing my same thing, bro.
no, like from me over like the year and a half or whatever it's been now. Like all of that could have just been like different. Anyway, here, check this out. That's like the cherry picked one, but that makes it match so sweetly that you're like, oh, but can I drive it elsewise? Yeah, oh, every other way you can also drive it as well.
That's just a coincidence.
I love that one, right? The eighth order coincidence there, dude. I want to meet him. Show me the hat you wear, dude. Most people have no idea. I would say most people don't know how vision works, man, because it's like almost specifically not taught to us. It's almost like we're taught to like mistrust what we think is an optical curve into physical curve, and then also taught how we don't see, right? How we're specifically speak that we see linearly forever, and distance scales forever. Light travels infinitely. Everything works without me. Like it just gets crazy.
And it's something that I don't think people have ever really even like thought of before. It's almost like I don't know, like post physics. It's wild, dude.
Post physics.
Yeah, like
It's a big precept.
postmodernism, but post physics.
Yeah, it's a huge presupposition we just hold. We just hold that value of the stars are billions of light years away, so obviously we could see billion. There's no limit to our vision.
Well, it's funny because we had to bring it up specifically to reclaim that star degree length relationship. So I think that's fitting.
Yeah, breaking through presuppositions is huge, man. If you can do that and you can consider, other ideas or make justifications for your presuppositions that are, true, then you can really further your understanding.
It also happens if you be accidentally right all the time. Like whatever. I'm looking at this formula because like this only works with a spherical viewing limit radius or whatever. Because otherwise, I don't know how you can invoke a theta angle from an arc. I don't know how you can have a circle then. I mean, there's probably a way. I can't think of it. There's like a third step somewhere, right? There's Like right here. Wait, no, this one. I didn't mean to shut people up. What's going on, Tori? You're talking. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah. I was getting ready for the day here.
What day is it? Monday?
Guess what day it is?
Oh, yeah, here's the ones I had.
You're doing something right in life if you're not exactly sure what day of the week it is. That's what I would say.
I don't know. That's kind of embarrassing. A different company, you're like, oh, you don't know, and it's like, yeah, but it's glorifying another company.
Exactly.
It's like it would be so crazy if the things that would form this limit were woven together so naturally, inadvertently, by some random happy accident. Like it'd be the crazy. That'd be like almost like a tornado blowing through a junkyard and building a car or whatever.
Yeah, I legit think there's something to it, to be honest.
You
But
know what else? Like there's clearly something optically happening whenever we look, and the globe clearly never takes that into account and attributes everything that ever happens to Earth curve. The thing is, if you ever it's like, have you ever seen angular resolution limits and Earth curve in the same scene at the same time? What if you guys have been saying they're the same person? You guys remember what happened last time with the flu? Kind of the same thing.
I mean, I think you're getting to the point of where the reverse engineering took place, and like it makes perfect sense because this is like you think about the people that came up with this. You're talking about these mystical, you're talking about weird, like I don't know how to explain it, like
If you say that,
witches.
then people would just like chant witchcraft and not listen to anything you say. So.
I know. It's so bad.
Like you said 666 once about the Earth, so you're an occultist in a robe, and everything you say is creditable because I don't want to believe you. Dude, people ask ridiculous questions like I haven't Google searched the refutation to the thing I just told you.
It's a quiet day today for the Globies. What's going on?
Honestly, it's been a quiet couple weeks, man. Here, I think I put that on Twitter. I've been just awful. Twitter's so bad, but it's so fun. There you go. That's a hell of a post, dude. It's like not only do I claim this, but you know those like theodolites you guys like so much that like goes to like to manufacture optical Earth curve out of thin air? Well, those support me now. You can keep doing that if you like, Jesse, or whatever, but that'll just further drive home my point of how optically related it is. So then you're gonna have to find that physical Earth curve that nobody's ever seen that doesn't exist, I guess. Well, yeah,
We're not using optics when we look through a theodolite.
you can hold your eyes closed forever if you want to, Jesse. It's still gonna happen. Dude, this guy's like on a dude on X. Dude, he was like, your variable's not a variable. You're gonna force it a value. I'm like that would make it not a variable, dude. It doesn't make any sense. He's like, yeah, but you're gonna do it. I believe you. It's just like that makes it a constant. You don't have any idea how this works. Like he was like black magic. No, math the same way, the math that you like. What's wrong with you?
Dude, I'm just glad like the conversation has shifted away from just nonsense refraction for like 8 months. That shit
Yep.
bummed me out a lot.
Yeah, me too. I never really like that. But also, if you have to use a fraction, it invokes the R value to begin with. And if you're going to talk about light, you're already going to invoke the R, which is going to be light. Already have an R. That's like R squared. So I'm done. I don't want to talk about that, right? Especially with people like Rubik, who will also add on top of that tertiary refraction to refract that thing with a radius infinitely right back over the edge to see your own ass.
It's a self-defeating argument, right? If they're going to claim refraction, then every time they show you half of a boat, you would just say, well, that's refraction. I don't understand that argument.
Like, I have infinite refraction at my disposal. Come at me, bro. You know, it's like, nope, I'm good. I just can't, man. That's got to be one of those things that's equally possible on both by now, right? Like, they have so many tools and things to invent. Hope Bridge decides to make it so, but by now, it has to be.
Yeah, no one wants to talk about the exclusive. You know, this one is exclusive to the globe. Or the, you know, what's up with that?
That's exactly it, right? Isn't that the more interesting one? The one that would prove it either way. Yeah, I'll get the other ones because it's fun to go from like the other way. Dude, if you feed this to like an AI and if you give it like 2 of the variables and make it do some things, it will definitely find some creative ways to get it back too. It's pretty funny. And you end up getting some crazy skewed results that people like to point out as like inaccurate. But it's like, no, if you start with the most inaccurate variables, that of course, by the end of it, it'll be the least accurate one you have. Conversely, if you choose the ones that you want, then you'll be the most accurate, right? It's super easy to understand. No cherry picking involved when you're doing, I guess little miniature experiments, changing variables, testing control, and then doing it again.
It's really sweet work, Shane. I was like very surprised to see it, and I like where it's going, man. So that's all I have to say right now. But
nice.
But anyways, guys, I'll catch you later.
Later, man. Doesn't it feel bad to be like argue with him for like 2 hours now? Isn't that just like a bad taste? Is it just me?
Yeah. No, it's a complete waste of time. One time he said that he said one time that thoughts are measurements.
I know. But honestly, after all that, he's like, "Oh, I've been a Florida for the whole time. What's up, GC?" I'm like, "Goddamn punk me." Jesus, that's like 8 months of wasted non. Oh. So what's happened mostly right now is that the Globers, wherever I go, just don't show up, and then when I leave, they come back and they have ideas and suggestions. This is what's going on for a while. Ever since I started rolling with Amish, it seems. You must be pretty intimidating, bro.
Happy to oblige.
There's a lot of quiet people in here. No, don't check the math, dude. I presented you a database with all of the math every which way I did it. You can find other ways to do it, I guess, or check any of the ones I did. Whichever. Dude, Amish, so at the end of all this, we find this video from that dude who I guess I've never seen before, but who provided the source material for most of how this to be derived simultaneously. So that's a really weird coincidence as it happens.
Sorry, which video?
Hold on. Ended up like Napalm was pushing it for a long time, and I guess that's where he got it. I can't be expected to remember the names of all the anti people doing Duntley. I got it. But good. So this one was, dude, Angular Resolution in Our World by.
Oh yeah, Life is Short. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the video that produced a lot of the imagery that we've been using on this topic.
Exactly, the imagery, the wonderful, unique imagery that's always on point and perfectly descriptive when I need it to be. Exactly the tool you would need for this. Literally hundreds of them. So like that video is 3.5 hours, and I just went through it on like times 10 and just clipped every different scene that I saw until I had every image. It took like 10 minutes, and I was like, I'm wealthy right now.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was hoping that he had posted his PowerPoint slide or somebody in the community had it, and I couldn't find it. I was like, man, too bad. But you went through and you did that work.
Dude, it's like 10 minutes. You just put it on wicked fast and you screenshot every time it changes. It really only took like 9 minutes of focus to have 127 like wonderful images instantly high
That's
def.
amazing. Yeah, and a lot of those came from that book, that Oxford Compendium on Visual Illusions that I shared.
Right. So it's like they're like, oh, there's a video like discredited. I've debunked it. That's all you debunked vision. I love it. You guys are great. You say debunked, and everything Magic Fairy does, and it goes away. I love it. Yeah, I don't care. Like you can't try to convince those people of anything. Everyone else, though.
I mean, yeah, they will deny their own mainstream perspective in order to avoid giving an advantage in an argument to a flat earther. It's nuts.
You mean how they just automatically object to everything you say on principle, like how Tony publicly stated? I interrupted you and overtalked you because I disagree with what you're saying. Anytime I disagree, I get to interrupt. No, Tony, that's not how conversations or people work.
Yeah, I don't have much time for people who swing their credentials around.
I honestly, I can't stand him, and I have a real problem about it. I don't really get riled up, but when I was watching it, I was screaming at him to shut the hell up every time he opened his mouth to all the poor people I was watching him. It was uncalled for. I just couldn't help myself. Dude's retarded. I got to put PhD in my name on the internet because I want to make sure that you know that I'm important and I matter and I have friends that respect me. Otherwise, I wouldn't put it in my name. You make sure you call me PhD Tony.
Yeah, like your academic credential should reflect your bare minimum level of achievement to begin talking about what you know what I mean? Like if you're going to treat credentials that way, kind of like how they're treated, at least in the professional world, where people get licenses for working on like your HVAC system, then that credential for them represents their bare minimum level of passing in order to know what's required, right?
Right, the system standardizations and tests, but they also have accreditations on like all that good stuff.
So if you're going to hide behind your credential, then it means that you're afraid of not having the bare minimum reached.
Yeah. I mean, I've never seen the likes of it, honestly, man. I've never been told that I didn't have the ability to read things. Like, what is your authority, sir? To what? To read that paper? What do you mean the authority? I can read. That's my authority. I'm allowed to read, right? And then even interpret. No, not allowed to disagree. Oh, I see. So this is all worthless and you don't even matter. I'm gonna go ahead and do my own research. Thanks.
Amish, that's a huge point because half the time you could get certified for these things and still not even know what you're doing once you get out into the field, you know?
To imagine specializing in flat earth seismology specifically and then making it your hobby to go talk to flat earthers about how dumb their stuff is when you've like physically and scientifically proved that it's more viable than the alternative and it's simpler to work with, and then you're gonna come here and be like, well, yeah, that works, but you're all retarded. Like, what a dude, man.
Yeah, he needs to be worried with his health, dude. I don't know. He's not doing well. That guy left MMN and he wrote us saying that he has mental health issues he needs to, take into consideration before coming back.
I think you made that very public. That's the other thing. What kind of a person does that? You got like two kinds, right? One of them would be the socially, what was it? I need some attention and some social pleading, and everyone look at me and I'm a virtue signal a little bit, right? Like the worst kind. And then what would be the other kind, I guess? I'm assuming there's one. I can't think of one, but I'm assuming there's another kind than that. Man, all these visuals are so on point, man. It's like when they refuted this, they just went nah and showed some waves. Well, like, see, that wave doesn't work, and it's like that's you didn't do. You're not even applying it. I can see this. They took it from like every angle, though. Oh, you know what else was? I think I found Indio's video for the first time like 2 years later. Isn't that like the single coolest thing about optics you've ever seen in 8 minutes too? Just like blasted you all the way. Here's everything, bottom up obstruction, angular resolution, really that's all you need to know. Go from here. Awesome. Would have been so helpful like a year ago.
Does anyone want to prove how they used to be a fish and now they live on a spinning water ball? And technically they can't know things.
And I'd like to claim that I can know a lot of things.
Well, obviously, if knowledge exists.
What a position, dude. This is like I can plead for social ignorance. Like, oh, a word salad. I don't understand any of the words you said. It's above me. Socially, everyone let me get out of this by agreeing with me. Boo, boo this guy, right? What?
You guys feel it's doublespeak if someone goes, Earth's not a perfect sphere, but then they tell you that it's 1 degree per every 60 nautical miles. Like, isn't that like double speaking?
Yeah, it is. It's flatter at the poles, but the stars do a perfect, 1 degree every 69 miles. Yeah, the whole thing.
Yeah, everything does it for a different reason on Earth. Stars do it for curvature. Definitely true.
Like, we know it's a little wider at the bottom. We get it. That's what we've been saying from the beginning.
Oh.
I guess you're making a little bit of a name for yourself, Shane.
Is the cousin Nathan's over there talking about me right now?
Yeah, he's saying that tomorrow he wants to come out of there, come over to this right here, the 24/7 politics, and join your discussion. That's what he's saying.
Honestly, dude, I've never cared about Nathan Oakley. I don't care about him now.
Nathan said he's going to come here.
I know you told me before you don't like his personality too much. I don't know what he would want to talk about. What would he want to talk about?
He'd probably want to stop me from whatever argument we're going to put forth for whatever reason that he thinks makes sense.
Nathan's been a guest on this channel before.
I
He
understand.
brought a show here.
I understand. I mean, I would probably just leave. It would be fine.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't heard of any mods coordinating any event with him.
Well,
so I don't know if he's coming back. Like, if he wants to, he'd have to request that, and maybe he's already put in the request to somebody. But I can tell you that I haven't seen it being discussed in the back chats.
Well,
No,
that's
he's
not
literally
going to take
saying
over
it
at Dio's
right
and
now.
grandstand on shit and say some dumb shit that didn't involve me at all about Whitsit. So I assume maybe he planned something similar.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't stand for anybody dragging any drama through the door. I mean, one of the things we set up this entire place here to avoid flat earthers having spats with each other. So I would definitely put my foot down and say, no, we're not going to host that kind of platform here.
Cool.
Yeah,
That being said, you want to discuss it?
Yeah, as I was hearing him just now, what he was saying was that he was going to have Righteous reach out to make sure it wasn't a shit show. So, I mean, that's what he was saying.
I don't know who those people are, so I don't care.
You don't know
Amish.
the Righteous of Righteouses?
So
of all righteousness?
What do you think about this presenting a false dichotomy? Anybody? That's the title of this thing, I assume. So, we could have a civil discussion about it, right? I'd like to.
I mean, I think I know what the critique is coming down the pipe, and it's going to be, look, this is another model. You guys are model afflicted, yada yada yada.
It is Monday. So is that Model Affliction Monday? Tomorrow, do it tomorrow. Then.
Yeah, right. It would be appropriate. I mean, and yeah, you know what? So what if we have another explanatory model? We're honest about it.
I think so.
You know, the problem is Globers who think their models are real. To me, that's the issue. Their model may have extremely good predictive power. No one's denying that.
Well, I personally have been working very hard to try and steal it and make it work for me. Right? Because the whole thing works because they built it on the shred of reality. So, gotta find that and take it back. I do like the Viking. That dude helped me build it. Oh, he's over there too. There's a lot of crossover. Oh man. I mean, the Globers have one server that they hang out at, but it's always filled with no flat earthers and just people yelling at each other.
So the server admins are offering free nitro to anybody who can come in here and bring a globe proof. And by proof, it has to be proof, right? We're not saying like a claim. We're saying something that is unassailable.
Now I'm saying physical. I don't know if you guys want to say physical or not. I guess you can still accept optical, but I won't.
Seems like we got a contender here in the chat.
Right. Sinandra, if that's how to say your name, why don't you grab a mic and come on, present your best evidence?
Oh, it's that 900-page document that MacToon always pushes.
American Art for the Parallel Triangulation Correct.
Yeah, the one that we actually read.
Do you need references or citations or anything?
No, it's just the elephant hurling.
It's good to throw at people who like try to bring it up because McToon has it. I find that they don't do any and looking into it at all, and like 7 or 8 memes will just totally demolish them. It's a really low effort slam dunk.
Right, Sinandra says she'll be here in 3 hours to present. So someone's going to be here.
I'll tell you what, dude, it's a weird position to be like, I can either ignore this and fight this thing called curvature, or I can not fight it and say that it exists and then imbibe it into my argument as optical, effects in the first place. I guess that would be a hell of a choice, right?
Take a look at the scale down there. Is that a straight line? I'm no genius, but I mean, this thing's full of them.
Looks pretty flat to me.
Here's another one.
Is this just a discussion about if the Earth is flat or round?
I think it would also take arguments of motion. If you ever find any. Been a lonely game for that one.
Are you new here, Dr. Blue?
Indeed.
All right, welcome.
Thank you.
You got any questions, or maybe you want to present something?
Just listening to the convo.
All right.
I just saw that this server partnered with my sim a long time ago, and I'm just trying to re-partner again. That's why I'm here, basically. But I stranded into this channel, I guess.
If you look inside chat, there is a live day and night map of the Earth. How would you explain it on flat Earth?
Are you saying there's no other way to put that on any other like map or something, like to depict that?
No, we're not even close.
That's not
I mean,
even a globe
I want
map
it-
that you're
I
using.
want it to-
That does not have longitude lines converging and diverging at all.
Do you believe that where it is showing that there is day, there is actually day?
Of course. You could just call up friends around the world and figure that out.
Right.
Just wait till the solstice, right? Then it's like 95% of the world's population is under light in one day. Can you explain that on a globe? Grim, go ahead and explain the path of the eclipse with the sun is in between the tropics, yet it's going to go from Mexico to Canada.
I'm not so sure if I would do a good job explaining that.
It's probably because you don't really understand your own model.
I understand it to a degree. For example, I understand that on this map, the one inside chat, the sun will always go to the left, and when it reaches the edge, it will just pop up, from the right hand side of this map again. So this makes sense because there is a globe. It wouldn't make sense, if there is like flat Earth.
You're saying there's absolutely no way you could map this flatly to make it make sense with the sun taking that path?
There is a way, But given all the hypotheses we already have, you know, to create a coherent map, it would look like a globe, you know. Well, not
Wait,
map
so this
itself.
map that
Map
you
would be
have, you're
flat.
saying is accurate?
This map right now?
Yeah, the one you're in text chat, that's accurate.
It's accurate in the sense that
Like
it
the
shows where
continents
there
are
is daylight and
proportionately the
where there
right
is.
size.
Well, the claim is that this map is accurate in showing where there is daylight and where there is night. That it is accurate in, not like
No,
the
okay, so
proportion
this is
or whatever.
a model of day and night. This isn't actually a model of the Earth.
It's a model of the
Can you
Earth.
just give us the one model that you guys claim you have that depicts all of this accurately? I don't know why you got to give one of this, one of that, one of that, when you say you have one model that depicts all of this. So if we could
It's
get
this
that
one.
one model that shows the day and night, the seasons, along with all the, all the parameters needed.
It's this one. This one is a model of the day and night cycle of Earth or whatever. Day and night places.
This one explains the seasons as well.
No, that's not why it's there for. Just day and night.
Oh, so you have multiple different models to
For different
depict different things?
Yeah, right.
So in that map that you gave, you don't think is a good depiction for the flat Earth of why it's day and night?
No, because the sun would now move to the left, you know, and then pop up from the right again, right? This would be inexplicable on a flat Earth.
Oh, so you're saying you couldn't orientate that map in any way to make it work?
As a model of the flat Earth, keeping the day and night places would be very difficult. You could say the Earth is flat and the sun is going to the left, and then it goes below the Earth and comes up, you know, from the other side. But in this case, everywhere would be dark on Earth, right? But this never happens.
No, dude. You have a very skewed vision
Yeah,
of
bro.
what the whole idea is. Are you saying, do you believe that we believe the sun is the distance and the size that they claim?
They? Who?
I don't know. Have you measured the distance and the size of the sun?
Not in the last 10 years, so not true.
So you did at one point measure the
Yeah.
distance to the sun and the size of the sun?
Yeah.
With what method?
Some standard mathematics from school. I don't really remember. There is a way to do it.
Do you want to refresh your memory on how you did that or how that's
Not
done?
exactly. I think it's irrelevant to my question.
Well, that would be a very relevant question because you're making a claim of us. You're positive of the distance and the size of the sun. I don't believe anyone knows exactly the distance or the size of the sun. So now I'm asking you to substantiate that claim.
Yeah, but I never claimed that I know the distance or the size of the sun. That's
Well,
of course not my argument.
you're claiming that this only works on a globe because day and night works this way, which would include the size and distance to the sun, right? In order for it to work that way.
Size and distance is irrelevant, and I think this is it wouldn't prove the globe, but it's the best explanation. You know, a globe is like the best explanation for the phenomena we're observing every day.
So you're saying if we move the sun closer and make the sun much smaller, that wouldn't change anything?
It would change something, but not the idea of what I'm trying to show here, right? That we have like places where there is like day and where there is night. If you would shrink the size, you would shrink the size of places where there is day right now. But this would not match up to
Wait,
our
when you move the sun and shrink the size of the sun, you would shrink the amount of day there would be? If
And
you're
if you
sticking with your globe model, you're saying?
If you
So
shrink the
is there
sun, well,
any
no.
other
Again,
way to map
I
the
don't know
Earth?
your idea of how light traveling and stuff like that. You know, there might be like a fundamental disagreement of how the sun works.
Oh, you have a theory of light you like to go off? Which theory do you use?
The idea would be that the sun is emitting light, you know, in waves
Yeah, through what medium?
through the electromagnetic field.
The electromagnetic radiation is flowing through the electromagnetic field.
Right. It's electromagnetism. Yeah. That's where photons, travel. Electromagnetic field. But I'm
And
just
you're
asking
saying
you, how
this
would
is
you explain it?
exclusive evidence that the amount of day and nighttime we have is only able to be explained on a globe. That's what you're saying, right?
I'm saying a globe is the best explanation.
Oh, so there are other ways to explain it?
I'm not aware of. Maybe there is a way. But you also have to consider the other facts we already know to be true,
Like, for example?
Like that, I don't know. Sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's hotter, Yeah, that's enough.
I'm just curious how you would expect when it's like a flat Earth, how you expect it to be day and night while the Earth is flat. I want your explanation on that.
Yeah, that's what we're discussing. I asked him, but
I
I don't know.
mean, if the Earth is flat, that means you don't have any day or night cycle, unless you have like a
Well, if the
sort.
Earth is flat, you don't have a measurement to the sun or the size of the sun, because in order to get both of those measurements, you had to assume the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. So I don't know what you're talking about. So in order to prove the sun is the size and the distance that it is, you had to presuppose the Earth being a sphere in the first place. So you didn't even prove that first fact, and now you're giving us a bunch of other facts off of that first presupposition, which in your opinion can be wrong.
If you look at the picture, man, there are no sizes, There are no sizes, no distance. It's just a map, just highlighted where there is like day, and darkened a bit where there is night. That's all, man. There is no distance involved in this. Now you could try to explain that and say, okay, we can explain that because the sun is X miles away and has this diameter, and light travels in a wave.
I thought you said it doesn't matter how far away or how big the sun is. Why does it all of a sudden matter?
Now this would be the explanation, right? Would be the explanation. You're trying to explain the phenomenon.
So you're
That's
giving an
irrelevant.
explanation with no substantiation for the distance of the light or the size of the light. But then when you want us to give the explanation, we need to now give you the distance and size of the light. Do you see how your skepticism is only in one direction? How you sound like a very biased person?
I'm not a biased person, man. But I tried not to give an explanation for you to explain it, right? How would it work on a flat Earth? The globe explanation is just standard, standard science.
What is the globe explanation again?
The globe explanation. What if phenomena that there are some places where there is like day and some where there is night?
Yeah, why is that?
It has to do with the sun, and that light does not really travel to the places where there is dark, maybe indirectly, by sending photons to the moon, and then them being reflected from the moon to the Earth.
Yeah, that's why we have day and night, because photons are sent to the moon. No, I just want to know why you're saying we have day and night. We know that day and night exists in reality, and now there's a model that explains it built on a globe. What's happening here? We have day and night, and we have a globe. What's going on?
Right, so the explanation is, for example, if you have like a light source and there is like a sphere in front of this light source, only 50% of the sphere will be illuminated, at a certain time, That's
Well,
how
that's
spheres
interesting.
work.
That's not what happens in reality, though, right? Because, like we said on the solstice, 95% of the population is in light.
Well, I'm not too sure about this phenomenon.
Yeah, you're picking the equinox. You're picking a specific time period. You're picking a spring equinox, which is what we're moving into. However, just go to time and date and check out the solstice. Check out the weeks, June 21st and on.
Yeah, it is. What are you saying? It is not true that every day, well, maybe
You're
close to
saying light is only
every
hitting
day,
50%
right?
of
Every
the Earth
second,
every day. Every day,
there's
light is
like
only hitting
light.
50% of the Earth at
It's
one
always
time.
like
That's what
light
you're saying.
50% and dark the other 50%, right? That's like always true. Well, close to always be true.
Oh, so we have an even amount of day and night time throughout the year? Is that what you're saying? So it's 12 hours day and 12 hours night every day, every day of the year?
It's not for a specific country. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about like
That's
the
exactly
sphere.
what you're saying. You're
The
saying half
sphere
the Earth,
being
right?
illuminated
Half of the
exactly
Earth's time
50%.
period of one turn is
By the way,
24
this
hours.
is a very easy experiment you can try for yourself. Just take a flashlight and a ball and just turn the light on, and observe. Just observe the ball.
Yeah, is that going to match the reality of the light we see on the Earth during the solstice?
That's a good model.
Yeah, but does it match reality?
Yes. The ball is real and the flashlight is also.
So then on the solstice, how do you get 95% of the population in the light?
Can you prove that?
I mean, the Weather Channel talks about it every single year.
Yeah, can you prove it?
Bro, you can't have 95% of the population in light if it's a ball. It has to be 50-50.
It's supposed to be 50-50.
But that's
There's
just what his
like a
experiment.
singular light source.
Yeah,
And
that's what his
no other
demonstration showed.
sources reflecting light on.
Well, you. It's not like you were asked to, but you put forth this idea. You said, "Watch, get a really big light, and the ball is illuminated. You'll see that only half the ball can ever be illuminated." But that doesn't match reality because we don't have 12 hours a day and 12 hours a night. So what does that mean to you?
Well, it doesn't change the fact that this ball will only be like 50% illuminated. Right?
So then we don't live on a ball? Is that what you're
Give you
saying?
like a hint that maybe other factors are involved in this new phenomenon.
So now you're making up new phenomena?
No, the phenomena is the same. The phenomena is what you're observing.
Yeah, and what we observe in reality isn't matching your 50% light lit up ball that would require 12 hours of day and 12 hours of night every single day of the year.
Doesn't matter how many hours there are, right? A ball will always be 50% illuminated, right?
Only so 50%. The speed of the Earth's spin is changing throughout the year?
Well, are you denying that this is true? I mean, I can set up this experiment right now.
Okay, make it match reality.
Wait, what's your name? Let me...
Wait, are you saying the reason that we have 95% of like the Earth is lit up is because the Earth is like speeding up? Like,
first,
yeah, it must be
prove that,
spinning
right?
faster that day, I guess.
It has not been established that what you're saying is true. But yeah, you
Yeah.
can prove that, and then I'll address it.
Bro, I can have like a spinning ball have a like really high speed, and but it will like still be 50-50, man. Like you just can't disprove that. Like a ball, it will always have to be 50 in light and 50 in darkness, no matter how fast you spin it. No one is talking.
You have a great video in the VC chat if you want to check it out. It's not always 50-50, the ratio. Not every day.
Is it like an unbiased source?
Or what's that? The day where 99% of the world's population is in daylight?
Yeah, it's usually in July, like July 8th or something.
Yeah, I heard them try to spin it though. They'll say that, oh, it's where the world's population is. It doesn't have anything to do with, where how time zones work and shit like that.
Yeah, I don't know why Grim hasn't resulted to that. He's kind of new to the convo, so he hasn't downloaded the script yet.
Oh, okay. We got to get my man plugged into the latest Flat Earth.ws debunker.
Yeah, the Matrix.
It's great, bro. They all come with the same exact script.
Here, Grim, I just threw another time and day photo in for you, bro, showing 99% of the population lit up.
So what? It's still the other 50% is still night, right? What's it supposed to prove?
So you think 50% of the Earth is lit up in that picture?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Why don't you go ahead and get your paint tool out and figure that one out?
Try to
How
fit
would
those
you
spots in daylight on the globe, Graham.
How would you explain a lunar eclipse on a flat Earth?
Well, I mean, how is China on a globe on the same side as America? Like, how's China, Australia, and America all on the same side, lit up in daylight?
Yeah. That's a good question. So
the countries are distorted on this map, right? This map is
I don't
again.
think Grim even knows the size
this
of
map
the
is
Earth.
distorted. Look
No,
at his
this map is
excuse.
not an accurate representation of
We're talking about night and day.
of the
Night and
continent.
day. What do you mean distorted?
This, as I just said, it's not an accurate representation.
It's not measurement, man. It's about how much is covered of night and day on your globe. It's not about measurement here.
It is about.
What are you talking about
call
distortions
people
here now?
And ask them and survey this, and then you will end up with this map.
Yeah, you said it's always 50-50. So where's the 50-50 in that time and date?
It is
so you're
50, yeah,
lying to yourself and to us. So how about you concede for once? Be honest and genuine for once.
It is the worst debate technique.
Yeah, have to. Yeah.
No, the worst debate
Grim.
technique would be me posting the same exact source as yours, and now you're claiming that is a distortion when yours was totally accurate for some reason.
My map is also a distortion if it's from the same website. That's not the point. The point
Except
is
that when I brought that
is
up
like
to you,
night
you
and
said
red
no,
there
it's
is
not.
day. That's the point of this map.
You made a claim 50-50 every fucking day. You got debunked and you still won't concede. Why?
It would still be 50%.
Oh, you're an idiot for real. Holy shit. Can you draw that for us on a piece of paper? Paint something? How that would be 50? How that would be 50 on the globe? Wrap it around the globe, that one. Wrap it around that. Wrap that thing with Torah.
Why is that? What's that?
Wrap it around the ball and show us how much 50% is.
Yeah, there is already a picture inside chat. Just look at it.
Shut the fuck up. Fucking retarded ass. Fucking lying to us as well. And himself. Can't concede. I don't have to prove anything. Oh, I don't have to do that.
We could fit China, Russia, Europe, Africa, America, and South America all
Holy
on
shit.
one side of the ball, dude. What size ball does this guy think he lives on?
And that is dishonesty in his fucking arguments, man. It's pathetic.
Maybe it's refraction, guys.
Did I miss something?
Yeah, you clearly didn't hear, lie to us. You didn't hear that? Or maybe you missed that as well.
I was away for 2 seconds and I see him muted, so I have no
He said, every day is 50-50 covered, night and day on the globe. It was presented otherwise, and he still wouldn't concede. He made up excuses instead. It's distortion on the map. It's whatever. He won't concede. It's not always 50-50 on the globe.
No, it's
day and night.
No, because it's like how can I say this correctly?
What do you mean no?
English is not my native language.
Okay, so how much is covered day and night every day?
No, not 50%.
Not.
Not.
Okay. Why would that not be the case?
Because there's a picture shown already in
No. I'm talking about reality now, not picture. Why would it not be covered 50% on the globe? On a ball? We had another guy here before, what was he? Schizo, said the same thing, 50-50. If I spin it at any rate of speed, it will still be 50 covered, 50%. So you have to take care with him, and the other idiot Grim, lying to us. You're gonna hold on to that, or are you gonna change it?
Yeah, the ball has to be 50-50, yeah.
Yeah, but he said something else, so you can take it up with him. You can explain to each other why it's not 50 or 50.
I mean, if you just spin a ball, then it's correct, of course. But just spin a normal ball, yeah. It's
Yeah.
50-50.
What if I have a really small like flashlight and I hold it right up like 1 millimeter off, the surface of this ball? Is it still 50-50? Like no matter what? Like what's going on?
I
Like,
mean,
what
if you
makes it
concentrate the light
50-50?
on one object, if you move the distance, just between the distance between the flashlight and the ball, of course,
Oh, okay.
you will lit it up more.
Okay, so the distance, and then what about if I have a really dim flashlight that doesn't even I can't even see the light on the ball?
Then, if you move the distance and the light's not powerful enough, it won't lit the ball.
Okay, all right. So how would day and night be possible on a globe then? Like what's required?
Lots of power.
We have a light,
the light
right?
that's
Yeah.
emitted should have a lot of power to concede the distance between the Earth and the Sun, I guess.
Okay, so now I got a really powerful light, and I'm holding it 1 millimeter off of the surface of the globe. It's still not lighting half of it. It's burning a hole right through it, but it's not so powerful.
Yeah,
but it's still not lighting up.
exactly. The distance decides if an object will get lit up like a percent or.
Okay, so it has to be those specifications have to be met. It has to be at a certain distance and a certain size. So not just any ball can be lit up halfway. There's other things.
Yeah, there were
required.
other things that are required indeed to actually lit up an object. Of course. Else you
And do you think that those requirements are met in reality enough to prove that I guess we're on a ball?
I couldn't hear you. Could you repeat it?
What are those requirements met in the case, in the claim that we live on a ball with a light, only one light?
That depends on how you interpret it.
I mean, those things. The requirements were that it's a strong enough light, that it is big enough, and then now it's really it's big, and I don't know how big it has to be, but it's big and it's strong, but it's right on top of the ball now. So then I guess it's burning a hole right through it. It's not lighting up anything. It's just too close. So now the requirements to live on the globe, right, that would match somewhat the reality that we live would be that it's a certain size, a certain strength, and a certain distance. Do you think that those requirements have been met?
I think.
Yes, I do.
Probably. Yeah.
Because
if you place a moon or an object further away from the light, indeed the sun is warming our Earth. So if you go further away, the power of the sun will get less. So, yeah, if you know what I mean.
So when you're further away from the sun, you would say somehow, I don't know how we'll know that we're further away from it, but if we're further away, then it would be like colder. Is that what we're saying? It would be colder outside?
Yeah, definitely.
So wait, if you're
Definitely.
Because the energy has to travel a lot more distance, so the energy that will remain when it hits an object will decrease, of course.
Okay, so that's another requirement that if we know that to be the case, in reality, that we could and if it matches a globe, then we could say we live on a globe. But if it doesn't, then we don't live on a globe. That's another one, right?
Yeah.
So, sun close, so we're hotter.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me just look that up. Let me just see what I come up with.
They could be colder.
Yeah, when the sun's closer, actually, in the northern hemisphere, it's colder.
Because
It's called winter.
Because the day and night cycle, you can see it as like a cosine. The graph of a cosine has a time period. That's normally in math, it's like with p and such. But on Earth, it's different. You can input it's like 24 hours, just a little bit of 24 hours. It's like a cosine. It moves like with the time zones, really. You can look up the day and night cycle of the Earth. It's like a cosine.
It's 50% all the time, right? You got a spinning ball, and 50% of the Earth is lit up.
Yeah, one quick Google result tells me that when the sun is closer, I don't know how they measure this, but they say when the sun is closer, it's freezing cold. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, does that give you any, like, pause? Like, wait a minute. In reality, I know that when I get closer to a light source, it's warmer. Does that give you any pause at all? That it contradicts what you said would be necessary in reality to exist? Or are you still on board with that? Yeah, funny enough, they say that on July 8th, like you show, when the 99.9% of the world's population, known population, is in daylight. That's the aphelion, when the sun is measured to be furthest from the Earth. So July 8th is super hot, super sunny, but the sun is far away. I mean, does that work for you still? I don't know. I mean, is it still working? Or is that no longer one of your like deciding factors?
He's typing his ass off, dude.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, it's just to find out like how what in your mind would falsify an idea. Like, so you had it in your mind a moment ago that definitely need the size and distance and somehow the strength of this light source. We skipped that just for a moment to say, well, one of the things we can definitely know to be true is that when a light source is closer, it's going to be hotter.
Yeah.
And when it's further away, it's going to be colder.
Yeah. Because if you compare Neptune to like the Earth, Neptune gets less rays than Earth.
Right.
So it's colder there than on Earth.
Yeah, I'm just on Earth though. Like, and on Earth, right, on July 8th, so I just Googled it. So what's the sun's distance? I don't know how they know it yet, right? But I'm just saying, hey Google, what's the sun's distance on July 8th? And and it says July 8th is the hottest day of the year, right? And the sun is farthest away from the Earth on that day. What's going on? I'm not even worried about how they know it at this moment, but it doesn't work? I mean, it doesn't work for you. That's not a factor anymore, the sun's distance and the heat.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to throw it out like every time you've ever gone near a fire, you're just going to throw that out the window and be like, listen, that can't be true anymore.
Climate change, bro.
Yeah. Got me. I mean, it seems like maybe you don't know like what to think on your own. Maybe you have to Google how should I think? should fire burn me when I touch it, or should it burn me when I walk away from it? Should I embrace the fire? Google, tell me what to do. Google, like I don't know. I mean, what's
Of course,
or
if you stand in the fire, it will hurt because it's hot.
right? So when you stand in front of the sun, not hot,
If you stand in front of the sun, you will
not
burn
hot.
alive. Basically, the same thing as on a fire.
Okay.
If you stand close enough to it.
Okay, but I Googled it, and Google said that the Earth is a globe, and that when the sun is really close, go get your winter coat because you're going to be freezing cold.
Don't sound right.
I got to do something.
Isn't that because they say it's cold in outer space? So even if you're in front of the sun, you won't actually feel the heat from the sun. Sounds ridiculous to me, but I think that's what Google says, right?
Well, they have this solar Parker probe that's just like walking around on the sun. I can just like
Right.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I wonder what's the temperature that the Parker probe reached, and like what material on Earth can withstand those type of temperatures.
Wait, they got a probe on the sun? What the fuck?
Yeah, Parker space probe.
Unbelievable.
I mean, the Earth doesn't only spin, like it also has like the northern and southern hemisphere, which means if you tilt the Earth, of course, you'll get less rays on the on the surface, and that will lead to less heat and lower temperature. But in the summer, it's like it's like on the southern hemisphere, you have more direct contact with those rays from the sun, which means the distance between the Earth and the sun is of course smaller, but the rays will hit the Earth more effectively and will heat up the surface more. So that's why you have the northern and the southern hemisphere when the distance between the Earth and the sun is smaller or larger. And that's how seasons exist on Earth. It's not like if you go. It's not in every part of the world where you have like summer, winter, but like in the US or in Europe, that's how it works basically. Because if you go closer to the equator, what happens is it doesn't really matter if you are on the northern or the southern hemisphere because the sun will always directly hit it.
How symmetrical are the globe's hemispheres between north and south?
I don't know. I'm going to look that up. if you're going to look at landmass, the northern hemisphere has approximately 68% of Earth's landmass, and the southern hemisphere has about 32% of the Earth's landmass. So the northern hemisphere has more mass to it than the southern hemisphere. But I cannot really find if they are asymmetrical.
Yeah, because what I was interested in was basically dividing the output of the sun by the amount of surface area that it covers.
Because what they say is you have the equator, that's 0 degrees. And then you can go up and divide it into pieces, 180 and 180. So you have like one part which is symmetrical. They think it's symmetrical. It's not really examined if it's asymmetrical. That's the problem. But for now, what they know is that the equator is 0 degrees, and then you have 180 degrees of northern hemisphere and 180 degrees of southern hemisphere. So that's how it's split up.
Right. So
but yeah, there could be an asymmetrical in it because you don't know if the Earth is completely perfectly round.
Well, we know that southern hemisphere climates are radically different than the north, right? I mean, look at Antarctica compared to similar latitudes in Europe. So if Earth is a symmetrical or fairly symmetrical ball in space, then you'd assume that the sun's energy output is distributed between northern and some southern hemispheres relatively the same. So given that, it's kind of interesting how the climates on a globe are so radically different between extreme northern and extreme southern latitudes.
I mean, you can link that to the landmass because the southern hemisphere has a lot of more sea instead of land. So that's mostly why it's a little bit milder than on the northern hemisphere.
A little bit what?
That's why the climates are a little bit milder.
Milder? Antarctica is the coldest place on Earth and also the driest.
Yeah. But water heats up more and cools down more slowly than Earth mass, so land mass. That's why if you go to the southern hemisphere, you have a lot of sea, and if the rays fall onto the water, it will heat the water up. But at a certain point, the climate or like the sea is just as warm, even warmer, and that's also how you get tornadoes and stuff. If you go to the Mexican Gulf, the Gulf of Mexico, you can really see that.
Why do you have much more ice in the south than in the north?
Yeah, you're explaining it backwards. You're giving it reasoning and then explaining it backwards. It's more extreme in the south than the north.
And you said it's milder,
exactly what I mean.
so that's the exact opposite.
If I mix it up,
So,
but that's exactly what I mean.
So you didn't mean milder, you meant more extreme? So before, when you said it's milder in the south, you didn't mean milder?
I mean, it is slightly milder in the south, of course, because of more sea mass. You have a lot more water that can hold the temperature. It's all
so
about,
why is there more ice in the water? There's more ice in the water.
I know.
In the south, where it's supposedly milder.
And Antarctica is much colder than the Arctic on average.
Yeah, colder and drier.
It's just weird to come in and like make up stuff. I mean, there's so many other answers that you could have came up with, but to just start riffing off the cuff is so strange, dude.
Yep.
I guess on the picture. That's why I'm just saying it.
It's like the pre-programmed anti-flat Earth mechanism. You just start freestyling. If you don't know right away, just freestyle. That's it.
I can send a picture where I can show you that the landmass of the southern hemisphere is less than the northern. Give me a moment. It doesn't. Oh my god. Okay, I'm saving the picture. 1 moment. I can't send a file here. That's unfortunate.
I'm back. Is there any like flat earther that can explain the lunar eclipse?
What do you want explained?
You mean the Selenilian?
I just want to just want someone to clearly explain it. I'm a flat earther myself, and that's the only point that I'm not sure about in the flat earth model.
Okay. What do you know that a lunar eclipse is?
Like my understanding.
Yeah, like do you have any idea
I'd
what
say
it
it's
is at
like
all?
I'd say there's like a third entity, but yeah, that's just what I've heard. I can't come to any conclusion. Something like a third ball that covers the sun. Or okay. Yeah.
So do you know what a lunar eclipse is supposed to be in the heliocentric model?
The ball is between the sun and the moon.
Yep. Do you know when this happens according to the lunar phases?
When the moon is when it's like, wait, is it full moon or new moon? It's full moon, right?
No, peak new moon at the very middle point of new moon.
All right.
All right. So what is in your mind the biggest objection?
How can it happen on a flat Earth since the sun and moon are above the flat Earth map? How can it happen?
Well, as somebody mentioned earlier in here, there is a type of lunar eclipse called a Selenelian lunar eclipse, in which both the moon and the sun are above the horizon, are both visible to you at the same time, as the moon is fully eclipsed.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah, so my question is how is that possible on a globe with heliocentrism? I think they have to explain that one to me.
So you're saying that we can't prove, like we don't have we don't have like a real argument for the lunar eclipse as flat earthers, but
No, the other
they
way
also
around.
like
The globe
can't
has to
explain that.
explain why this. Yeah, like it's
I
not
see, I
just
see.
there's a stalemate.
Yeah.
Here's the difference. We don't make a claim that we can't back up. So we're going to
Exactly,
tell
yeah.
you if we don't know something.
Because the lie just basically just focus on the lie. That's what basically we're doing.
Yeah, we're
If we
delusion.
don't know something,
I don't think
we're not going
anybody's
to like
lying
believe.
about this. I think people are under a delusion. It's not really a lie.
I mean, someone had to lie, man. We know.
Sure, but I think more people are deluded than are lying.
Yeah. Of course.
I mean, there is an
Of course,
explanation
yeah.
for why it's warmer in the south than in the north. It's literally because of the sea. You can't think about anything else, really. I mean, water holds some kind of warmth and gives it out in the winter because it's colder than the temperature. The surface
Right,
temperature
but
is
it's
colder
colder in
than
the
the water
south.
itself.
There's
And
more ice in the water in the south.
Okay, so what's the explanation for Selenian lunar eclipse for the globe earthers? What's their argument?
Refraction. That's not the real sun that you're looking at. It's just a mirage. The sun is actually somewhere else on Earth.
They're saying the light has been like raised up.
They say the same thing about the horizon too, that it's not really the one we're looking at, is not the real one.
Right, or whatever object that we're seeing on the horizon that isn't actually there. They say the same thing with the Selenelian, right? That you see the sun in the sky while the lunar eclipse is happening. That's not the real sun. It's just an illusion.
Bro, this reminds me of the ionosphere that they made up. Basically, like have you like heard of the what's it called? Is it Marconi or Michael's? Yeah, it's like Marconi experiment where he shot radio waves horizontally and it shouldn't be received by the other end because the curvature would block it, but it didn't. But people they like came up with something called the ionosphere. They said that it like went
Yeah, that was right
like
after
touched
Marconi.
the
Marconi sent
ionosphere.
radio waves from America to Europe. They came up. So, well, that can't be possible.
Yeah, to UK, Canada to UK.
Curvature should be in the way. So, came up with an idea that it's bouncing off the ionosphere. But then they can, I guess, choose what frequency they want to send certain radio waves into deep space, right? So it's only certain frequencies that bounce and others supposedly
Bro,
penetrate.
yeah, but listen, like the ionosphere could only bounce back radio waves that are like 30, is it megahertz? Yeah, but there's like a lot of radio frequencies that are like 100 and like above 100, like above 30, above the what's it called, the frequency that is the ionosphere would reflect. So what's happening there? Like radio waves are still being received.
You tell us, bro.
I mean, you tell us because you made it. You made the ionosphere.
Who did?
We're just making simple. No, I'm just saying the Globers. We
I'm
just
not a
made
Glober,
simple
bro.
experiments.
I thought you were a flat earther. I mean, I thought you were a Glober at first too, dude.
Nah, I could tell he's. Like, I mean, it's
That's
ridiculous,
con-
bro. You think about the Laura Wan, was like a pretty recent shortwave. I think it went like 800 miles or something off the Mediterranean. It's like they can't use the ionosphere to explain that one away because like you said, the signal strength is nowhere near capable of bouncing off the ionosphere. It's shortwave radio.
Oh, but this is
So
literally like where they start making things up. We make simple experiments, show you that it is not round, but then they come
yeah,
up with
they made
things
up
like
atmosphere.
gravity, ionosphere, and things like that. Refraction.
Yeah, atmospheric
Yeah,
document
bro.
was the one they
That's
used to
where it
explain away
like
Laura Wan.
starts to become pseudo. Yeah.
I mean, there's a
It's
reason
all made
that
up, bro.
there's more ice on the southern hemisphere than on the northern hemisphere. Antarctica is based on land. Just there's like the surface under Antarctica is just land, and on the northern hemisphere, the Arctic, that's based on the sea. So the surface under the ice is sea, and sea emits warmth and it can shrink the ice. That's why the Arctic will eventually, with climate change, will be faster, not ice anymore. I don't know how you can. The ice is faster than Antarctica itself.
Wait, Doctor Blue, are you a Uber?
He's got to be a Glober.
He's a Glober in training. I mean, he was Googling all his answers.
Yeah,
No,
just
no. I'm not. I'm just googling my answers because
bro, like I just heard climate change and I was like, yep,
They give them a fucked up model, and then it's their job to try and
I
fix it.
really believe in.
I mean, climate change has always been there. It's just
So then it wouldn't be considered some, right? Because if you're saying climate change has always existed, we wouldn't call it climate change.
it's changing faster than before. It's
Oh, you can
always been
prove it.
there.
Prove it. Prove it. Is it changing faster than when it was all frozen and now it's not frozen?
CO2 has
Prove it.
it's proven that it has effect on it, but the effect is smaller than we think. But indeed,
So the climate's always been changing, so there's never been necessarily a stable climate. So using the word climate change doesn't make any sense. Thanks.
depends on how you want to interpret it, but fine, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean,
climate change
it's
fucking is
it's
for carbon
changing.
tax,
It's
dude.
not
It's to make
changing
money. You
significantly
understand?
faster, but it has indeed some kind of difference if we didn't
Dr. Blue,
emit that much CO2.
how do you justify how do you justify that the stars haven't changed their uh their path? They're like always been just there. We've always been speeding up and spinning and doing all these motions in space, and the constellations are still literally like in place, circling around Polaris, the North Star.
Hold on, he's Googling.
I ain't Googling.
Frantically typing.
No.
This is literally him.
because this is literally him.
So what's going on in here? Are we waiting for globe proof here, or what's going on?
Dr. Blue is Googling why the stars haven't changed their paths for thousands of years.
Oh.
I'm going to say because the universe is not ever expanding.
It's quiet as F in here, man. It's a lot of people for being so quiet. What's everybody doing, man?
Hey, why is everybody muted?
I'm driving, man. Somebody's got to entertain me. Come on. Entertain me.
How's this for entertainment?
It's pretty sad. No ballers. No ballers with anything good, huh?
quiet day for the Globies.
What's up? What happened to the 24/7 2.0? It's all dead now. What happened?
What are you talking about?
The 24/7 2.0 server.
2.0?
Yeah, it's like dead all the time now.
You talking about the main
Yeah.
server for the Earth? It's not dead. What do you mean dead? Just
I don't
the
know.
time zones,
I've been looking. I've been just like looking at it for the past few days. There's like nobody on.
Well, depends on the time zone, I guess. Most people are here from there, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Switch it up here and there. But yeah, what brings you to us, I guess, or here?
Oh, I'm a flat earther, so I'm just chilling.
All right.
Yeah. I've actually done observation. 6.44 miles, 1 foot observer height. There should have been 13 foot of curvature. There wasn't any. Do you think Witzit's gonna debate QE over the ether? That would be awesome.
I have no idea, man. No idea.
I think we all want that to happen, though.
Yeah, sure. Maybe to settle it down for once and for all, I guess, or something like that. But I don't know.
I have a question I want to ask the flat earthers, and that's cool. So, do you guys agree that in the vacuum of space with zero gravity, that a liquid tends to form into a sphere?
I think this also happens in Narnia. I just want to
Yeah,
confirm
but
you also believe it happens in Narnia.
well, Narnia is a fictional book or a movie, but we can see that liquids form into spheres in zero gravity. Do you agree?
I don't believe in Narnia or space. They're equally fake. Narnia
Okay.
is not stupid.
Okay. So
Space is just kind of stupid. So I enjoy
okay.
Narnia more than space, I would say.
Okay, fair enough. So let's not even go into space. Let's take that Russian training aircraft that climbs up into altitude and then it drops, so that it reaches a point where it's an equilibrium between it basically you've seen that plane. They use that for training, and if you open up a bottle of water or anything like that, then the water turns into balls, spheres, little marbles. Have you seen that? Would you
I have
say
not seen
that's
that, no. No, I haven't
you have
seen
not
that.
seen that?
But just because I haven't seen it, if you have a link, I'm happy to look at it. But then I would also like to know what bearing that has on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, which is the conversation at hand.
Yes, yes. No, I definitely do have a. So, when the Earth formed, and when anything formed, it forms. It's like it was hot magma. It was just like liquid fucking rock, right? That's what the core of the Earth is made of, right? It's liquid magma, iron, and so on, and that's what creates our sort of north and south pole. Is the rotation of the center of the Earth, which is liquid.
Interesting.
So
Do you have proof of that one, or you can also go on to explain how that has to do with the Russian training plane. Either way, but also that's a claim that I would like to see proof of.
Okay. So just a correlation. What I'm making the correlation between like space and that Russian simulation, because when astronauts go up into the ISS, they have to sort of train for that, right? And they do underwater training and so on. But there's a certain, if you have enough money, I think it costs a shit ton of money, but you can go on this aircraft and you can experience zero gravity. And in that space, what I am saying is that as the solar system formed, everything wasn't there. It was hot. Everything was molten, smashing together, forming clumps. I'm sure if you put some porridge in zero gravity, it will also form a sphere, and then it cools down, right? So now it's no longer malleable like a liquid, but that's the form it took, and then it cooled down over millions of years. I think we can say that the Earth is some 3 billion years old.
Yeah, man, the stories sounds awesome.
It's a lot of stories. If this was 24/7 story time, we could do that. But But I just hear stories. Yeah, I agree, Quetzalcoatl.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all I want actually from you is that you recognize and accept the fact that in zero gravity, liquids tend to form into spheres. Not tend to, they do. I can show you the plane.
In the plane you're talking about?
Yes. So zero gravity, because you guys believe that there's a firmament that you cannot escape from. But I'm
Didn't say
saying
anything
now
about that.
Well, I've heard about it. Okay.
Let's keep it scoped to this conversation. Lots of people have lots of crazy ideas, but I didn't say anything about that. So far, I'm open to seeing a Russian plane, with some water balls. That's cool. But I also don't know what it has to do with the shape of the Earth.
It has everything to do with the shape of the Earth, actually. I'll find the Russian plane for you now, and I'll post it in the link. And then you can have a look at that and see I'm not talking shit.
Oh, I believe you. I'm happy to take a look at it. I just don't know what it has to do with, the shape of the Earth. If you could explain that, that would be great.
Tiny balls of water have nothing to do with Earth.
Yeah. So no. But what I'm talking. So liquid magma, right? This is a liquid, right?
Do they have magma on the plane?
Magma on the plane? No.
Yeah. Okay, just water on the plane.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Who has ever seen this magma? In the center.
I haven't. But maybe our friend here has. I don't know. Which is why I'm curious to see some cowbell.
So obviously we don't have the means to drill down that deep. But our Earth, the planet, does have a oh fuck! I'm doing like 7 things at once. Let me just get this one thing first.
We could exchange stories. I got a story too. I'm happy to read that one out. I think it's always good for people to hear that from the good book. I don't have any proof for it, but I do believe it, and you believe your story, so we could both share stories for a little bit if we like.
Well, I heard him mention planet Earth. He must have seen it through a telescope.
Wow. Water droplets on an airplane. You're gonna have to link that together with how Earth is supposedly a ball that was never measured to be a curved surface.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at him, but I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. He might have something that all the other ones don't have, eh?
Yeah.
Could be.
You never know.
There's always hope.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, okay. I'm just looking quickly. I'm finding retarded stuff, but there's a section in this clip that you can actually see someone pour out water, and then it forms spheres. It forms spheres. I'm gonna post it. It's fucking cringy because there's dumbass music and stuff. But just so you can see with your eyes and just recognize the fact that within zero gravity, liquids form spheres.
So flying in a zero G plane proves that you live on a ball. Is this correct?
Those people look like they're having a lot of fun. I'll tell you that much. So, yeah, do you want to connect that for us?
Yes. So the ISS is International Space Station. It's America, it's Japan, and it's Russia, I believe. So they all have their modules, and they have their people that go back and forth. And I'm sure you know this. And this is how liquid acts in a zero gravity. Just give me a second.
Yeah, like I saw the training video, and then you said something about I think a sci-fi story.
You know what happens? You know what happens if I take away the air pressure inside that plane? Does that guy have me muted or something?
Don't know.
No, sorry. Okay, so there I posted. This is on the International Space Station, where they are in zero gravity, but they are orbiting Earth.
Prove it. Anyway, do you know what happens if I take the air pressure out of your zero G plane and while you're playing with water?
Yeah, well, what it would just not be a sphere anymore, right?
It would become a gas. So there goes your vacuum of space.
All right. Fair enough. This is we're talking about like 500 or 100 milliliters of water. Just watch the video there. It's short. I think it's like a minute.
You think water just produces itself and just keeps recreating water as it flies off into space? New water is created from the water department inside the Earth or something?
No, I'm saying so where I'm getting at is that you have to remember that in the creation or the how the solar system came about, it was absolute chaos. Everything was hot, everything was molten, everything was just uh, yeah, it was
got any proof of that?
So proof of that?
Yeah. Because you
That'd
keep
be nice.
making claims. You keep making claims, but you have no proof of these claims. The solar system was created.
The same.
You're saying it was hot. You don't have any
Planet Earth, zero G, all that shit. That's all claims. So now that I debunked the vacuum of space with your water ball and zero G, then I took the air pressure away and it became a gas. We can get back down to the globe.
All right, just give me a second. I'll be back in like a minute.
Cool.
water gas.
BRB got to grab a globe proof.
We're giving out free nitro for globe proof. From the server admins, not even us, or the server mods, not even us. They're giving it away. Free nitro for every globe proof, unlimited.
Anybody else? Just crickets, that's cool.
He defined himself. But this Atlas guy has been here before many times.
Mm.
It's not new. He knows what we're about.
Well, he just did say okay, and agreed with me on gas water in a vacuum. So see where he takes it from there. I think he's stuck.
I'm feeling friendly today. I don't mind if he wants to go through the, go through the logic of what he's saying. He is a fan of the stories, though.
Hello, big boy. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
You got any more stories for us?
Yeah, I do.
Awesome, man.
All right. Once upon a time, there was a man. He thought there was a flat Earth, and there was. The end. So what are you guys doing?
I'm just trying to get my thoughts together, man.
Oh, okay.
So there's no way for me to really like prove. I was talking earlier about zero gravity and liquids forming into spheres naturally in zero gravity, and the larger the sphere, I think the more attraction it has. Obviously, it's not as massive as the Earth that has a gravitational pull, and the sun that has a gravitational pull over us. Because I'd have to stand on the shoulders of giants, and I cannot explain the maths. I cannot. I can just post mathematical equations that I don't understand myself, and I'm honest about that. But I also just so if we are on a flat Earth, so everything else is a what? Is a projection? What are the stars? What is the sun? You know, is Mars round a sphere, but the Earth is not? Is it just all a lie? And if so, for what reason? Like,
Okay, so let's
Why
start
lie
with
about
you. Let's start with you looking up in the sky. What can you tell when you look up in the sky?
Well, I can see lights when there's a clear sky, and I know them to be stars.
Oh, yep, they're called stars.
And some of them are planets. Yeah.
Yep, some are called planets. You never see Earth up there, though, so calling it planet Earth is kind of weird.
Okay, can I call it planet Mars? If we say Mars.
Mars is a planet, isn't it? Doesn't it wander? It's a wandering star. Planets are wandering
No,
stars.
it's not a star. No. Stars are hydrogen. Like stars are.
We just went over this. Gas and water do not exist in ball shapes in a vacuum.
With enough gravity, it does.
So you just invoked magic for some reason.
So you think that gravity is magic?
You call it magic.
No, I never said that word.
I know why water stays on the ground. If I remove the air pressure, it'll go away. So air pressure is the reason why we have water, liquid water.
So what is creating the pressure that keeps the water on Earth?
I don't know. All gas pressure, air pressure requires a container. So a container is the antecedent.
I got a question about your gravity. Does gravity just hold the water down? Like, is that all it's doing, or does it like hold it in spot? Like, so water can move, but it's being held down? I don't understand how. You understand what I'm saying?
Who are you asking, dude?
You.
Oh, me. Well, I mean, I know it's gravity because.
But like, does it just hold the water down to the surface, dude, or does it hold it from moving?
I live on the coast, right?
I'm
So
asking a question, right? Like, does it hold the water
yeah,
from
yeah, no,
moving like always, or just one way?
No. Of course, the water. So the tides of the oceans are predicted by the movements of the moon.
So the
The
water
moon
moves,
has a
then,
very
right?
Incorrect. That
So
is
the water
totally
moves.
incorrect. That's been debunked
tides
a long
are
time ago. Science doesn't even
okay.
use that.
So are you telling me that the moon is not responsible for tides?
Correct.
Could you please show me evidence for that? Because we can predict when
You
tides
cannot
are high
predict
and low
tides based
be-
on the moon.
by the position of the moon. We can predict tides by the position of the moon. The
Incorrect.
moon's gravitational field.
Wrong
Please show me evidence.
again.
Why is it
So
you have two high tides and two low tides every 24 hours, so that doesn't correlate.
what causes the tides then?
We never made the claim.
What causes tides? Air pressure.
And also,
Well,
yeah, that. And also,
what
I
else?
just
Sun and
remember you
moon.
guys.
Air pressure. Sun goes over, heats up the air, pushes down on the water. That push displaces the water, so it goes outward, creates a wave. Long period waves that take all day to move.
So you're saying the sun creates heat that displaces the water.
Well, we already know if I remove the air pressure, water's going with it. And if we heat up air, it creates air pressure, creates pressure, right? So when you put pressure over water, or add more pressure over water, it gets displaced. So as the sun moves over, displacing air underneath it, isn't it? Heating it up. How come there's places with no tides if the moon is involved?
Which places?
The Great Lakes.
Oh, I've been to giant lakes that have waves.
You said moon pulls on water, which is a lie.
I also said earlier that the Earth was formed as a sphere because it was a liquid hot magma. So if that's like, how do you explain volcanoes? So
Whoa!
obviously,
You just said
yeah,
a magma formed into a ball in a vacuum, right? A liquid formed into a
yeah,
ball in a vacuum, right?
yes.
So that doesn't happen. I have a vacuum chamber, so I know all these things.
Well, zero gravity.
Okay, so everything, ready for this? Everything exploded from the center of nothing, one pinpoint, blew out from that center, blew outward. Everything's blowing away from it, 360 degrees away from it in all directions, in a ball shape, flying away. Somehow you're telling me all those pieces that flew apart of nothingness decided to attract towards each other and make balls.
Mostly, I think hydrogen. Yeah, hydrogen molecules. Yeah, it's like
So hydrogen blew out of nothing. So nothing creates hydrogen.
no. So you get you've heard of supernovas, right? So
I've seen the TV show.
So at certain temperatures, hydrogen molecules shape into other elements, other elements, like gold, for example. Gold isn't created on the Earth's, like, over thousands of years. it is created when a star explodes, a supernova.
Wow.
You know what a
All right,
supernova
dude. Your stories are getting out of control. You're just saying things.
No, I've actually been obsessed
Actually,
with
never
the
done
cosmos
anything to prove
since
any of
I
this.
was a child.
Nobody's ever seen a star explode. That's all myth. Everything you're saying is made up stories, just passed down from one generation to the next.
Okay, okay. Then I just want to know then why this big lie? Why are we being told this lie? Why am I being lied to? For what reason?
You choose to be. I choose not to be. There's a difference. I'm not
No, I
lied to.
understand that, but
I
what is
already
the
understand
incentive?
that the Earth is flat and stationary, and we're enclosed. After that, it doesn't matter. I don't care who's telling stories. I already know what the facts are. It's your problem is that you like to trust everybody. You want others. You trust other people to tell you the truth, when you just should know how to figure out what the truth is.
How did you figure out what the truth is?
Because water's flat and level.
So you looked at a plane of water and you said that plane of water is flat and level.
Yep.
Everyone else is fucking lying.
Yes.
That's your stance.
No, they're deceived.
Okay.
And passing along the same deception to everybody else. Yeah, I have a P900. I can see real far. I live by Lake Erie. I've done all the fun boat shots, all that stuff.
So who are the people that are keeping us dumb and stupid? So NASA.
You are. You're the people.
No. I'm trying to ask you, what is the incentive?
You're still hoping to trust other people. And I don't follow that. I don't follow that line of work.
Yeah, that you were taught geometry in elementary school. So if you're confused about geometry still, that's your problem.
I was taught on construction sites at like 7 years old to use water levels, because that's how you know things are perfectly level, or as close to perfect as you can get with construction. Then I remember digging a pool, and I couldn't figure out how am I going to level this thing. Is huge. It was like 24 feet circle. I'm like, how am I going to level this thing? And I said, I ran to the hardware store, grabbed some clear tubing, filled it with water, and created a water level to make sure that from one point where it was steady, I could walk around that whole pool, and every single point was exactly the same height. That's how I knew I had it level. Used water.
Why do you think the compass was invented? You know, ships and so on in the 16th, 17th, 18th century, sailing across from the Dutch East Indies, going to India, going to South Africa, going to other countries. How did they know how to navigate? How did they know?
The stars.
Oh, the stars.
Celestial navigation. Yep.
Celestial navigation. All right.
Yeah, you've never heard of this stuff, huh? And you've been in here a bunch of times. This is kind of funny.
Do you agree that the stars are different in the northern hemisphere than they are in the southern hemisphere? Do you believe that you can see into the Milky Way, like the center of our galaxy?
No, because that space doesn't exist the way you think it does. Everything above us is measured to be about the same height.
And can I ask you about satellites? Do you think that there are satellites flying around?
Yeah, there's things hanging by balloons everywhere.
Pardon?
There's things hanging by balloons everywhere. That's why NASA is the largest buyer of helium. That's how they launch their satellites.
So, do you think SpaceX and Elon Musk they just wasting money on a charade to keep us all stupid and
Yes.
blind?
Here, I posted a launch for you. That's a NASA launch. It's a satellite on a balloon.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I see.
I'll post a crash for you too. That's when they go to launch it and the wind takes it the wrong direction. Didn't let that balloon get high enough. Poof! Back on the ground it goes.
I like a good crash.
Does the Globe Believer guy think that Elon Musk put a car in space?
Yes. All that jazz. He's got it all down, like the whole thing. Supernovas and hydrogen comes from the Big Bang, and magma formed balls in space. That's why we have volcanoes. We went all that. Yeah.
Volcanoes. Some deep lore.
Volcanoes, therefore, molten magma center.
Well, what else is the purpose of a volcano? And I'm not saying it has a purpose. Well, it does.
It's a good way to get CO2. It's a good way to get CO2
We can measure
into the air.
tectonic plates.
It's a good way to get gases into the air that are needed.
You know about tectonic plates? And
Yeah, plates are flat, right? Or are you talking about tectonic bowls?
Yep, plates are flat. Yep.
Are you talking about tectonic bowls that would kind of go around a ball? Or are you talking about flat plates like tectonic plates?
I'm talking about tectonic plates, like the center of the Earth is hot magma.
Oh no, that fairy tale's over with. We got rid of that years ago.
Bruh.
Okay, so how does a volcano work on a flat Earth?
The way a volcano works.
That's easy. So what happens is steam kind of starts coming out of the top of it, and then lava shoots out, and people run. That's how it works on flat Earth.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's
lava comes out the ground.
really well explained, dude.
Well, you explain them.
Jump in one, find out.
No, well, I said
You've
we
never
had
been inside a volcano. You've never explored a volcano. There's no submarines made for volcanoes. So all this volcano story shit is just story shit.
Yeah, you have to realize, like, everything you've said is just a story you've heard so far. no empirical evidence, no experience, no observation. You're talking about how Earth was formed. You don't know how Earth was formed. You weren't there. You're just
I have
repeating
a
the
pretty good
stories you've
idea.
been told. You have
No, you don't
zero
have an
idea.
idea. You have no idea.
What makes you think you have any idea? Because you were told a story that you believe. Bro, come on. You have to be realistic if you want to understand this subject. We're talking about reality. So you need to be talking about reality, not things you've read in a textbook or that you've been told or heard on TV. You understand?
Yes, but I think I've been doing that. I mean, we know
You have
volcanoes
not.
exist, right? They erupt.
Yeah. Yeah,
That
the
hot
cause, yeah,
magma,
but you're
right?
asking how they
Molten
work.
rock.
Yeah.
Where does that come from?
Yeah, so
Where does that
we
molten rock come
agree.
from?
The ground.
Well, under the
It comes
ground,
from
right? Where else?
it comes from under the ground. Okay, at least we've got that. All right. So how deep under the
Yeah.
ground is the molten magma? And while
Well,
we
how
at
would you
that,
verify
how do
that?
mountains form?
How would you verify that? How would you verify that?
Well, I mean, I can look at mountain ranges. I can look at islands. I can look at places where there are active volcanoes.
Right. And that would not tell you how deep the lava is coming from under the surface. You looking at an island. You serious, dude?
Well,
Start
you can
thinking.
measure the depth. You can measure the depth of the water a couple of kilometers away from the island. But I'm asking still, where's this hot magma coming from, and why does it go
Ground.
into
It's coming
escape?
from the ground.
Yeah,
It's coming from the ground.
the ground.
That's
Yeah.
a genius. That's such a genius fucking answer to my question.
Where do you think it comes from, dude? You think it comes from the sky, you dumb fuck?
No,
Yes.
I think it
Yes,
comes
you
from the
said it
center
originally.
of
It originally started in
I
the
think it is
sky,
the
formed
molten
into a
core
ball.
of the
Earth.
earth.
How do you know it comes from the center of the earth? How do you know? How do you know how many layers of the earth there are? How do you know any of that?
Yeah,
It's
hold on.
all
Yeah.
none of that's been proven. It's all a story. Sometimes having an answer is not good if the answer can't be proven. Just
I
because you have
gave
an
him the
answer.
answer. I gave him a proven answer. It
Yeah.
comes from the ground.
Exactly. It comes from the ground. All the other answers are just stories.
Yeah, but he needs to know how deep under the ground it comes from.
I would
Yeah,
suggest.
I need to get
I
a
would
drink.
suggest
I'll
go
be
live
back
by a
in
volcano
1 minute.
and try to dig down and see if you can even dig through that crap. I doubt you can.
Tell me how deep the lava comes from, otherwise the earth is a globe. Logic.
It happened.
Come on, bro, get serious. You need to be proving curvature of the earth, motion of the earth, gas pressure without a container, all those things. You're not even anywhere near those.
Well, he got near it. We said if you go in a zero G plane and you have a drop of water, it'll be a ball. And I said if you remove the air pressure from the zero G plane, what happens to the drop of water? He said, "Oh, something." And I said, "Yeah, it turns into gas and it's no longer water." So there goes your water in a vacuum of space idea. And he agreed to that, but then he forgot about it again.
Oh well. Looks like he's deafened himself. The volcanoes were too painful. Who else
Probably
we
watching
got?
a video or something.
Dynandra? Dynandra? Is that a new person?
Yeah.
Who else? Zaki? What's up, Zaki? Dynandra, you got questions?
Well, we got a wiki poster that's all the globe proof. So that's what we're dealing with right now.
You think the Earth's a spinning ball, Zaki?
I'm not obviously 100% sure.
I mean, I sadly, kind of have this idea in my head that yeah, it is a ball. It is a globe. I've been taught this, but I do wonder sometimes, right? Like, I think of stuff, of course, like I can't prove everything. But then I think, like, if, like, I live here in Canada, up in the northern hemisphere, I guess, and when I look at the moon, it's a certain way. But then if I were to go in South America, the moon would be upside down from what I usually see in the north hemisphere. So I'm thinking, as far as my human thought, if the Earth was some sort of flat plane, that would be almost impossible for the moon to be upside down at the same time. Like if I were in South America, I would FaceTime my friend here in Canada. We'd FaceTime the moon, and his moon would be upside down to my moon at the same time. So unless we believe in different moons.
What if I told you this story? So you stand on one side of a long room, okay? And first off, go to the center of your ceiling and paint a number 6. So when you stand at the end of the long room, you look up at the ceiling and you see a number 6. Then walk to the complete other end of the room and look up and you're going to see a number 9. There's your moon upside down.
You're right.
Yeah. It works better on a flat plane.
Only problem, wouldn't the 6 also distort as you're moving? It wouldn't stay at a certain point. It'd be like this weird shape. It would distort. It wouldn't stay this perfect sphere. Like if I were to draw again a sphere model on my top room, while I'm moving, it would turn into like a type of oval. It'll squish and move. Since if it was like a 2D object.
That's assuming what the moon is.
Yeah, exactly.
How it
Well, I guess you don't know, right?
Yeah, we wouldn't make a claim as to what the moon is. You couldn't verify it.
Right. Interesting.
So the moon does what it does over a measurably flat, motionless surface. So it doesn't really matter. It can do what it wants. The surface is still flat.
Right, it can do what it wants. There's no rules here, right? It's just it doesn't matter, right? Who cares if what we're seeing kind of imitates a sphere? Who cares, right? Let's throw that out the window.
It's not going to make the water bend, is it?
No, I know. I'm just using my eyes here, like what I can use, correct? More or less. Like when I see something very obvious, like a moon.
You never see the other side of it. Why would you assume it's a spherical object?
Well, not a spherical, but if it was decently close to the end, since the Earth is, if it was a flat plane, it is quite big, so I would still move quite a bit. If it was a decently close 2D, maybe 2D object, a circular 2D object, it would definitely distort from the amount of movement. If we have the calculation for how far it is, if we really have no idea how far it is, if it's like infinitely far, I don't know. I don't know if you guys have a measurement of any kind, but if I were to move, and if it was a 2D shape, it would definitely distort unless there's something else at play, like some sort of magical, unknown, wibbly-wobbly science going on that we don't know about.
Maybe it's convex.
Oh, maybe it's convex. You're right, yeah.
I mean, or concave. It could be convex or concave.
Yeah, more concave, right? Yeah.
It could actually be flat. As far as we know, there's no way to tell, but it behaves like something that's more like concave or flat.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, we don't have any idea what the moon is, like what part it plays. I mean, it seems to be possibly it runs along pretty much the same course as the sun, so it seems to be some kind of counterpart to the sun, but we don't know what its purpose is here in the entire system.
Interesting. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right, so all we have, if I were to look, so what we really know is basically the Earth is flat, but basically anything else, we actually have no idea what's going on. We don't know what the sun is. We don't know what the moon is. We don't know what the sky is. We don't know what the Earth or whatever this flat plane, what's going on around us. We don't know the size of, and we can't make a model or like a working flat Earth model because it doesn't. So we don't have anything. We can take down Globus though, that's for sure. But we humans, if we were
Well,
to
the
discard
glob is a flat Earth projection
the what?
itself. The glob is a flat Earth projection itself.
Yeah, I know, but if you were to, if the Earth was a flat plane, you can't shift that globe Myrtle into a flat model. It wouldn't work. Because obviously I've seen all the flat Earth models that have been disproved because they're stupid.
Navigate. All maps are flat. We use them to navigate.
Oh, maps for sure, but model, right? Model. If you were to somehow zoom out of the Earth and look at it from a giant's perspective,
dome model is what derives the globe and all maps. Anything with latitude and longitude.
The what?
Do you guys believe in like that
celestial dome?
Okay. I don't know what that is.
Do you believe that compasses work?
Depends on how you mean work. Have you ever looked at a magnetic declination map before? You should look into magnetic declination.
Well, the way that I understand it is as a result of our magnetic core that is spinning and creating a magnetic field. And that is how we can tell north from south. And that has worked since the 16th century. If I give you a compass and I say, oh, if you want to arrive where I am, go north for 50 miles and then northeast for another 20 miles, you should find where I am. You're gonna trust that compass, and that compass is this is before fucking Google and like Google Earth and shit. But you will trust the compass. How is it that compass works on a flat Earth?
Well, you know about magnetic declination, right? So it'll say north, you're going
I have no idea
northeast. Yeah. Look at the magnetic declination, because what you just said makes no sense if you knew what
Anyway,
magnetic
compasses don't work
declination is.
compasses don't work on globes because you're not going to be able to put your compass through the middle of dirt and have it point north.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the magnetic field
People had compasses way before. People had compasses way before it was the consensus that the Earth was a globe.
So compasses work on Earth. How?
Follow magnetic
They point
lines.
north.
Yeah. Where do compasses point, Atlas? Where do they point?
Well, usually the big hand will point north.
So if I was on the bottom of
so
your ball, if I was on the bottom of your ball, way down by Antarctica, how is it going to point around the ball to north?
If you're on the exact spot where the magnetic not fluctuation, it's probably going to spin if you stand on the exact spot. But if you're away from it, your compass will point north, and you'll go north, and you'll eventually end up in the North Pole. You'll go through Europe. You'll
How come the South Pole? How come the South Pole doesn't take over at the equator?
Oh, you can go south. Of course, you can go south.
There is
you
no
can go west. You can go
there's
east.
no such thing as a south pointing compass.
We can say the sun
Why doesn't it
rises
point
in
south?
the east and
There is
sets
no
in the
such
west.
thing as a south pointing compass. Don't you just say, oh, la 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 la. There's no such thing.
Of course there is.
Of course there's not.
No,
Compass,
Atlas.
a compass that
Does the
points
compass ever?
north
Does
is
the magnetic ever pull south? Does it ever pull south? Does the magnetic pull ever point south,
no.
or does it always point north?
Well, south is the opposite of north, so that's the big hand.
Oh, if it
right?
was,
That's
if it was
the
the
big
magnetic
pointer.
pole, if it was a magnetic core, it wouldn't make a difference if you were north or south. The thing is, the thing we know about compasses is that they point north. You are assuming it is because of a magnetic core, which makes no sense. It would do the same thing south. It points north.
It does do the same thing
doesn't-
south. We can go.
No, it
You
doesn't.
can whip out you can whip out a compass right now and find south. You just look at the opposite
Of course, you can
north.
find south. You can find south
have a
by going
compass
the
in front of
opposite
me.
of north,
I have
but
a
it will
compass.
always point north.
I have a compass in front of me. There's a north arrow, and the other side is inverted like feathers, like a feathers on an arrow. So there's not even a south pointer.
So there's only a north.
No,
Yep.
you are aware that the reason why compasses work is because they magnetically point north, and you just know where south is because it's
Yes.
the opposite of north. But the question is, do compasses
Yes.
ever magnetically point south? They don't. They always just magnetically
No.
point north.
Yes.
They don't magnetically point south.
And don't
You
they all
just know
point?
where south is because it's the opposite of north. You
They
know
point-
where south is because it's the opposite of north.
Yeah, they point to north along the horizontal plane as well, because if however you want to say it, if the north is supposed to be at the North Pole, then compasses would be trained to point downward into the Earth. Now, if you're saying that the northward are just lines of magnetism, so that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't really work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
What's on the
there is compasses that are calibrated to work past the equatorial, and those don't use any sort of magnetism to a dipole, right? So you would be able to use a magnet or a compass that would go to the negative side, right? But there is no magnet doing that. They're just compasses in the past the equatorial that are calibrated because of this magnetic declination, but they still are pointing north, right, to the same.
Mm-hmm.
But if it was a dipole, a big dipole, you would be able to have a specific south hemisphere magnet, or compass that use that magnetic principle, but it doesn't exist.
Yeah, and
It's
anyway,
like there's one point. There's one point it's pointing at.
are
it's
they
in the north.
saying? Are they saying the magnetism is in the center core? Is that what you're saying, my brother?
It seems like the arrow is saying you should go this direction because there's a star that says you should go that direction. There's an arrow that points you that direction. And when you get close, there's a big light show that says, come this way. It's weird, isn't it?
Anyway, the Curie point, isn't that called the Curie point? The magnetism in metals, it stops after a certain temperature. So their whole paradigm just fails right there.
Yeah.
So why do you see the northern lights? When you go to the like Norway, I've never been there myself. I've seen only video. If you're in Norway or close to the North Pole, you see the aurora lights. I'm sure you guys have seen images
we've
of
heard
this.
of it.
Yes.
Yeah,
So this
Aurora
is
Borealis.
yes. So this is where the cosmic particles get sort of pulled in, right?
That's
So
a
if
story.
you look,
That's a story, my brother.
Yeah,
That's
Atlas, it's a
I'm
story,
telling a
Atlas.
bedtime story.
Yeah, exactly. It's just magnetic up in the north, so there could be a lot of things that happen there. That's where all the compasses point. You don't see that in the south. It can't be because of a molten core that the compasses point north. It's clearly that the compasses point north because the north is where that magnetation is coming from, not the core. If it was coming from the core, it would not be exclusively north that is getting that magnetic.
It
Whatever.
is It's the core because it is molten magma. It is molten steel
We've never been to the
rotating,
core. We've never
creating
proven
a
that the
Yeah,
core.
Atlas. We've never been to the core.
yeah.
Yeah, you're just assuming that's a story. We've never proven the core. We've never proven how many layers of the earth there is. We've never proven any of that. That's just a story, and that's the excuse for why we have this magnification in the north. But it's a story. There's no way to prove it. All we know is that the north is where all the compasses point, because it's where all the magnification is coming from.
And that's where I think I should be heading. A lot of people want to go south, but I'm going to head north. I'm going to see what all the lights are about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you see the center of the galaxy from the south. Southern hemisphere has the best sky.
So you get a good look
I
at
live.
the sky from the south. Yeah, there's less light pollution there.
Yeah. I'm in South Africa, and if we're in a if the everything is sort of perfect, and you look up into the sky, you can see you can look into the center of the galaxy.
Can you?
So,
Yes. Yeah, it's beautiful. Wait, I'll show you guys a picture of the Milky Way galaxy.
I've seen it before.
yeah, Atlas.
How'd you know that you live in a galaxy?
All those lights are still the same height as all the other lights in the sky, so
Like when they show you one of those
I could paint a beautiful ceiling, and the ants might look at it and think that they're living in a big, huge galaxy, and that there's a bunch of star systems there.
And
But
the
it's
funny
still
thing
just
is the ants wouldn't care, just like I don't care when I look up. I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you see one of those images, the cartoons of a galaxy, and they put an arrow and they say, "You are here." How'd you know you're actually there?
Like in the mall, you are here.
I don't know. People saying they know things about galaxies and they think they're actually in one. Like it's just the backstory.
Sinandra says that they know the universe has depth.
Right. I saw that.
Crazy. After I just got done saying all those lights in the sky can be measured to be the same height all the way around, including the sun and moon.
Yes, Anandra. Like, bro, all these hundreds of scientists, they're like double your IQ, man. Like, bro, they're so stupid, man. Just believe our measurements, please, Sanandra. See, they're measured to be the same distance. I don't know what you're talking about. Atlas, same for you, bro. These are all pictures, dude. All these so-called scientists with their insanely smart brains and stuff. Who cares about them, man? Our
I
measurements.
don't think it's so much that they're stupid; it's that they're fools.
Of what authority, if you're just going to go off what authority tells you to believe and say, "Oh, trust the experts," then you're not thinking for yourself at all.
He left. Don't worry. He spiraled out and left.
See ya.
I know he comes in a lot. I think it's interesting. They say that the galaxy, you can see depth, and you could zoom into any picture and see more. That doesn't mean that it's going on forever and ever. We don't know.
Those lights are all still at the same height as every other light around us.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What are you guys fighting against?
We're not fighting against anybody. What are you fighting against? How come you don't like the truth?
I'm honestly here in good faith. I'm asking questions and my mind is always open, but I'm not convinced yet. I mean,
Oh, good, because we're not here to convince you.
What about
yeah,
all
yeah.
that?
I'm here to convince you, and I'm not doing a very good job at it. I get it.
We all grew up in that paradigm that you're trying to tell us about, so we already know about that. But it's just a story that you're going on. You're like hooked on phonics. You're hooked on that story, and you can't get off of it because that's what you've been told your whole life, and you actually think it's true, in spite of the fact that water is always level. If water is always level, that means all the oceans are horizontal, every single one, and that sea level.
But that's the thing. The water isn't always level. You get tides. This is we spoke about this earlier.
Yeah,
you get low tide, you get high tide.
that's true.
Explain
We're
that.
talking about the mean level, the average level.
Yeah. If I have a little
level,
fucking
so
1
if you need
meter
to be
long,
exact.
if I have a little tool that is 30 centimeters long with a water level, I'm gonna trust it with building, setting up a foundation or a building or something like that. But we're talking about 40, 50 centimeters. We're not talking about 50 light years. I'm getting running away now.
Running away into light years.
Know that
Yes,
the
you are.
surface of liquid at rest measures flat, right? Level.
Yeah, you can't say all water is level. I mean, I challenge you to go and stand in a spot when it's low tide, right? You go stand there, low tide, and then just wait for high tide and see how long you last. And how does that happen on a flat Earth?
I asked you, right? You understand that you understand that the surface of bodies of liquid at rest, horizontal and flat and level, zero elevation change, no slope.
But you said horizontal and level in the same sentence.
Yes, I did. That would be bodies of liquid at rest, right? So, physicists have studied bodies of liquid at rest in the ocean where there's turbulence and it's constantly moving and changing. About in a laboratory setting, in an environment where the water is still, static, right? Doesn't measure any slope, any curvature. It's flat. It's horizontal, level, and by that principle, we're able to utilize things like water levels. Now, don't confuse that for a spirit level, which is the small, 1 meter long metal with the bubble,
How would you explain the tsunami in Japan a couple of years ago?
Can't explain it.
Yeah, how did that happen?
It didn't happen on a globe.
How does a globe explain that? How does a globe make it any different?
Yeah, how is that intrinsic with the being a globe?
Yeah, what the fuck kind of question is that?
Well, I'm glad you asked because the center of the Earth is liquid and it's moving, it's rotating, and there are tectonic plates that
Tectonic poles, you mean?
tectonic plates are not exclusive to globe either. Say something that's exclusive to a globe.
Okay, then just explain to me how tectonic shifts happen on a flat Earth. How does it happen? What causes it?
What causes the sun to move across the sky?
No, dude, don't deflect from my question.
This,
You don't
you're
have a
the
cause
same
for
thing
it
that
on
you
a
said that
globe.
you're what
You don't even have a
what
cause for it
causes
on a globe,
tectonic
dude.
plates to move on the exactly. There's
Is that
no proven
exclusive to
cause
a
on the
ball?
globe either. The questions you're asking are things that do not have actual answers with proof behind it for a globe. They're not exclusive to a globe. The globe doesn't even have the answers for it. They pretend to, but they don't have it.
Nor are we required to produce answers. This is part of the underlying problem here.
Yeah, we didn't make claims about any of the shit you're making up.
I'm not making anything up. There was a
You
tsunami.
could have,
There was an earthquake
yeah, tsunamis
caused
exist,
by
but you
shifts
can't.
in the tectonic plates.
And what causes the shifts of tectonic plates according to the globe?
A liquid center of the Earth
And we've never
that
proven that there's a liquid
rotates
center of
and
the Earth.
spins.
Yeah, I
We've
think that
never
has to.
proven that there's a liquid center of the Earth that rotates.
They've only gone
We'll
7
never
miles
be able
down. So how do you think you've proven what is down below 7 miles?
You'll never be able to prove what story that you have.
It's all assumption. It's none of it's proof. It's all a story. Tectonic plates move. We don't know why.
Nor do we care because we can't do anything about it. Just don't live in an earthquake zone and you won't have to worry about it.
How do you know if you live in an earthquake zone?
I don't have earthquakes and California has them. I live in Ohio. We don't generally have earthquakes.
You have earthquakes, that's how you know, right?
Yeah.
Areas tend to get them a lot more frequently than others. They can happen anywhere.
No, not really. We
Not
have
really.
mapped. We have mapped the tectonic plates. If you look at if you look at the continents on the planet, those are shaped like the tectonic plates, and they are moving. Like some plates are moving into each other, some plates are
How do they
moving
know
further
that?
away from
How
each
do they
other.
know that?
Well, I mean, mountains, the mountain range in like India, what's it called? The Ganges, or I don't know what the fuck. But those are two tectonic plates that are actually crashing into each other,
How do you know that?
creating mountains.
You know that. Telling
That's
me a
what
story.
creates
How do you
mountains?
know that?
And despite all
How
of that,
do
how
I
does
know
any
that?
of that prove?
Yeah, nobody's ever seen a mountain get made before. Dude, you're just making up stories.
It's
Oh, yeah,
all
when did-
assumption.
Okay.
When did they measure these plates? Do you have the measurement of the plates? I need to know the exact parameters and how deep
Okay.
and what shape and size.
I'll show you the tectonic plates, bro. Just
When
hold
did they
on.
measure it? You don't have to show me anything. Just tell me when they measured it.
Are you going to show us a cartoon?
It's going to show us another cartoon. Yeah. Cartoon this time of tectonic plates, which they don't know the extent of. They don't know how deep they go.
Maybe before challenging someone else's worldview, maybe you should try challenging the one that you subscribe to first.
Right.
Have you put the same degree of criticism and scrutiny towards your own ideas, your own belief?
I remember when I started looking into this, I realized that a bunch of what is quote unquote facts is just assumptions and things that were never proven
Ah,
and stacked on top of each other to prove something else.
They're all agreed upon stories that they were in some back room together, and they just decided when they're telling stories, they had story time, so everybody got a chance to tell their story, and then they just went, okay, yeah, do we agree or do you not agree? Do you agree or not agree? And then what gets passed through the information loop is only the ones that agree. So that's all an agreed upon story. It has no backing.
make sure the things that you're asking, us to explain. Make sure you understand that it is a necessity that things happen on a ball before you go asking us how it works. Like, do you even understand how it's supposed to work in your belief? If all you have is an explanation and no evidence to support the explanation, pretty useless, worthless. A lot of it, you think that they came to the understanding how these things work because of their understanding that they're on a spinning ball in space. No, necessarily the case. Even if they did to a so-called understanding, that's just a belief. They haven't provided you any evidence. They've just come up with an explanation, a story, idea, theory. And tested it. Gone out into nature and looked at things and gone, well, I think it works this way. They haven't tested that it actually works that way. Fuck, are you going to know what's happened over millions and billions of years? That's some scraping marks in the bottom of the ocean. I mean, come on. Quiet, did we lose this guy? Oh.
I think he's probably looking things up.
I'll be back.
It's not. It's not. Well, it's not anyone's fault. Like, I mean, the level of conditioning that goes on, isn't there? You enter the education system pretty much already having imagery in our head, at least. And if we don't understand it fully, then it gets explained to us. You realize that that's what you live on? It's spinning and it's in the space and all that.
Your parents
And then
want you to be the smartest kid in school, so before you start school, they're going to teach you about rockets and going to space and the moon and cartoons with space. Yeah, that's real. Your parents encourage it, and so you're the smartest kid when you get in school, and you can say that's a rocket. See how smart Timmy is?
Yes, very good. Here's a sticker. And
My
and
kids
then
are going to be
as you go on,
homeschooled.
you have all these explanations for like volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and all this that I think relies on the understanding of the Earth being a ball, and you don't question it any further than the story that you're given. You don't see if it was actually like verified or tested by anybody. The starting axiom of Earth being a spinning ball is already just taken for granted. Hey, did you check that part out? Holds up? That have any validity? Measure that? And because they have all these, they have a standard, right? And they have explanations, so you must be able to explain it. If you don't think the Earth is what I think it is, then you must be able to an alternative explanation for all these things that have been given an explanation for. I wasn't wondering about why volcanoes happen. This is talking about what we can observe and measure the Earth to be, and its surface quality, how we utilize it in practicality.
Yeah, I think when you get a guy like that in who's just retelling all the stories he was told, like we've never heard them before, it serves as a good reminder that where you need to adjust your way of thinking when you're looking at this topic and talking to us here. We're not dealing with the stories on a story level. We're talking about empirical evidence, what's observable, what's repeatable, what's testable. And if you're going to ask a question, think to yourself first, is this something that I can know the answer to? And how would I practically know what the answer is? Like, how far away is the moon? What is the sun? Think to yourself, how would I verify that? And if the answer is, I can, then we're not going to tell you a story about that. We're going to tell you we can't do it either. So, yeah. People are just getting too lost in the stories. They're talking about volcanoes and earthquakes and supernovas and Earth forming from magma into a ball. It's like, it's just a story you've been told. It's not even your imagination, someone else's.
Dude, supernovas are real. My buddy had one with a 350 and 2 4 barrels.
Spot on, Cyclone.
Anyway, have a good night, boys.
It got that quiet all of a sudden?
Yeah, there's no proofsies, man. I thought we might have them today.
And I too love Israel, yes.
Duly noted.
everyone doing anyway? Well,
Yeah, what's up?
what's new, Crit?
So apparently, if someone blocks you, that's your fault, not their fault. Imagine living in a world where they do something that you tell them not to do. They do it anyway, then want to blame you for what they do when you said right at the very beginning, do whatever the fuck you're going to do. If I have my choice, you would engage with some sort of logic, reason, or science. Pick some sort of method and practice to adjudicate what is being talked about to reach some sort of mutual understanding or acceptance. And they're like, nah, I'll block. Oh, well, fuck it, block then. But my fault? Because you blocked? All you did was add a click to read my shit anyway. You know, it's like,
Your fault. I made this choice.
yeah, like it's my fault. Like you can only take responsibility for things you have direct influence over. If I've got no control over the event or the circumstances, I cannot change, vary, or manipulate the outcome whatsoever. If whatever I do or whatever I don't do will have no effect on the outcome, I have zero culpability. I've got zero agency. You can only take blame if you have culpability, agency, that you affect the outcome or don't affect the outcome or change the outcome. So this is like the mindset of a child where they can't take responsibility for what they do because they don't have agency. Their personal agency is advocated to just the world around them. They're just reacting to a stimulus. And the stimulus is always to blame, not their reaction, not their attitude or their reaction to it.
Here's
The-
a joke with a guy.
Yeah, it's like a joke where how do I understand globalists so well? You just take a flat earther and remove all logic and reason. There's a globalist.
Yeah. You know that joke where the guy's jogging and he slips in the dog shit?
Oh yeah,
It's
instead of just stepping over it, right? The joke getting offended by what someone else did is like choosing to step in dog shit instead of walking around it.
Yeah, no, the guy slips in the dog shit, falls over, bumps his knee. Oh, he's sitting on the ground nursing his knee, you know. And then another guy jogs around the corner and slips in it and falls over. And the first guy says, "I just did that," and then wakes up in a hospital.
Because a guy thought he had pooped, not the dog.
Had done the shit, yeah.
Yeah.
I just did that. Yeah.
Okay, it took me a second to get it, but it kind of reminds me of the 8 Mile or the Green Mile, where he saw the two murder victims and he was trying to bring them back because he could heal. He said, "It's too late. I tried to take it back, but I couldn't." So they took that as a confession that he killed the two kids.
Yes, yeah. Don't have the full story, yeah.
Yeah, because people.
The moral of the story is don't get involved.
Yeah, exactly. It's people. It's so. I mean, what other people do, just don't get involved. It's not worth it. Like that's what I loved when I took concealed carry permit. Like, I mean, it's been decades now. But one of the class I would go to, they do the shoot or no shoot scenario. And it's always a no shoot scenario. You just want to see how many people in the class will say shoot anyway. So it's it's interesting to get new people because you have to renew it like every so many years. I think every 5 years now. I'll have to check where it is at. So the scenario is like you walk into a gas station and you see the clerk. The clerk is like Suzanne McDonald or whatever. And you see that she's fighting with somebody in plain clothes. And you're like, so people say, what do you do? People say, oh, I take the shot, right? Like you've known Susie since she was like a teenage, a little girl or something like that. It turns out that she just got busted being an undercover ecstasy dealer. And the police officer was trying to arrest her. And she's fighting back. Or there are lots of different scenarios like that. There's one of them where this woman's being attacked. You see a guy attacking a woman. She's yelling rape. And they're like, oh, I take the shot. That's an undercover vice officer. Like that type of stuff. It's like you've got 3 in Minnesota. You have to be an unwilling participant. You cannot escape. And you can only use as much force as to stop the threat. So that means if you just pull your weapon out, if that stops it, and you take a shot, that shot has to be justified. If you're a willing participant, like you're fighting over a parking spot, or if you could escape and you didn't. And that's the way I've kind of just viewed life that way. It's just so much easier to walk away from someone who's completely belligerent because they're not going to listen or pay attention or understand much of anything. They're completely ramped up on whatever sort of low nutrient, high caloric diet, emotionally just a wreck. All the different stuff that we talk about here on Conspiracy Day, Sunday. They're just not there. You're just gonna get a fluoride stare, even if you give them a sound argument. They're just not willing to understand or hear much of anything that's even discussed to them. Like higher level thinking, even first principles are beyond them. And you can see it, like watch these YouTube pranks gone wrong.
Yeah.
So opposite of curve for Rich Evans is no curve. So you said the Earth is no curve, not flat.
Yeah, he's another one. That's the type of person you go out there. It's why people are just basically done. Lost faith in humanity. I mean, just imagine the world that would have existed had the globalists actually accepted the overview effect and what it would mean if the Earth was a globe. If they really were able to internalize sort of the wonder and amazement that the heliocentric model offers them, even just for a minute or 2 minutes a day, 1 minute a day, then 2 minutes next day, then 3 minutes. Just work your way up. Where would society be? Where would we be at right now? Like all these sci-fi shows that have all these amazing concepts in Star Trek, going places and solving problems and finding different solutions, thinking way outside the box, winning a no-win situation, knowing how to lose. All these things, the scientific communicators and the scientists, they're sparked their imagination, and the globalist doesn't give a flying fuck. They don't care at all. They only care in that somebody disagrees with the heliocentric model. When the funny part is the heliocentric model has baked in disagreements, explanations, black and white explanations on how to handle disagreement, and they can't even use it for that. I was going to post today, or on the short list anyway. Let me bring that up. So today I posted instead what to expect during the April's total solar eclipse. This concept that the scientific communicators have to tell people what they're going to see. This is what to expect to happen. They can't even think it. Like, people are so bad at conceptualizing the heliocentric model that they have to tell them exactly what to expect when they see it. Here's exactly what to expect. And don't question it or contemplate it. Just write it down. That's what I saw. That's what I expect to see. But here's on the flip side. Oh yeah, yeah. I can post it again. But here's the article from the Telegraph. A new space race has begun. If we don't act now, it could trigger a war worse than World War II.
Oh, I want the war instead.
So wasn't the space race supposed to be about the advancement of humanity, a giant leap forward? One small step for mankind, or one small step for a man, a giant leap forward for all mankind? But it turns out a space race is actually an arms race.
I thought it meant no more wars.
Yeah, it's quite the opposite. Space race means arms race, a new Cold War. A new arms race is going to begin because space.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, riddle me that.
Definitely. We definitely need lots of rockets now. Everybody's going to have like launch pads on their end of their street.
Here's the articles talking about what to expect.
I expect a lot of people to be talking bullshit. That's what I expect.
That's what flat smacked me was the 2018 solar eclipse. I was arguing with flat earthers, and they're like, hey, how are you going to explain it? And they're like saying, hey, just write down whatever you see. Write down all that you see, you hear, you smell, touch, everything you take in from this event. Write it all down on a piece of paper, and I'll write down what I see, what I understand, and then we'll hash out the differences. And when I got done writing down every possible thing I could think of, everything I could think of, full observation, I didn't see anything on there that even suggested the Earth was curved or rotating. They even suggested the sun was the center. They even suggested what I was looking at was the moon passing in front of the sun. Even that, I was like, what? And then instead of like just accepting it, like coming back in good faith, like the next day on the 19th or whatever it was, I took about 4 months to unfuck myself. And finally, December 7th, I was like, that's my flat Earth day, December 7th, 2018.
It was the eclipse?
Yeah, it was a 2018 eclipse in August.
The eclipse that it was just posted, notice it goes from west to east.
Oh, yeah.
The new one is supposed to go from north to south.
See, none of this stuff can be modeled or mapped It's just all complete nonsense. Like, how does an object that size create that small of a shadow?
So
Like,
that's because the sun is so far away and so big.
it'd be quite the opposite then. It'd be a equal shadow. See, try to recreate that at home. You'll put like a big light and a small light and shine a light in your wall. See what happens.
Doesn't it make clouds those like really tiny?
Here's Rich Evans spurging out again.
If that's the case, if that's their explanation for it, then wouldn't cloud shadows be like super small? No.
He blocked me, little punk. Rich thinks he's like some sort of big internet tough guy.
Oh, Rich. Oh.
Yeah, that used to be Reverend. I don't know if you remember the guy used to.
Oh, that's Reverend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did a name change.
Rich Evans.
Yeah, it's Reverend. I had a pretty good conversation. This is like I forgot to share this. I'm meaning to wait to the right moment because I have like a shirt, this Flat Earth Society, and this guy asked me like, "Do you really think there's flat?" And or something along those lines, right? Like I remember the exact verbiage, but it was like, "Do you really think it's the Flat Earth Society or something along those lines?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude." And he's like, "Cool," you know. And I'm like, "Yeah, it's cool, isn't it?" He's like, "So is it like a disc in space? Or what is it exactly?" I'm like, "Which word do you?" I just did the whole noun, adjective noun. I go, "Is it a flat shape, a noun, earth noun? Or would you say flat is an adjective, noun is the earth?" He's like, "Oh, fuck." Like, he got it right away. Right away, he saw right where I was going with it. He's like, "Man, they really did a number on that. They got people running around talking about, shapes." And I'm like, "Yeah, I call it noun, See, normal people who approach you are generally not going to be that freaked out by flat Earth. That's why it was kind of like what Woodson did was pretty brave, where he had, approached other people. But I guess he had people approach him too.
the kind of just meaned place we live on, didn't they? Making it ordinary. That's one of the other things that you see in the sky. The thing, billions of things, unimaginable amount of other things. To get you locked into that idea, it's hard to some people to like outside of that, not in a place, you know? Because you're in the place. You're in the place. Being convinced that on a place that is in a place.
That's a good. I like that talking point too. I'm gonna use that one. A place is inside a place that's inside the place.
Right.
How about just cut the bullshit and just say it's a place? Just that's it. This is where you are.
And help when you have these other concepts they've given us, like in my house is on a street is in a town, my town is in a city, and my city is in a state, and my state is in a country, and my country on the earth. Earth is space in a solar system, and the solar system's in a galaxy, and the galaxy's in a universe. I used to address my letters that I post out like that, or put my return address as I'd go all the way to the universe, you know. I was a global. That you know, like things like states, territories, borders, you know, like they really just are just ideas. They're not actual things. Right. Demarcation of a point. Somebody said, now you're in a different place, but you haven't left the fucking earth. I mean, really, like a different realm now. Going to experience all the same thing, you know, similar things you did before. And dirt, water, sky, people, buildings, vehicles, animals.
It's all the same shit. You know, like you said, they're just man-made lines.
Yeah.
So this is a good place to ask the question. I'm not really much of a flat earther. I'll say uninformed. But I guess my question would be: is I get the whole theory of flat Earth, and I get the people opposing that theory. But my big question is like, why? Why does it matter? Let's say, you know, the Earth is flat or whatever shape, you know, you want to call it. Like, why does it matter? You know, and if it is flat, why are they hiding that? You know, everything's so well documented these days. Why the hell are they hiding the end of the Earth, and how the hell have they hit it, and what the hell are they doing? Like, I feel like there's got to be another conspiracy attached to it. I know that's kind of a dumb question, but I figured this is a good place to ask it.
So it's a dumb question.
Well, it's like a basic question, you know.
Asked that
Pretty
last
basic.
night, and they said control.
Okay. Are they controlling like a resource, or is it just if they have the end, they have the power, like.
Yeah, that's as far as I really got with them.
Yeah, because me, like, honestly, I'm not going to sit here and say I buy into it. I'm not going to sit here and say I really care enough to oppose the people that do. But, my big thing is just like, if we did figure it out, what's the point? Like, you're still going to wake up, put your damn pants on, go to work, do your shit, go home, whether it's flat or round. And people seem to just get really into it, like either people are really opposed to the idea or people are 100% fighting for it. And I'm like right there in the middle, just confused, wondering what the hell's going on. And yeah, thank you. I've always wondered that.
I'd say
nobody asks that question, they just go straight to the science as of why they think it's flat or round.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. It does, asking that question. Well, have you skipped past why? Saying the Earth is flat and motionless, or have you accepted that and are now curious? Like,
honestly, I wouldn't
that
say
makes a difference to the question, right?
No, yeah, I guess it does. If there's like a bias one way or the other. Honestly, since you do ask, I'm not I do not believe in the whole flat earth theory, but that's just because the amount of science behind it and the amount of science we have to contradict it, and like you said, like control of what? There's just not a lot of logic behind keeping that conspiracy a conspiracy. So for me, there's just too many holes in it to really stick behind it. But at the same time, I realize I'm no scientist. I'm not the smartest person. I don't even source the material, really, really well. So, I feel like I'm just making a big uninformed, uneducated guess. So like I'm kind of on the fence. I'm not going to say it ain't, but I'm not going to say I believe it either.
Okay, yeah. The gentleman that responded to you before is a flat earther.
Yeah.
Wait, me? I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah, that's right. I was just making sure IB Raspy, he was answering on behalf of someone else that's given him an answer. He's, I think he's pretty much reduced it to a single word, where it would have been more, probably the conversation would have been more complex than that. I wouldn't say that can be even really known. Some flat earthers might argue with me. It's a bit more complicated because that ago there were people genuinely interested in why the sky appears to do what it does, right?
Yeah.
They came up with an explanation of that, why. And they developed mathematical models based around the idea that contrary to what we observe, the sky moving, things in the sky moving, that's just an illusion. And it's really that we're on a spinning ball in outer space, a big giant spinning ball, like they assume the other things in the sky are big giant spinning balls.
Yeah.
Huge leaps of faith and assumptions there to be made in that explanation. They've engineered mathematically to describe why things in the sky appear to be doing what they're doing. And then that we've gotten other explanations for other things like seasons and eclipses and things like this, blah, 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 and so forth and so on. Large degree, people believe that. Right?
Yeah.
Now, have to pinpoint where is deception going on? Who exactly is creating some sort of deception? because for the
Yeah.
most part, majority of people just believe that this is the case, that we're on a big giant spinning ball in outer space, right? And given a
Yeah.
whole paradigm that they just take for granted, whether they understand it to university level or whether they just have a basic rudimentary understanding of it. So who exactly is buying would obviously, right? I'll answer it for you. It would obviously be like space agencies, right? NASA. Correct?
No, yeah. Sorry, I'm having some mic issues right now.
Right, because they're the ones that they claim to have burst beyond the Earth and like out into the sky and looked back and saw the precious, fragile blue marble, right? This imagery on a screen. What now? Obviously, if Earth isn't that as they depict it to be, then they're de facto lying. They're deceiving, right? What exactly are they deceiving us about? Like, are they going to shape our worldview? Or are they simply telling you a story? It's what even they themselves believe.
I guess there's like two sides to that coin. There's some people probably in both of those categories.
It would suggest that, say that they're hiding flat Earth, which because we observe it to be a motionless plane experiencing any curvature or Earth motion. To be, quote unquote, hiding the truth, right? That would suggest that they know the truth. I would posit that you can try and deceive somebody about a thing and not know whether that thing is true or not. If I was going to, because there was a big race, right? There was a big race on to be the first to like conquer space, to like the sky, to be the first to do certain things, like get to the moon, and that's assuming that the moon is, as it is described, exist within the heliocentric paradigm. A ball spinning around the ball Earth, which is spinning around the sun, etc., etc. Everybody's already got that in their mind. Nobody's been high enough to like look back at Earth and confirm, hey, look, it's a ball spinning around the sun, right? Everybody's already got that in their mind. That's a given for most people. Very few people in modern society, before the advent of space travel, really denied that. It was being taught in schools. So, if I wanted to pretend to be the first to do something, I going to present everyone with something shocking and like, antithetical to what they already believe? Or am I going to confirm their belief to be true so that it seems more plausible? I did true that I did what I'm saying I did.
So at the beginning of the
They already
space
had it.
race, did they know? Oh, there I go. Oh.
Of course they did. They're claiming that they had knowledge of the Earth being a spinning ball in a vacuum. Knowledge was them being able to do what they say they did was the Earth being a spinning ball was a necessity. They had to understand orbital mechanics, gravity, all that, velocity. It wasn't like they were just like, hey, let's just shoot this rocket up and just see what happens. Let's put some guys in this thing and just hopefully, like, we don't know what's up there. We don't know if everything we think is true. They could just go floating off or explode or whatever. Like, it was already well established that what they already thought the Earth to be was true. So that it wasn't like they were exploring. Like, they didn't think they were essentially like to find out if what they understood to be true is actually true. They just already took that all for granted. They wouldn't try getting to the moon if they didn't think it was to get to. They doubted whether it was a thing to actually get to. Tell us what that thing in the sky is, guys. Like, no. They already claimed to know what it was.
I apologize. I had a phone call. So, like, we're going back to like Sputnik era, early '60s, late '50s. So they knew, right? Like they knew the Earth was flat.
No, I'm saying that they claim to already know it to be a spinning ball in space. That was the whole.
Well,
it wasn't like that shooting guys up into the sky and not, without some sort of knowledge of what the sky is and what the things in the sky are.
Well, I mean, they made claims, but like I mean, but did someone know? Did someone know about flat Earth?
But I'm saying I don't know. There's speculation that they discovered that that there's a limitation to how far we can go horizontally and vertically, because of exploration of Antarctica and all the the testing of so-called nuclear weapons in the sky and all that. They're really exploring the extremities of Earth and the enclosure that we're in on flat Earth. And then they started the whole pushing the whole already believed to be spinning ball in a vacuum idea, so that they could actually keep us from that knowledge. It's not that, but like in speculation. I don't necessarily know that to be true. Suggestive that you could sort of interpret it, way you could form a story out of that. Yeah, they discovered that there's limitations to how far we can go across flat Earth, and already were already been getting taught in schools that the heliocentric paradigm, the ever expanding universe, and all that. It was already being pushed, taught. It was accepted for the most part. I don't think there was many people contending with it in the 40s, 30s, 40s, 50s.
Yeah, I think like Hubble was looking out and trying to do like looking at like redshift and shit, like in the 30s, I think it was. Like they're trying to figure out like what space. And, they're trying to like answer questions like one order of magnitude beyond the flat, like the Earth.
Yeah, they were already presuming that Earth was a planetary body. It was gravitational, had a gravitational relationship with the sun, and they were working out orbital mechanics and all that. In Einstein's time, I mean, and before that, it was already being accepted, narrative. People were already accepting it that was their reality. What's the third planet from the sun was probably a fucking question in a crossword puzzle in the fucking 1900s, in the early, 20th century. Was it that they were just, pretending to go to space? Is what I'm saying. They were just there was this race on to be the first to conquer the sky, and going to do that, you're not going to present something that's paradigm shifting and shocking. Going to just show people what they expect. You yourself might even expect to see if you were able to do the thing that you're pretending to do. Look, guys, we got to the moon and it's not what we thought it was, No, they're not going to say that. They're going to say, yeah, look, it's exactly what we thought it was. We're right. We're smart. We're clever. See, we can do things that you can't. Listen to us. And you can go into all sorts of reasons why they would push a narrative that they don't necessarily know to be true. But it's going to be speculation. At the end of the day, it's just speculation. None of us would be able to tell you definitively why they would be.
They push that because it can't be debunked. Like they push that because you can't go there and you just have to take your word for it.
Exactly.
I think the more claims that you make, like okay, so say they went to the moon, like you bring back like moon rocks and you have photographs and like all these things. The more claims you make, the more evidence that you try to submit, the more like potential holes that you have for other people to poke in your theory. So it is like the more you put yourself out there, the more exposed you are, right? Like other nations, it seems to me that they would have motivation for looking at these claims.
You're not patriotic if you don't agree with them.
Let's say you're sorry. Let's say you're a country that's like working the way up the ranks, and it's becoming economically viable that you could develop a space program, right? And you start realizing you pour a bunch of funding into, a program. Your minions come back and say, we don't know how the fuck America are saying they are doing what they're doing. It puts you in a spot where, okay, we're it's economically viable that we can do it. It's technologically viable that we can do it. It's intellectually and we have the intelligence. It's not lacking in that department. So what the fuck is stopping us, right? And it's a mystery. You don't know how to get something into orbit or blah 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 blah. You keep failing, right? You're checking the math. It should be working, right? And you go, fucking stop, just hold the presses, stop everything, right? We want to be at the recognized on the world stage as being on equal footing as these other guys, as America and Russia and all these not up to countries, right? That's doing things like that have space programs. So what are we going to fucking do? Well, we could pretend. Who's going to check our fucking shit? Or maybe you could go, you would approach NASA and then they go, all right, these guys are at a level like up there with us. We need to fucking bring them in on this. Hey, look, we're not really doing this shit. Is what you do. You're in the club now. Or they go, oh, fucking too bad, whatever. Like, obviously, like if the whole conflict between North Korea and the rest of the world is true, right? Obviously, NASA, the US isn't going to share trade secrets with them, right? But they want to say that they are doing, they're putting things in orbit. They're going to go to space. They're going to put things on the moon, right? They can just fucking fake it. They can just say they did. And suddenly they're a contender on the world stage, right? Something to be either admired or feared. Who's going to check their shit? Who's going to accuse them that no, what they're doing isn't true?
Well, I should think like if North Korea made a claim that they landed on the moon, it would be like we would have motivation to verify that, right?
Why? Why do you care what North Korea does?
Well, I mean, it's important to understanding the world order. If North Korea has the technology to put people on the moon, that's important to us, right?
No.
Not important to us.
How the fuck are you going to say
If they
no?
were actually on the moon, it would be important, but they're not, and they're not gaining any kind of upper hand or anything because it's all nonsense. The biggest thing is just scarcity. That there's not enough stuff. That's the whole freaking spell. That's the main thing. Once you got that, then you sell all the other crap that comes along with it. Global warming, global everything. Doesn't matter what it is. Nonsense.
Well, on those sort of narratives, you can build economy. You can strengthen economy. You can create industry. It's based on something that's reality or not. Invest in things. Can encourage people to study. Go to university, get degrees, educated, get a job, get a career. Inspiration to make T-shirts and coffee cups and write books and that sell. Generate money. Wherever there's an opportunity for something to be exploited economically, we'll be doing it. China openly admitted that they're now pushing. They encouraged their film industry to make more science fiction movies, right? A version of Hollywood, and they're pushing their academia, their universities and their schools to talk about their mythology that involves cosmology. Like they have stories about goddess on the moon and things like that, right? children's interest in space peaked because nobody was really paying attention to their fucking space program bullshit. People interested in it. Well, since it's quiet in here, I see that we do have a couple of Globers, Totem, Evans. Is interested in the conversation? You just want to up a point, make a claim, ask a question, anything like that?
Think you scared him, T-Dub?
Sorry, mate, it was hard to hear you then.
I think you scared him.
I wouldn't think I was that scary, but yeah, okay. I do, I do wonder why these guys are here if they're, you know, talk.
I've always been amazed by the amount of globetards that spend more time on flat earther sites than flat earthers do. It's crazy.
Yeah. All right. For some, it seems like an obsession.
I think.
Who are you trying to convince?
Yeah, I think some of them are flat earthers, but they just don't want to tell anyone they are. Like I'm some kind of closet flat earther or some like little teetotaler that comes out at midnight so no one else sees me has a drink.
You get varying responses from people when you ask them, well, why do you spend so much time amongst flat earthers? This is like this. Everything from here to expose the delusion, I don't, I want to steer people away from it, to I just enjoy the intellectual conversation.
Intellectual? Nuh-uh.
Evening.
How's it going, mate?
Hello.
Doing alright, and you?
Not too bad. Brings you here.
Just listening.
Listening, yeah. There's not much happening here in the way of conversation at the moment. What would you say is your interest in this topic? You discussed this topic before?
I did.
Have you discussed it in here?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not a newcomer.
Nope.
Fair enough. And what do you think after having discussed it? What do you think about it?
People will define me as a glow person. But yeah, just sitting here for looking and seeing what other people think about this subject.
That's fair
So
enough.
what would be your, if someone was to say you've got one chance to have a shot at it, what would be your globe proof?
That's a really good one, actually.
That's it. Question. Next. That's
I would
interesting.
be talking about a lunar eclipse. Sorry. And you have multiple stages of a lunar eclipse. And when you see the shadow on the moon, it's round. That would be my definition of why it's a globe instead of flat.
I'm going to ask a rude question. Why is it every single time someone questions a globie about the nature of the shape of the Earth, they always point to every other direction other than the Earth?
Because the only way you get to talk about the horizon, but I mean that's from Earth's perspective, but the better perspective is from outside space, or looking from Earth to a different object.
Do you agree that explain the lunar eclipse as being the shadow of Earth on the moon? You already have to accept that Earth is a sphere, space is in an alignment between sun and the moon.
A lunar eclipse is that an object, for instance the moon, is between the sun and the Earth. That's a lunar eclipse in one nutshell, I guess.
No, actually, the lunar eclipse is where the Earth is in between the sun and the moon. Solar eclipse would be where the moon is in between the Earth and the sun.
Indeed, my bad.
So would you agree that you already have to have some underlying positions for Earth?
Could you repeat that?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Could you repeat what you said earlier?
So would you agree? Would you agree that to conclude that it's the Earth's shadow on the moon, you already have to have some pre-assumptions, some presuppositions about the nature of Earth before drawing that conclusion?
Correct.
All right. So you would already have to assume that Earth is a sphere which is in space and which can be a thing which can be in between the sun and the moon.
People saying that it's a globe are really mistaken indeed, because it's not perfectly round.
That's true.
I mean, people say that's why the term globe is not the right term in my opinion. It should be a sphere. If you want to prove that the Earth is a sphere instead of flat, it's not a globe. Don't use that term. It's a sphere.
All right. So we have an explanation for why we observe the lunar eclipse. Would you say that explanation is proven and of itself?
Indeed.
Okay. Interesting.
I mean, there are still, because the North and South poles are a little bit flat. The Earth is a sphere, so it's not round. It's flat on the North and the South pole, and you have still the rotational force of Earth because it's spinning. Logic. It will always change shape, so it won't be a perfect circle for like as long as the Earth will exist.
Right, you would need Earth to be a sphere, right? That is capable of being in between the sun and the moon for the explanation to be true. I would argue that the explanation isn't and of itself. It's just explanation. It's just a claim. What I'm saying is that you'd need to validate that explanation. can't just say, I think it's because of this, therefore I'm correct.
I'm going to give you a question. What do you think the shadow on the moon is when a lunar eclipse is going on? Where do you think the shadow comes from?
I'll be honest with you, I have no idea.
I mean, if you shine light on an object and the light can go past the object, you will see a shadow. And that shadow has to come from an object. You can't just make a shadow. If you take a flashlight and you put your hand in front of the flashlight, if you put it a little bit of a distance, you will see a shadow on your wall. How do you think that shadow will appear? I mean, you can't just make a shadow without light.
Something very interesting about shadows. Shadows are never, ever any smaller than the object that they are cast from. So next time you see or you hear on the news the 75 or 79 mile wide shadow that's cast from the moon when there's an eclipse, question that.
What makes you say it's a shadow?
What else can it be if you don't have any other object in space making that phenomenal?
Well, another question
couple
for you.
problems there.
Have you ever looked up in the sky and had the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time? You can't claim it's the Earth's shadow causing that then.
Yeah, we can go into that if you want. But to address what you said last, Dr. Blue, we assumed that we're in space and that these bodies are physical objects, spherical in nature, in space already, right? Then have said, what else could it be? Which is an argument from incredulity.
The same will be for the moon phases. You have the moon. You have like different phases where a moon goes in and how many parts of the moon are actually emitting some light that gets reflected from the sun. You can also see a shadow on there. And a question to you guys will be, how can that shadow be there? It's the same when you get an eclipse, but now you have the moon itself and not an eclipse or something, or a lunar eclipse or something. It's just the normal way when a moon passes the Earth, rotates around the Earth, and reflecting light from the sun onto the Earth at night. How would that shadow? How can it be that the shadow appears on the moon?
It's assuming that it is a shadow, right?
I mean, you are in space. It sounds maybe a little bit odd, but what else could it be?
Am I in space?
Not currently, I think. I mean, you're not in the space center.
No, but is Earth in space? Is Earth and is those things in the sky, are they in space? Is the sky what we're taught it is?
I mean, where would it else be? I mean, do you have a place where it is? Yeah, Do you have a name or place where we live at the moment
sky.
instead of
Sky.
valid? But where's the sky made of? Or
I don't know, man.
where is the sky
Yeah.
located?
I'm not offering another alternative explanation.
Go ahead.
Asking how you know the one that you're giving to be true.
If you shoot a rocket through the atmosphere and the stratosphere,
And how many times have you been shooting rockets up there?
people have been doing it for like 50, 60 years. So
People.
they all
have.
came back. A lot of people went to space. A lot of people came back from the sky to Earth. So why wouldn't it be? Because if you
Interesting
shoot,
how some of these people that have allegedly been to space won't even put their hand on a Bible and say, "I've been to space."
fair enough. But like you said, if I shoot a rocket into the sky, and it wouldn't be space, where would I end up? That's a question you can ask. Where do I end up? Can I return back to Earth if I shoot a rocket into the sky?
Pretty sure we just see them go up and come back down.
If you shoot a rocket which is capable of exceeding the sky, where would you end up?
Don't know. I've never been up that high. I've been in an airplane before. That was pretty cool.
And an airplane is in the sky.
Interesting how rockets always seem to follow the same trajectory as a golf ball. Goes up, hooks over, comes back down.
That's your gravitational forces right there.
Got to speak, guys. Nice talking to you, Dr. Blue.
Yeah.
Later, I'll probably be back on later.
Yeah, it's 9 p.m. here, almost 10 p.m. So I don't think I will be seeing you again for today.
I got about 10 more minutes myself.
Oh, but like when you're on an airplane, you're indeed in the sky. But where would you be if you shoot a rocket outside the atmosphere, the stratosphere, out of the sky? Where would you be? Where would you end up?
Somebody needs to show him. Somebody needs to show him the video of, the shuttle and the NASA roll program and the whole helium-filled tank thing. That wakes up a lot of people once you figure out it's all a magic trick, pretty much. Yeah, rockets aren't going anywhere. They never have.
It's just if I shoot a rocket far into the sky, like no point of return, where would I end up?
Back down on the ground is where you'd end up. It doesn't go into a place that you call space. It can't. It just can't. It can't go from a pressurized system to a non-pressurized system. It doesn't work like that.
I gotta ask you guys a question. Is that all right?
Sure.
This is for everybody in the room. If NASA said they created anti-gravity technology, and they wanted to prove it to you by throwing you out of a plane, and the thing saving your life is this piece of anti-gravity technology. Would you trust them and use it?
I'd still have a parachute strapped to me back.
I
Do you guys actually believe it's flat?
You going nowhere with NASA. You got to be crazy.
You guys actually believe it's flat? I'm generally curious.
Of course we believe. We don't believe. We know it's flat.
You know it's flat. Okay.
Yeah. We don't
How do
believe
you
like
know
you
it's flat?
Globers. We know.
Wait.
Would you trust NASA? Would you trust NASA?
You know what? My mommy always said I was kind of a retard, but I'm really happy to see that I'm actually with a dynamic of people I can feel smarter with. You know, like it's crazy how many retards are compiled in one voice chat. You know, I was not bad at math, but hey, at least I know that the Earth
You should go to the Palestine.
Dude, this guy is literally calling us all retarded.
Yo.
Let's go. He's actually calling because he kind of.
Yo, Steven. Yo, Steven.
You belong in the LGBT.
The only thing flat here is your mommy's fucking titties. That's the only thing flat here.
Yo, Steven.
Yo, this guy Steven's going too far, bro.
What a sad,
I'm just trying to have a respectful conversation here. And
What a left.
Okay, better.
What a loser.
Dude, it's so funny. They're so dumb.
Like, he doesn't even. I get like. I
Would you trust?
With you guys about it, but he just goes fully committed.
Gravity. Whoa. Just would you trust? Dude, no. Who would trust NASA with anything? Like seriously. Like if you're gonna go into some place that's like super pressurized and they build it out of some freaking crap that doesn't even look like a submarine, like you better back the hell up quick. I mean, if anything, it was real. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's anti-gravity technology, so it will probably save you from falling to death. And I mean, one of you guys should have do it for the experimentation, I guess, because you guys want to prove it.
Dude, that's a what if nonsense. That's like, hey man, if you could go to Narnia, would you go to Narnia?
I mean, if you guys want to prove the vast majority of the world, one of you should sacrifice yourself. That's not.
Would you do it?
What's the premise?
Would I do it? I mean, basically, I'm like with 95% of the world. I would be.
Do you trust NASA? Do you trust NASA to get you to the moon with 2 car batteries? I mean, that's a better question. Do you trust NASA to get you all the way to the moon with 2 car batteries?
I don't think that comparison is valid though.
Why not, dude? You're making some. That's an actual comparison. That's what they say. That's all the power they had to get there. You know, besides their little rocket fuel and all that nonsense story.
They never said it was 2 car batteries though.
How many batteries did it take to do all their electric and all that? The whole thing.
I ain't a space engineer.
Yeah, you need to look into it, and then you'd realize it's all nonsense.
I mean, there are multiple ways to power.
You said you
the
had
aircraft.
no idea, but you told him that he was wrong.
I mean, there are
So,
multiple ways of
something's wrong
powering a
with your
space
logic.
station. So there are multiple
What?
ways. You can use
Well, do you
nuclear
know?
power if you really want.
That's what they're using?
They
You're just making
use
shit up
that
again.
No, they use that.
Or in the space station where they're spraying water around and eating water droplets and all that stuff, would you spray a bunch of water around a bunch of like supposed multi-million-dollar freaking computer equipment? Would you just be playing games, doing backflips and a bunch of nonsense?
It's not like
I mean, if they want to do it, let them do, I guess. I wouldn't do it.
Why not?
Because endangering yourself and others ain't the way to go. I mean,
Right, and you're not even trained. They're supposedly trained like top tippity top shape, freaking brainiac, like the best of the best. And they're spraying water, telling you how they freaking wash their hair. in space, droplets flying everywhere. They're throwing fruit around. They're wearing monkey suits. They're. Oh my
If
god.
it's in NASA protocol, I mean, sure, let them do it, but I wouldn't do it personally.
Doesn't that say something that you're not the best of the best of the best? But Don Petit is. He's the best of the best. That freaking like absolute retard is the best of the. Dude, you ballers have got the guys that they're supposedly sending up there are absolute freaking idiots, and they're just making fun of you guys by showing you them.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, but we lost the technology.
Let
Oh
them
my
do their shit, I
God.
guess. Personally, I wouldn't do it, but if it's in protocol and they want to do it, let them be. I mean, they can't if they supposedly like
within protocol. You just said within protocol. You think it's within protocol for them to like the girl to sit there and spray her hair and like water droplets are flying all over the place, and like
I mean,
that's
there are protocols on how to wash yourself and stuff and eat and I don't think if they are making those videos they forcefully try to
First
do
of all,
everything that isn't allowed. I mean,
they're
NASA wouldn't do that.
they're not in a second law of thermodynamics violation. First of all, they're not up there. They're you're just seeing them on a set. You're seeing them on a set. There's not a fourth wall. You see three walls. You never see the fourth wall because that's the cameras. They're on the set. They've actually made mistakes. The guys have actually said, "We're broadcasting, right here." He's like, "I'm broadcasting from right across the country from where I grew up," and he's like, "Oops, I mean, we're broadcasting up, way high up from where I grew up." I mean, dude, it's nonsense. All that it's so painfully obvious. I don't even know how anybody can watch it and not just die laughing.
I mean, yeah, that's more like prove it wrong or prove it right, I guess. You need to have evidence for that to really say that, I guess. Not trying to personally attack you, but like that's just a discussion of prove it or prove it not.
And you're not attacking me. It's just I'm attacking their credibility. It's just nonsense, and I'm just a freaking idiot in a wheelchair.
Yeah, the thing is that there's testable, repeatable science. And then they're saying, oh, but that's just subjective. Your subjective experience because there's a greater science out there that deems your objective reality subjective. And we're just wondering how and why and when and where. Does the laws of physics break down at our fundamental level and become something else?
That's also like you have to make if you don't believe in the physical laws made by humans now, you have to make up your own theory and try to prove it that they are wrong.
Yeah, no. We use all applied physics, all applied physical physics.
That's the human
not in
made.
contention. You are contending that. You are saying that all physics that we know is wrong. That's what you're saying, not us. We agree gas pressure needs a containment.
And all the Newton laws.
Name one.
Should I name one right now? You said it right.
Yeah, some have merit and some are imaginary.
An object will not change in motion unless a force acts on it.
I agree with that one.
The acceleration of an object depends on the mass of the object and the amount of force applied. So that's it's both last, but the first one.
I've got one I like to ask ballers. Like when you see water, or you see anything spinning that has water in it, what do you see? What do you see happen to the water? If you see a wet tennis ball thrown, what happens to
water will accelerate to the same. To the
you
same.
throw a tennis ball. Throw a wet tennis ball. What happens as it spins?
What do you mean? Like
throw a wet tennis ball. A wet tennis ball. Just spin anything wet around your head. The water's gonna fly off and out.
Yeah, definitely. Because the
Okay, okay. Well, there you go. All right, so like you see that happen in real life. You can tell like that's something you could do over and over, and you see what happens where the water goes. But
it goes away.
Now, right? Well, because of what?
Because of the forces applied to the tennis ball.
Okay, all right. So NASA and the guys in lab coats, they want you to believe that once something gets really, really big, that thing starts acting completely opposite, and the water doesn't no longer fly off. It turns around and gets sucked towards the center of that object. Now, at what point do you think that thing has to get too big to where it starts doing that?
Because force applied to two objects.
Okay, let's say we got a 100-foot wide ball and it was wet, and we spun it with a motor and we threw water on it. We spun it. You think the water would fly off?
On Earth, yes, because two middle points of gravitational force.
Okay, let's say we made it like 2,000 feet wide. Wet ball with a sponge frickin' surface. I don't know. Spin it. Would water fly off it?
On Earth, yes, because you still have those two objects.
Okay. So basically, you think that once the ball gets 20,000 miles wide, the water does an about face. So at what point does it start to turn around and go in the opposite way to where it gets sucked in towards the center? That's my question. Like, is there a point to where it starts happening a little bit and then all of a sudden it just does the about face, or is it all at once? This is the kind of thing that I think about that's freaking hilarious, but I don't know. Do you ever think about something like that? Something that's like that you can see with your own two eyes, and compared to something they're telling you that's happening that you'll never be able to recreate in any example, physical model on Earth. You're not going to find it in nature. You're not going to find it anywhere. But you got to trust them.
If you trust them. If you spin a ball in one direction with your own force, it doesn't matter how big, how heavy, or how dense an object is. It will never change direction. That's the point. You have to give. If you want to have an object returning a different way, you have to put that force in yourself to overcome the other force. That's rotational. The other rotational force that is rolling an object to a different to the direction you threw it.
So you believe that at some point that water that was flying off is going to turn around and go 180 degrees the opposite way and start getting sucked in and stick to something spinning?
No, definitely not. Because when the water is already gone, if you want to spin an object in a different way, you have to put another rotational force against the rotational force the ball is moving to move the ball in a different direction. But the water will always stay away because it's on the ground, or somewhere in the air, because some of the water particles will go into the air, and others will go to the ground.
So how's the magical spinning water ball sucking it towards the center now?
It's not sucking it to the center because centrifugal forces will throw the water out instead of in.
Say it is. That's what they say the Earth is. They say it's sticking while spinning. You realize that, right?
Indeed, it's spinning, but because it's spinning in one direction for so long, and it's still spinning, it won't change anything on Earth. If the Earth stops spinning for a minute, we will all die. That's the point. And if the Earth is going to how it's called, it's going counterclockwise, so different way, we will also die. That's the point. The Earth spinning is there, and it keeps spinning like that because it can't go anywhere else. It has to have a different force.
We're gonna die if it stops spinning.
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Wow, man. Oh no.
That's a flat Earth. I don't know if you guys think or know if a flat Earth is still spinning around its axis. But if a flat Earth will also stop rotating, you also die.
What the hell are you talking about? Oh my god! Yeah, the flat Earth isn't it? The flat Earth ain't spinning. It ain't doing nothing. It's just sitting there.
If it's not, if it's sitting there, we
just
won't
like
be
you.
alive.
Dang. Well, that's weird because we're all alive and we ain't moving. That's for damn sure.
That's because. Hold up. Something got stuck in my throat. Anyway. That's because of law 1 of Newton. If it will remain at rest, because if it doesn't matter if you are spinning in like fucking attraction or something. I don't know where the fuck you guys going or don't know. But your body will stay at rest if you are moving at the same speed as something is moving. You will stay still, because if you brake in a car, you will move forward. If you accelerate in the car, you will get pushed in your seat. But if you keep driving at like 60 miles per hour or, I don't know, 100 kilometers per hour, you will remain the same. There won't be, unless you go into a corner or something, there won't be any changes on those forces. The same,
Dr. Blue.
the same thing applies
Sorry,
to
go ahead.
Earth. Oh, yeah, go ahead. I'm done.
Well, I'm just, I want to compare apples to apples. Number one, I would like to see if you could prove that the Earth is spinning, because I'm betting that you would agree that you feel like you're stationary, correct?
Yeah, that's because of law 1, Newton.
Right. But now we'd have to establish that the Earth is constantly accelerating, because that's the claim.
It's accelerate. It's not. It's the acceleration is 0. The speed is constant. It's not accelerating.
No.
It's going at the same speed for who knows how
So
many
the
years
Earth
already.
is rotating. That's an angular velocity. Angular velocities are accelerations. So this is an acceleration constantly. Just like you mentioned before, if you were to turn a corner, you would feel the angular speed, right? going
Yeah,
around
yeah,
a corner. That's a rotational angular speed. So the Earth is doing that, but you don't feel that either.
No, that's because the Earth is not accelerating. Accelerating is a difference in speed over time. It's having a constant velocity.
What do you think keeps it spinning? Like, you think there's some magical force? Like, you think the sun's pulling it towards it, but you think it's also spinning it at the same time?
It's pulling it. It's pulling it, but it how it's spinning. I don't have research. I haven't researched why it's spinning, but the sun is indeed pulling onto the Earth. Indeed.
Who wound that top up? And just the never-ending spinning top. Friggin' hilarious.
Yeah, and all circular motions are constant acceleration. So you have a constant acceleration if you're supposed to be in some sort of orbit.
And that therefore would also break the first law, right? Because where is the energy coming from for this rock to be spinning constantly at the same rate?
Does the globe Earth have little motors on it or something?
Yeah, like thrusters, right? I mean, because it's so silly. I mean, even if you believe the whole orbit thing, like, to say that it's spinning at 1,000 and at the same constant speed too, like, and it just never
if there was a speed change in Earth, we will feel it. Of course, we would feel it. If there was a negative acceleration or a positive acceleration,
you'd feel if we were moving at all. Trust me.
Yeah.
Like,
I
drive all the time. I know if I'm going 5 miles an hour, I can tell that I'm going 5 miles an hour, or if I speed up to 15, you can tell the difference between that. You think you wouldn't tell the difference between?
You would feel it. You would feel the acceleration.
And you can also tell when you're sitting still, or like then when you're sitting still, if you move your head in any kind of angle while sitting still, you know the angle. Minute degrees. We know every single motion, not only motion and acceleration, but inertia. Our inner ear senses the still state.
Yeah, not just speed changes too, velocity changes. So that includes changes in direction. So if you're going around in a circle at a constant speed, but your velocity is changing, you're going to feel that.
Yeah, but then you have Then you have a negative acceleration.
No, you have constant acceleration, my brother.
But
doesn't matter. You still feel it.
That's basic physics.
Keep in mind, this is only one of the assumed vectors or motions that the Earth is supposed to be experiencing. Then we have on top of that the second one, which there are about 4, would be an elliptical orbit around the sun. That means that an ellipse, right, is not a circle, it's an ellipse. So you're going to have a tight corner that you go around at a very high rate of speed. So it's kind of like being on the teacups at Disneyland.
What's the eccentricity of Earth's orbit? It's almost a circle.
I don't make a claim about it. You could tell me.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the official position is it's like 99.9% of a circle. It's elliptical, but it's not far off.
Yeah, an ellipse. So an ellipse would require speeding up and slowing down. If it was one constant speed, it would be a circular orbit. So you like to be a spinning ball space monkey like believer, you've got to believe that the Earth is speeding up at at the closer parts and slowing down to go further out. Like the sun is picking and choosing like when to apply more gravity. It's applying more gravity,
No, because because the weight of a planet won't change the distance. That can change. So if a distance changes, that could lead to more or less force applied to two different objects. But the weight of a planet doesn't change. So the only thing that changes is the distance between two objects. And if the distance changes between two objects, that leads to having less force applied to two objects. It's not that the sun can instantly decide that it weighs less and reduces the force applied on two objects. That's not possible.
Well, hold up. It's kind of a non sequitur because no one's talking about the weight of said planet, the assumed planet. I would love to know. Well, number one, I would love to know or see how someone could actually prove that the Earth is indeed in motion at all. Number two, by what mechanism it would be able to even do an ellipse around the sun constantly over apparently millions or perhaps billions of years.
Could you prove it wrong?
No, that's a burden of proof reversal. I want you to actually prove to me that it's happening. So prove to me, number one, that the Earth is in motion at all.
I would also like to see your evidence about why not. That's the whole point of...
No. You have to prove that it is. You agreed with me earlier that you don't experience any movement or feel any motion, nor can anyone detect any motion. So I would like to know if your positive claims that the Earth is moving, how you determine that.
Is there any evidence that the Earth isn't in motion?
Once again, you're going to ask the same question I just told the guy to get me the evidence for. How about you, Embo? You agree that you don't feel any motion. Your experience is stationary. Unless you feel like you're spinning right now, then maybe we need to go, to a rubber room somewhere. I don't know. But can you prove to me that the Earth is indeed in motion?
Can you prove that you feel the motion? Because you are saying that you can feel the motion. Can you
I don't
prove
feel
that?
any motion. What are you talking about?
I can prove that.
Show me, I guess. I mean,
the Foucault
the vicious circle is happening at
If the
the moment.
Earth was moving, if it was spinning, you could just hold up a plumb bob and it would kind of lean. It would lean out. It would just kind of, it wouldn't be hanging straight down.
Why would it
and
do
that's why
sources on that.
That's why Foucault's pendulums have motors. That's why they have magnets to keep them going. It's not Earth spin that keeps them going.
That's not the reason. The reason is the fact that air exists and air exerts resistance on moving objects, so it will be getting slowed by the air, by the friction from the air over time. So in order to put it in some kind of exposition in a museum or something like that, and keep it constantly moving for people to watch, you have to use these magnets. But you can do it completely without magnets.
That's called a parlor trick. It's called that's like going to the circus and seeing a freak show. It's just nonsense, dude. That's a parlor trick.
But if you want to make a pendulum that wouldn't be having to move all the time, because it's some kind of exposition for people to watch, but just for the measurement, then you can do that without any magnets, without any problem.
Yeah, 1,000 miles per hour. It seems like that'd be a good enough speed to be able to feel something or to be able to actually just detect it without the use of magnets or motors.
I just said that you don't have to use the magnets. The magnets are only for the fact that pendulum stops because of air. So if you want it to spin 24 hours per day, you have to use these magnets. But if you want to simply measure that, you can just put a mass on a string. It will stop after some time, like an hour or two, due to that air. but it will be already a significant drift to measure the angle of that precession over
All right,
that
so
time.
this is a red herring away from the point. Embo, I would like you to tell me how a pendulum proves that the Earth is indeed in motion.
Yeah, it proves it because of the fact that a pendulum or anything else, it will keep its orientation in space if no force, like a physical force, will push it towards some direction. And if that pendulum, you swing it and you don't have any force in that room, anything that will exert that force and make it precess, then the only way for it to precess, apparently for you standing on that Earth, is if the Earth itself would rotate, and you standing on the rotating Earth will see the pendulum as precessing relative to you. Because you don't
Yeah, so
have
this
any
is
object that
saying
would
affirmative
create that.
consequent, essentially, because you see a pendulum process, then there you're going to say that the Earth is indeed in motion. All we're seeing or witnessing is a pendulum processing. That's it.
Yes, and it's an evidence for the Earth moving. You asked me
Wow,
for the evidence, I gave you the evidence.
that's
I just
not
explained
evidence.
it.
It's
It
absolutely
is
illogical,
evidence.
is what it is. It's fallacious in its reasoning. And besides, what force is being applied?
The Coriolis force.
The Coriolis force, great. Can you show me what two different reference frames we're dealing with here then, and you can tell me which ones each thing is in?
A non-inertial reference frame. Coriolis
Which
force
one is
happens
that?
in non-inertial.
Which
The
one is
reference
that?
frame centered on the surface of the Earth.
What? No, what is in the non-inertial reference frame?
I just explained the non-inertial reference frame. It's in respect to the surface of the Earth. Because
Okay,
it's
so the
rotating.
Earth is non-inertial spinning reference frame. What's the other reference frame?
There's none other reference frame.
Oh, so you don't even
There
know what the
should be.
Coriolis effect is. You actually have to have two reference frames. Are you not aware of that?
I mean, I know it. It's an apparent deflection that happens in non-inertial reference frames.
Oh, so it's an apparent deflection that occurs
due to
in
the
the
rotation of.
inertial reference frame. There's two reference frames. I gave it to you because I could see that you were struggling and you don't know what you're talking about. So what's in the inertial reference frame, Embo?
Inertial reference frame would be anything that is like an inertial reference frame. You could center it on anything that isn't rotating with the Earth.
So anything not attached. So since the pendulum is indeed attached to the Earth, it wouldn't be in the second reference frame, would it?
I mean, it's swinging.
Yeah, it's attached to the frickin' building, dude. It's still on the Earth.
A string.
So it's attached.
Yeah, but that attachment is completely irrelevant.
Oh, it's irrelevant now.
Yes, because like I don't know what point you're trying to make, because if you're trying to say that the string will somehow cause a torsion on the pendulum or something like that.
No, I'm just saying
Don't
it's
say
still in
that's
the one
not
reference frame, and you haven't shown me anything not attached yet.
I mean, the statement that something is in a reference frame, I don't think that statement makes much sense, personally.
Well, then I guess I'll just stop talking to you because you can't understand pretty simple terms, right?
I mean, I would say that it's some kind of projection caused by a Dunning-Kruger effect, but...
Oh, so now it's just you're going to make it about the ad homs. I want you to understand what I'm saying. You don't have anything that is in the inertial reference frame, meaning not attached to the Earth. Besides, you already gave the game away a second ago when you said it was a not actual, only an apparent drift, not actual deflection.
It will be apparent from your point of reference, but it will have a real effect.
Oh, so it's not just an appearance; it's an actual effect. It's an actual force, or is it a pseudo force just defined in the actual definition?
when I say that it's apparent, I don't mean that it isn't experienced, but rather that that force doesn't have like any physical virtual force that is causing it. It's just an illusion caused by inertia, but you will still experience it if you're considering that from the non-inertial reference frame. You would need to add
Okay.
that force in order to explain that motion.
Yeah, so fair enough. You're going to go with globulus. So globulus. So then anything not attached to the Earth, which is the spinning non-inertial reference frame, is going to have a deflection, right? Since it's not attached.
I mean, regardless of if it's attached or not, you will have a deflection.
Okay, so we have a deflection. So that means that anything independent of this spinning non-inertial reference frame is going to not be affected or be velcroed to the reference frame, right, by any magical force. So that means that a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to LA will take an hour and a half instead of 4 hours because the Earth is rotating underneath the plane, right?
No, I don't think that's how it works.
Oh, well, then how does it work? Since you don't even know the two reference frames that we're talking about. So they are attached. So there's only one reference frame again?
It works by the law of conservation of momentum. So if
so now it's conservation of momentum. Is that conservation indefinite? Are you going to violate the first law of thermodynamics now? The first law of motion?
no, I'm not violating anything.
You can't just say that. Now you're saying that things maintain momentum with a reference frame indefinitely, which is going against the Coriolis effect. Are you going to pick your
How is
poison
it
at some
going
point?
against it? I mean, in non-inertial reference frames, these laws of motion, they don't hold. That's the entire point of the non-inertial reference frames. That if
Give me a citation. Give me a citation. I'm tired of you bullshitting me.
okay, I mean, type just a definition of non-inertial reference
No,
frame.
you get me the citation. If you're going to change the definition, you go ahead and get me the citation that tells me that there's a deflection but not a deflection.
Okay, so definition of non-inertial frame.
I'm not asking for the definition of non-inertial frame. I want you to tell me that there's no apparent deflection, but there is an apparent deflection.
But I've never said it.
You're saying that airplanes are velcroed with the reference frame, so you don't experience any deflection.
No, I don't think I said that either.
Okay, so the Earth is spinning out from underneath the airplane.
The airplane is like spinning with the surface of the Earth.
Oh, so it is velcroed, so there is no Coriolis effect.
There is a Coriolis effect. The only place where there wouldn't be would be the equator.
When do we observe the Coriolis effect then? Because apparently it's not happening with airplanes. How about helicopters?
For example, when you shoot a ballistic projectile, when the winds move at a large scale, which causes them to spin at opposite direction in hemispheres. When the edges of a river
Demonstrate that for me, because all the long-range shooters I know, when they shoot competitively, they don't take that into effect.
Okay, I can give you citations.
No, I want you to actually demonstrate it for me.
Like in the form of video?
Anything. Show me the Coriolis effect happening with a projectile. Isolate that as the cause. By the way, it's only an apparent deflection, not actual. So the bullet's not deflecting. This is my funnest. I love the Coriolis effect because you guys can't pick your poison. Either stuff is rotating with the Earth or it isn't. And you'll just double back and screw yourselves each time.
I feel like a physicist could explain that better. Because
well, then get the physicist here and you can go ahead and take a break.
Yeah, I feel like I understand it, but it's hard to explain.
Yeah, I feel like you don't understand it at all. I feel like you're just coming in to just make noise. Meanwhile, we left a guy that was fairly new to the conversation because somebody suspected that it was going really badly for him.
going back to the reference frame bit about this, right? That's the reference frame is of the observer noticing the effect, right? So it doesn't really make sense to say that you need
Which reference frame is that? Which reference frame is that?
So if you're on the Earth observing something and noticing that
Which reference
reflection,
frame is that? Which reference
it's
frame is
Earth's-
it?
It's Earth's reference frame, the observer's
It's Earth
reference frame.
You don't even know the names of the reference frames. Why am I talking to you, Daza? You don't even know what vertical is.
It's Earth appears to have a rotating reference frame when it comes to the Coriolis effect.
And so, which reference frame is that?
It's the reference
It's got a
frame of the
name.
Earth.
No, Daza, it's got a name. Okay. That reference
What's the specific
frame.
name?
Well, you should know this if you're going to talk about it, right?
I'm just talking generally about reference frames. So it's Earth's
Which reference
non-inertial
frame are
reference
you
frame.
talking
Right?
about? Are we talking about Coriolis effect or just reference frames?
Well, what causes the Coriolis effect? So my understanding is when your reference frame is rotating and something else is moving in an inertial path, you'll see the apparent deflection of something caused
Apparent
by a force you
deflection, is it
can't
a
see.
real deflection or does it just look that way?
The deflection is real compared to your reference frame.
Okay.
So as an observer, you see a real deflection when you're measuring in your
Really,
reference
I think
frame.
the object in the non-inertial spinning or the inertial reference frame is just going in a straight path. It's not deflecting, it's just going straight.
Yeah. So if you were in the reference frame of the object that's traveling, yes, you would think you were going in a straight line and it looked like the Earth would be spinning under you.
We have two traveling things here.
Yes.
Yes.
And the two reference frames have two different points of view. So you analyze it from a specific point of view. So you can choose to do it from the reference frame of the Earth or the reference frame of the projectile. And you get
So which
two
one do you
different.
be on?
Sorry, which I missed that. It cut off.
Which one do you want to pick to be on today?
Well, we could pick the Earth. That'll do.
Okay. So what is going to be in the inertial reference frame? What are we talking about?
Well, initially, everything is.
Everything?
So you're sitting there. Well, everything is in your reference frame, right?
No,
Because
the
that's
Earth is
the
its own reference
observation point.
frame. The Earth is a reference frame.
Earth is a
Yes,
reference
yeah.
frame.
So the Earth in this case is our reference frame. That the motion of the Earth is our reference frame. Everything's measured relative to the motion of the Earth. It is our reference frame.
So the
and
Earth
it
is
is.
spinning.
It's a rotating one. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, and everything not
We don't
attached
care
is its
whether it's
own
rotating
reference
because
frame,
it's only
correct?
rotating slowly. Sorry, mate, I cut you off. What was that?
I mean, it's not really that slow. It's 1,038 miles per hour at the equator.
It's 1 revolution per day. So that rotating reference
Yeah, I
frame
know.
is slowly
Yeah, there's
rotating,
two
right?
different scales. So let's talk about scale for a minute. If the Earth is indeed this ball that you say it is, on the scale of the large Earth, right, a little less than 15 or 15 degrees an hour, that would be an angular, right, rotation. But in real, like, our particular size and idea of reference, that's 1,038 mile an hour wind, which is hauling ass.
Yeah, but we're talking about Coriolis, right? So it's a rotational.
We're talking about
effect. So we
Coriolis,
need
so
to know
all
about
the air that's not
rotational
attached
speed.
to the Earth, right? All the air that's not attached to the Earth should be whipping
that's attached
past
to the Earth.
everything on the Earth at 1,038 miles per hour.
So can I give you an analogy of that? So imagine you've got a big.
No, I want you to give me not an analogy, but the actual scenario.
Okay, so the actual scenario is the Earth is spinning. The air is essentially dragged along with the spinning ball. Like if you had a bucket of water and you rotated it, the bucket
So
would,
the
the water would be stationary
Coriolis
compared
effect.
to the bucket, but rotated.
No Coriolis effect then.
No, well, it depends. Then if you want a Coriolis effect, you have to move something from and observe
The
it
air
from
is
that
moving
rotating reference.
constantly. It is in random directions all the time,
Yeah,
in
but,
motion.
but its average velocity is the same as the Earth, right? Slightly less.
The average velocity of the air is velcroed with the Earth, so no Coriolis effect.
Now, the Coriolis effect has nothing to do with the air. It's relative. It's if
Sure
you
it
launch a
does. It has to
projectile,
do with everything not attached to the reference frame of the Earth.
it's attached. The air is attached. The
The
reference
air is
frame is not
attached
something
to
you
the Earth.
attach to.
Really?
It's
So
something
how
you
do we have
observe from.
surface winds going in all different directions?
The reference frame is something you observe from. It's not a physical thing. It's a point of view.
We're
That's
standing
where
on
you
it.
do your. Yeah, we're standing on it. Yep.
And the Earth
And everything that is
is
moving at the
underneath your
same
feet and you're
speed as
attached
us
to it.
is in the same our
Definitely
reference frame.
whoa. We're not talking about speed yet. All right. You need to go ahead and establish that the Earth is turning. You guys are using Coriolis effect. The air is not attached to the reference frame, and yet we don't observe this Coriolis effect.
The air is
Measurement of
attached
Earth
to the Earth.
rotation. A torque measurement would be nice.
It sounds based off what you're saying, Daza. You don't think you can do the Coriolis effect.
Oh no, you can. You can see the Coriolis effect. So the
with what?
So if we want to go
You
back
just
to the
said that
projectile
the
motion,
air and everything is moving the same. Everything's the same. So how are you
yes.
going to see this Coriolis effect?
Okay, so if you're sitting here and you're on Earth's, your reference frame is Earth, all the air is and everything is moving with you, and you lob a projectile, say 500 kilometers, right? Something that's in free flight. It's not following a track across the ground. It's a projectile being launched and it's just floating. That projectile is subject to the laws of inertia. So once it's been launched, it's going to travel according to what forces are applied to it. So it doesn't care that the Earth is rotating.
Definitely.
It would have had a bit of initial speed from the Earth's rotating, but it will travel in what it thinks is a straight line. So from the Earth's reference frame, we would see that projectile drift as the Earth rotated under it. From the point of view of the projectile, it would think it's in an inertial reference frame. It would see the Earth rotating under it, and it wouldn't feel any rotational force.
Okay, so when do we observe this? Give me the exact scenario.
Well, my understanding is that in long distance projectiles being launched, artillery from ships, particularly, that kind of very long range projectile, it's observable there. I don't have any strong evidence or details I can give you for these specific things. This is just I guess you call it hearsay, but
Flight from
the
Charlotte,
motion
North
is observed.
Carolina to Los Angeles, since they're on the same latitude, and then that can just go. We'll go from that. That's a pretty long trajectory, and yet there's no deviation.
Sorry, what were you talking about there? An aircraft?
Yeah, aircraft.
No, so aircraft aren't inertial objects. They fly relative to the ground. They keep a ground track. They're not shot out of a cannon
They're
and
Velcroed
just
to
let
the Earth
float.
as well. So the projectile is not going to be Velcro. You just told me that something that leaves the reference frame will lose that inertia, right? It's going to lose that momentum,
leave
that
the
angular
reference
momentum that you
frame.
can't prove. Excuse me, I'm not done yet. So you can't prove the angular momentum or anything to even observe, right? But you're going to say that it's going to keep that angular momentum from Charlotte, North Carolina, all the way to Los Angeles and never have any kind of deflection.
Aircraft is not a projectile. It's a controlled object. It flies.
So like a football,
uses
if I kicked a
forces.
football, should the Earth spin out from underneath the football?
If you're a good kick, yeah. You have to kick at 100 kilometers to notice it, probably.
100 kilometers? Give me an example of this.
Hey, Dazi, you're missing something very critical.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah.
The Coriolis effect takes place when the object moves either closer or further away from the axis of rotation. It's really important, and that's why it would, it wouldn't work on a cylinder. It wouldn't happen on a cylinder, but it would happen on a globe.
Yeah. So anyways, Daza, you got
So
rescued
did you
and then
mute
not so
Scott
much.
so that he couldn't contribute to the conversation?
No, I didn't mute him, but if you want to do some, like concern trolling, I can mute you too. Anyways, you and I were having a conversation. So you got any examples of actual Earth-based Coriolis effect, or are you just supposing this and not giving any examples?
Well, my understanding is that the artillery firing things and they had a problem, I believe, in the Falklands War, that the British hadn't recalibrated their firing tables for being in the southern hemisphere, and they were having trouble with their accuracy because of that. In their,
so you don't have any examples?
No concrete ones. I think people have published you know, the artillery firing tables here before and things like that. My understanding is that they include these kind of things.
Yep. So how do they account for the rotation of the Earth?
How do they?
Yeah.
So they need to know a few things like the angle, what direction you're shooting. So like Scott said, relative to the axis of rotation. So you need to know the orientation of your shot relative to your reference frame. If you're shooting in the direction of the rotation of the reference frame, there are other things that come into play. But if you're shooting across the rotation relative to you, that's where you'll see it the most. So it's
great. Publish that, please.
Yeah.
Citation.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Just post that citation. How they do all the things you're presupposing. You're just supposing. You're just making it up.
Well,
obviously, you're making it up.
Of what the Coriolis
I don't want your
effect
descriptions.
is.
I don't care about your descriptions because no one's actually showing us any Earth-based Coriolis effect yet. You're making up stories. That's neat.
Well, the weather seems to be probably the biggest thing, actually, that we see these rotations in weather patterns, and that they are very consistent. Sorry.
Wind is going to be your Coriolis effect?
No, the rotation of the weather patterns is good evidence for this effect as well.
How?
That the rotation of those weather patterns aligns with what would happen due to the Coriolis effect. So as air moves...
So you're isolating the cause as the Coriolis effect and not the Coriolis cause, right? You're going to go ahead and sort of like affirm the consequent? Or is this a baseless assertion?
You can't describe the rotating weather systems without including rotation of the Earth.
Really?
There's no way. Yeah.
It doesn't have anything to do with just straight up weather patterns and the way that the sun apparently is in relationship to the Earth and the direction that it goes?
Well, that's
doesn't have anything to do with wind currents, huh?
No, excuse me. Between the sun and the rotation of the Earth, that is what drives our weather.
What rotation of the Earth?
Sun. If there was just the sun driving our weather, we wouldn't have these rotating weather patterns that rotate in opposite directions in each hemisphere.
Oh, that's a hell of a
low
claim.
pressure system.
That's a big claim. I love how you guys say if it wasn't for this, this wouldn't occur. And there's no way you could actually prove that. You're just making stuff up.
When I get back online, I'll post a link for you of some guys that did this for oceans, and they're looking at ocean currents and analysing it using the Coriolis effect to analyse the ocean currents and predict ocean currents. And
how would you go ahead and actually analyze the ocean currents when it's part of the rotating non-inertial reference frame? That's not what we're talking about here. That's on the same doggone reference frame.
No. Well, yeah, but
the was spinning to the point where it would move water like you're saying that it does. We could certainly go ahead and put an accelerometer somewhere and detect this rotation. Don't you think?
Well, you could, yes, if you had a sensitive enough accelerometer.
Okay, where is it at? Where's it at?
The accelerometer.
Yeah, where's this test so that we can know that the Earth is definitely in motion and not going ahead and like affirming the consequent every time?
You just made a statement about an accelerometer. I said if we had one that was sensitive enough that we could measure it.
How sensitive does this have to be since it's 2024 and we still don't have this test?
Well, it has to be able to measure a rotation of 15 degrees per hour.
Shouldn't be that difficult.
So which is pretty slow. Yeah, so you see this in inertial navigation systems. Their gyroscopes are sensitive enough to do this. So this is, I assume they still use them, but certainly in the early days of international aircraft like 747s had these very sophisticated inertial navigation so that they could track their position and velocity over the ground without any other reference. And So they're built around gyroscopes and accelerometers and all that kind of stuff. And those things have to be spot on in their calibration, or they will precess at a 24-hour period.
I'm sorry, what does that have to do with the Earth spinning?
Well, inertial navigation, right? So this is the thing. When you're talking about Coriolis,
You said an airplane wasn't inertial a second ago, and now you're saying it is inertial. It's not a projectile, but it is a projectile.
its reference frame is not inertial, but they can use inertial navigation. So if something
It is inertial.
traveling,
That is the inertial reference frame. It's not attached to the rotating, non-inertial reference frame. What are you not getting?
nothing is. The reference frame is a point of view. So when the aircraft is flying, it's flying along, right? It's not a projectile. It's tracking the ground. Its inertial navigation system uses things that are measuring the movement of inertial objects in the moving reference frame. So all objects, if they have no force applied, will just travel in a straight line, right?
The reference frame is moving now? So you have a projectile in a moving reference frame?
That's well, if you're in an aircraft,
you're making shit
and
up.
you're making observations relative to the aircraft can be your reference frame.
Daza. You're piling more shit on top of other shit. Dude, honestly. This is pathetic. Quit making shit up.
You're cutting me off there. No.
Quit making shit up.
So the inertial...
You've made everything... Okay, all right, fine. I want citations for everything that you just gave me then. I want citations right now.
So I can't paste it now because I'm at my mobile.
Then I don't want to hear your mouth. Same old story with Daza. Just make it up. Just pile more shit on top of other shit.
God dang sophists, hey?
Man, I would rather them not make it up. I'd be like, oh, here's where I got my source, and here's my citation here in the side chat.
Testing. Does this mic
Hello,
work?
your test is working.
All right.
Ever lively in here for 23 people in a fucking.
Yeah, man. Sorry you don't have like a bunch of people just yapping at each other and no coherent conversation going on.
Well, not that, but it's just I'm surprised that there's no conversation going
Yeah. Waiting for Glober, I guess. since this is the
Are
24/7
there any
flat
Globers
Earth.
in here?
Most people like listening. They're doing other stuff as well. So not
Dan, why
everybody's,
did Scott Mackey get muted?
not everybody's present, like to speak at all times. No idea. Probably deserved it though. Can be a douche.
Old man got
sometimes.
muted, bro.
Y'all think the Earth is a shape, dude? Dog, you think it's a shape?
No shape. No one claims a shape.
Good. Because it's intangible, dude. It's made out of energy. Energy don't have a shape, bro.
Oh, really?
No. You ever seen electricity? Shapeless, dude.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't see myself levitating anywhere, but sure.
Well, yeah, that's the beauty of it, man.
So, which side are you rooting for?
Rooting for? I don't think there's
Well,
teams.
well, you know how it is when you come in here.
I mean, I guess to placate a bit, I would be on the side of the brainless sheep.
All right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think that's what side you would toss me to. But that's okay. That's okay.
That's fine, man. If you want to believe in that, it's cool. No one judges you.
So, like, is every single pilot and like astronomer and space agency worldwide just like they're all in cahoots, being like, nah, bro.
I would say the pilots know the Earth is flat, but they rather not say it in public. You know, risking their jobs. I would say most of them are scared speaking out, but there are videos of people, pilots, saying the Earth is flat. Yeah, some of them do come out. Some of them don't say. Depends. And NASA, man, who knows? The higher echelon of those small group of people called astronauts, whatever you want to call them. It's a very small group, man. They can be working together. Could be an NDA stuff. It could be anything.
But it's not just the astronauts now, right? Like it's okay. Like let's assume a couple things for a moment. Like let's like because it's like I don't want to like argue space, like going into space. It's like it's just because like there's so many branching things that this could go on to.
Yeah,
but it's like as far as I'm aware, you know, it's like to the brainless sheep world.
Yeah. Each component are made from privatized company, and there are hundreds, if not thousands. Each one of them. They don't know. They don't know what you are doing. The other department. They don't know anything about themselves of the whole thing. They only know what to do, what they've been ordered to do, what they're paying them to do, and that's it. And then they ship them away back to NASA once it's done. They don't question them. They don't ask them questions. They will just tell you, "Oh, I made this. I was part of NASA project, whatever the case may be. I made this little piece for this rocket or whatever." They're not going to tell you the whole thing, ever.
That
That's how
rocket
it-
that they never witnessed go into space.
There was
That's how
just
easy it
a
is. You know? Yeah, go on,
there was
sorry.
just a there was just a pilot, like a pilot instructor who was on the McLooney Tunes show, and it just shows you what happens. Like if somebody comes out, they from what last I heard was there was like endless phone calls to that airport he works at, like telling people, "Do you know this guy's a flat earther?" All kinds of crazy shit. See, because what happens is instead of just listening to the pilot actually describe their lived experience and showing you how being a pilot demonstrates the Earth is flat and stationary, they just freak the fuck out. And this guy's like was really sick is how crazy these people are. That here's a disabled, man. He's like in a wheelchair and finds pleasure in flying. That's kind of like helps him deal with having that level of disability from a gunshot wound. And the globalists want to take that away from him because they're upset that he described the surface as flat.
Well, I'd like to see the documentary or documentation on this, if you don't mind.
Yeah, just type in the McLooney Tunes show and type in Flat Earth Pilot, and I'm sure it'll pop up.
Mick Looney Tunes?
Hold on, dude. I'm freaking. I got shot. I love flying. Sure, it's not about me, is it? They're not going to take
No.
my freaking flight ability away, are they?
If they find out who you are, they will. They'll try. They'll try it anyway.
I just flew home freaking like 4 days ago from AZ, dude. I fly like 6 times a year, dude. But I don't fly. I don't fly the freaking plane, though.
There's a guy called Brian Mullins that really serves as a warning story to just how deranged, psychopathic, deranged crackhead freaks these anti-flat earthers are. He came out and said, "Hey, check this math out. It somewhat demonstrates a non-rotating, a non-moving Earth. And also here, check out this math. It shows that the Earth really isn't as curved as much as it said it is, if at all." And they flipped out.
Hey, check out, man! I'm flying. I'm not doing anything special. I'm just flying. I go up to altitude and I kind of stay at the altitude. And dude, that upset people, huh? Terrible. What a horrible thing. Sheesh. All right, I'll mute up in a second. I'm banging out my coffee stuff. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, man. The floor is yours. What do you want to talk about?
And I don't know, man. It's freaking hilarious. I don't know. I just couldn't believe the guy I was talking to earlier. Boy. Yeah, I don't know. I think those are the funnest guys to talk to, at least for me. Because dude, I don't want to hear like whoever that new guy that comes in here all the time. I don't know. Mick. I don't even know his name, but he just like, I don't know. He gets off on the whole arguing. Just trying to arguing and trying to get you to like make a claim and all that nonsense. Instead of just, I'd rather sit there and laugh about how stupid NASA is. And why do you believe rockets go somewhere? I don't know. That's just like me because I'm kind of lazier. I'm not lazy. That's all I do is work, but I just don't have time to go over the fallacies. Because I don't want to get yelled at by QE either. Like, you don't know what the hell the frickin' the no true Irishman fallacy is, or whatever the fuck he's yelling at somebody about. I don't want to get yelled at, so it's just funny to me. I'd rather talk about the easier stuff. I don't feel like working my brain that hard. I know that sounds lazy. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Sometimes when you don't know exactly the verbiage you want to use, because the first time you articulated something, it might not come out right. It's really kind of bad faith if someone just squawk at you. Logical fallacy. Like, hold on, Jack. I haven't made an argument yet. I'm just trying to express what's going on right now. Yeah, RC Meisty or Mick West Meisty, he was offered many times, hey, take a new photo of you in the plane. Like today. Like hold up a calendar, hold up the newspaper for today. Let's see you in the cockpit instead of your Groupon photo of your Explorer flight class that you did like 10 years ago or 15 years ago or whatever. And he won't do it. He's never, to this day, he's never updated that photo of him in the quote unquote cockpit. If he's out there like he says, every weekend, I'm out there every weekend flying. And you got no problems posting a selfie of you in the cockpit, why not post a new one? Because he's never been, that's the only time he's ever been in the cockpit was when he took that Groupon, the Groupon class to explore what flight lessons might have to offer you.
I mean, if your evidence is really just based on the fact that he hasn't changed his profile picture.
No, he said, I go, hey, how about if you update the profile? Can you show what planes you're flying? Show you in the right seat? He won't do it. Nope, not going to do it. It's not like you're asking him to dox himself. His profile picture is supposedly him in the cockpit. They're like, well, why not post a new one? You have your own plane. Where's you standing next to it? You're all into this whole thing that all the flat earthers should immediately about face change their whole worldview because you posted a picture of you in the cockpit proving that you are some kind of subject matter expert on what the earth is. Can we explore that a little bit? Let's play Russell's Teapot. Oh no, he can't post a new picture. Why not? He lost his camera. Can you have a friend post another picture? No, he can't because he appears invisible on his friend's camera. Do you have a third party? Can you hire a photographer? Can we do a GoFundMe? He's like, no, I don't believe in GoFundMes. Could you offer a newspaper to cover a story about you? He's like, no, I'm banned from the newspaper for another reason. Like, it's always going to be some excuse, but yet he'll keep going back to all of you need to stop what you're doing and fully accept the earth as a globe. And you're like, why, Mick West? Mick RC Meisty Magnetic West? Why do we have to do that? Because you're a pilot. Well, can you prove you're a pilot? Let's go to the lowest hanging fruit possible. The lowest possible claim that's the easiest to prove. Are you even a pilot? Huh. Interesting. Like years and years gone by at this point. Does that make sense, Dungman? Or is that like too much to ask for?
Well, I mean,
like what someone said they had a picture of them and Jesus, but all you saw was like the back of his head. And he says, you know what? I hang out with Jesus every weekend. Would you be like, well, can you show a new picture of you and Jesus?
Here's the thing. I get what you're saying. It does seem sus. I don't know this person like at all. I don't even really.
Well, you just heard the other guy. The other guy came in here and said all he does is come in here and just argue and just argues and argues.
That was him.
That's the same guy. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I don't know if he doesn't want to fucking, pics or didn't happen.
Yeah, really. Is that so much like portraits or that didn't happen? Especially when his claim, like the only claim you ever get him to make, what he does is he cackles like a crow. He'll be talking to a flat earther. He'll ask him a question. The flat earther will give an answer. He won't accept the answer as an answer. Then he'll ask again. You tell him maybe you tell him the same thing or slightly different. Then he accuses you. This is his playbook every time he comes in here. Every time without fail, going back years. Then he'll say you changed your answer and you contradicted yourself. You're like, well, no, you didn't accept my first answer, so I just tried to word it to your education level. Then he'll say that you're playing a game with him and you're insulting him. You're like, okay, what do you want me to do? I'll just repeat the same answer again. Then he'll tell you that answer isn't an answer because it's a wrong answer. Like, well, how do wrong answers make it not an answer? It's still an answer, right? Then he'll start cackling and then he'll randomly disconnect because he lost connection.
Is it the same guy who said he will only speak to a pilot flat earther about flights?
Yeah, same dude.
Okay, that guy. All right. I remember now.
Yeah, his proof that he came in. He says, "I got these maps used by aviation. You pay for them when you become a pilot." And you're like, "Okay, well, you want to talk about that? Is that your proof of the globe? All these distances and directions?" He's like, "Yes." You're like, "Okay, present when ready." Not gonna do it. I go. People are like, "What? I thought you had. This is gonna be your. You've got what?" He said, "I'm only gonna do it to a pilot who's a flat earther." Huh. And your claim is there are no flat earth pilots. And he's like, "Yeah." This is like, dude, are you sure you're okay right now? Because that sounds contradictory to me. Like, someone come in here like, "I'm an astronaut, and I can prove there's a globe." And you're like, "Oh, okay, how would you do that?" "I've been to space." I'm like, "Well, can we talk to you about this, like, space? Like, what did it mean? What did you see? What did you hear? Can you describe going to space?" He's like, "Yes and no, because I only will talk to another astronaut who's a flat earther." And you're like, holy fuck, dude. Why even say it at all then?
Hello, friends.
What up?
Hello, guys. I have a question for you all.
Shoot.
Guys, before before Western science arrived at Antarctica, were people ever there?
Let's put a pin in that and come back Sunday for a speculation question. That we do those on Sunday, Speculation Sunday. The whole 24 hours, starting with Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah, you would understand.
Are you memeing right now? I can't tell.
No one here would know that. Do you understand?
I mean, wouldn't you want to know this? Isn't this like quite important information?
Wouldn't I want to travel back in time and go to a place that I've never been?
No, as in like, have you looked for any records of groups ending up there, like independently?
Well, you can come across certain maps that will show you what could be inhabitation in those areas. I think I could be wrong, but the Piri Reis map is purported to show dry land in the south, whether or not it's supposed to be Antarctica. But really, that's all speculation based on ancient maps that folk can't verify. So that's an unanswerable question, really.
Would it be weird if groups of unaffiliated people turned up in Antarctica at different points in time, and they never saw an ice wall or anything of the sort?
Is it just another imagination question?
No, I'm just saying. Before I try and look, that would be pretty crazy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, ice wall is U.S. military terminology, so no one's claiming that.
So you guys don't believe in an ice wall? Okay.
No, I don't
Fair enough.
No, there's ice shelf. There's an ice shelf that's established, and it's they use that terminology in the U.S. military. So
the ice shelf. What does that describe?
Or shelf. The terminology, I mean, you can look up on Wikipedia, they call them ice walls as well. So, I mean, you're splitting hairs, really, but I don't know. I've never been there. So.
To be fair, though, it's like when they're talking about ice walls, it's because, like, according to the Braindead sheet, we believe that, like in the Antarctic, like the icebergs there, they raise up out of the water. And it's one big like area of ice, and it's so much out of the water, and it's like when you're in the water looking at it, it is like a wall of ice that goes in a perimeter in a sort of, whatever, the Arctic perimeter, the what we would believe is a circle down there, sort of
What are you
circular.
talking about? What are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
The brain dead globe earthers. Oh, I'm placating to them so then they don't just be like,
So
you're
wait,
fucking
if that's not what you don't believe, can you inform me, please,
Wait.
about what you do believe?
Huh?
Wait,
Oh,
wait,
I don't
wait.
know. I don't know.
So you don't believe the Earth's a ball?
Huh?
So you don't believe the Earth's a ball?
I don't believe the Earth.
It's a ball.
It's a
He
ball.
thinks he's asking if you're a flat earther.
Oh no, I'm not a flat earther. I'm trying to placate myself to the flat earthers so then they're not just like
Yeah, you
muting me and shit.
you don't need to do that. Just
Oh no, I
be
do.
real.
Don't worry, because I'm a nice person and I'm just trying to like
No,
listen
well,
in
you're
and like
sounding
ask
a bit.
questions.
No, well, no, that's a bit
No,
psychotic. Don't be
I don't
like
believe you.
dishonest.
I'm
be
not being
dishonest.
dishonest. I'm not being
Yeah, you are.
dishonest.
You are.
I'm just
You are.
I'm just being I'm being overly nice, I'd say.
Well, it just.
I'm
I mean,
extending graces out.
I don't. Well, just be real. Be
No.
yourself, right?
Oh,
Try
well,
it.
I mean, I am
someone else.
genuinely, I think, polite. I'm just trying to be, more so to
Yeah,
have a
but
conversation with.
Don't be calling them brain dead globies. You're a globie.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yes.
And you're not brain dead. You were just told a story and you believed it.
What do you mean? Oh. I mean, sure, from your perspective, yeah.
Yeah.
But
well, from your perspective too, right? Because your perspective, you've never seen a globe Earth. You've only seen a flat, motionless Earth until you turn on the TV.
yeah. Oh, I mean, like, I want to get into the whole composite image stuff.
Wait,
The
guys,
whole,
I would have to know then. What do you guys believe? What do the flat earthers believe? I want to hear it from them.
Oh.
Well, I would say it's not so much about what we believe. It's that we do not believe in the globe story, the heliocentric paradigm. It's a lack of belief and an acceptance of reality. When you go outside into the world, you do not experience a spinning, wobbling, tilting space ball. You experience a motionless topographical plane. So we don't reject that because that's what we all experience. But I personally do not believe in the globe. So when you're asking me what I believe, I would say I'm going where the evidence is going in terms of what.
Oh, he's cutting out. Anyway, I would like to know what this evidence is, though. That's the shocker for me because they're talking as I mean he used the term reality here, so it would be very intriguing to see this evidence.
Because so I imagine that when you step outside, right, it looks flat. You know what I mean? Like you can't perceive the curvature. And so when you go outside, that is the reality that you have, is that it is perceived as flat. Right? And it's like yes, and motionless, because it's like, I guess, relativity and like imagine if if you were in a train.
Well, all these stories, yes, there are all these stories, all these excuses as to why the Earth that's actually a spinning, tilting, wobbling space ball seems perfectly still and perfectly flat at the horizon, a level topographical plane. There's a load of excuses. Oh, it's all relative. You just can't feel it. The curve is just so small because the Earth is such a big ball. You've got a load of excuses as to why you will never, ever experience the globe. And you need to look into those because they don't have any evidence for any of it. So
there's no evidence for gravity moving things down into the ground on a circular globe. There's no evidence for that. Right?
Oh well, we can drop stuff. Yeah, I can drop my phone. Does that make the Earth a spinning ball? No.
No, I'm just saying, as in you're talking as if it's completely unfounded, as if that model couldn't be possible.
No, it's a tube. It's a tube, right? So they took the observations that we all have on a flat, motionless Earth of the sun, the moon, and the stars moving around. And the Catholic Church, way back in the day, asked Copernicus to come up with a model where we have these observations, but it's on a spinning ball in a heliocentric.
I have a question for you. Wait, do you think that honestly, in good faith, you could buy a plane and try to circumnavigate the world? And if you did, what would that tell you?
Bruh, circumnavigation already occurs. It's the circle. Yeah? You can do a circle around a ball. You can do a circle over a flat surface. You understand?
But if you were to have for example, like a waypoint on two different sides of the horizon, and you fly between that axis, would that not tell you that it's a curved surface?
No, there is no curvature. If there was any curvature, someone would have measured it by now.
Haven't they?
No, they have not. Do you think they have?
So if I go and try and find mathematical evidence or any calculations, what are you going to tell me?
Well, the
mathematical evidence.
Math in itself isn't a measurement, is it? You would have to have measurements to base the math on, which they don't have. So I would tell you. So when you Google it,
So
and they tell you
if they use a computer on a plane to measure something, is that no measurement, or am I missing something?
no, they're not measuring. They're not. No, they're not. No, pilots don't account for any curvature. They treat the Earth as flat and motionless. So they're not measuring curvature. Now, when you Google it, they'll try and tell you that Eratosthenes measured it 2,000 years ago. But if you actually use your critical thinking, you'll realize that he didn't measure any curvature. He measured shadows, and he assumed curvature. He assumed a ball. So, yeah, they can assume a ball in the math. That doesn't make it reality. You need a direct measurement for that, which they don't have.
NASA.gov can answer all your questions about the shape of the Earth.
Yep, there you go. Just ask your trustworthy government. They'll tell you.
You understand that that GPS is like open source, right? And you can like go into the source code and actually find your.
Cool story, bro. Can you find it?
Yeah, but did you hear what I said?
GPS is flat Earth.
I don't think you heard what I said. GPS is open source. I'll link you.
GPS is
right
open
now.
source flat Earth based.
I'll link it to you right now if you want.
Yeah, send him the link from NASA.gov.
That's all right. That's all right.
Find your position right now wherever you are.
Yeah. Listen.
Yes, you don't care. Okay, I got you. All right.
You can plot a GPS on anything. If you don't have curvature of the surface,
Yeah, so
of the
he's
Earth
not even actually listening. So.
You don't have any argument.
Sorry, wait, guys. I want to wait. Hello. Chill for a second. I want to ask a question, right? Wouldn't this be a very easy way to prove if curvature is real or not? Just hypothetically. So let's say we have, I don't know, something like a space where curvature is observable, and from one end of that curvature, let's say we have like a hill on apparently
Let's
your
see it.
flat.
Is this hypothetical or do you got an example? Let's see it. Just shut the fuck up and put it in the chat.
Into the break. Chill out, bro.
Why are you so aggressive? What's wrong with you, man? Damn.
Yeah.
Anyway.
He's probably drunk or something. Listen. I'll explain it to you. So this is what people
I
are
haven't
doing.
even finished, bro.
Well, because you're talking about you're basically trying to perform a test that can detect whether there's curvature or not. You don't want to deal with a hill, like you said. You don't want to deal with topography. You want to do it over water, right? Which is going to be a level surface. And if
if you have a flat plane, you're telling me there's no flat planes on the planet?
Well, no, but you said a hill. I'm saying a hill is going to.
Yeah, no, but a flat plane and a hill obviously next to each other, adjacent to each other. Then all you would have to do is draw underneath the hill and see if you come out the other side according to the curvature.
Okay, no, that's way more retarded than I was expecting you to say. I'll tell you a much easier.
Over a distance that's more curved. I mean, over a distance that shows curvature. Because then if you accounted for it, you should be able to pop out the other side, right?
I don't know why you're thinking about digging through the Earth. You just want to do a line of sight test, right? You just want to see how far you can see or shoot a laser, like a straight reference, because the curvature is going to obstruct your line of sight, right, over a distance.
Okay, yeah.
Right, so let's say we're at a lake that's 10 miles wide. How much curvature do you think exists from point A to point B over 10 miles? Do you think it's a lot?
Well, I don't actually. I don't actually know what the exact curvature is that they propose.
Okay, see, this
So,
would be important for you to know, right? If you want to figure
okay.
out whether this is true.
All
Okay,
right.
so they'll tell you, if you go onto Google, you can type in curve calculator or distance to horizon calculator, and they'll give you the numbers, and you can test it out yourself. But they'll tell you there's about 66.6 feet of curvature over 10 miles, right? It's like a 3-4 story building. So if I'm standing at one side of this 10-mile lake and you're standing at the other side of the 10-mile lake, if I'm looking across, I shouldn't be able to see you because you should be hidden by this curvature, right?
Yeah.
60 plus feet, right? Unless you're like 70 foot tall, I'm not going to see you around that curve. So
Okay.
this is a simple thing to test. So when this is what people are doing, they go down to these lakes, they calculate how much curvature should be there so that they should have predictable obstruction, and then they see their mate 10 miles away, which means no curvature. No curvature,
That's
no
interesting.
glow. Right? So if you want to see some examples of this, you can join our server, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's discord.gg/Flat Earth. I'm sure someone can DM you a link. And if you look in the additional information sections, there's channels called Long Distance Observations and Laser Tests, because people are doing this with lasers too. And everyone's testing the curve, and there is none, where there should be hundreds of feet in some cases. So yeah, that's pretty much it. All the other stories, like, oh, we've got the gravity, we've got the satellites, we've got the GPS. Yeah, all of that would require the curvature. If you don't have the curvature, none of that proves the ball.
You guys can't be serious.
It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. Or prove me wrong
How do
and
how
show
do you
me who
explain a
has measured the
lunar
curvature.
eclipse? How do you explain a lunar eclipse?
Oh, well, I wouldn't have to because I'm not making any claims about it.
Well,
I'm talking about the
why,
Earth.
I
just had a shocking. Sorry. Wait. So, are there any like uploaded examples of this where you're not at a height to see the person on the other side? Or?
I just told you, right? Go to our server, discord.gg/Flat Earth. Yeah? Someone DM him the link. We've got channels in there. If you scroll down the server list to L, we've got long distance observations and laser tests, and there's dozens of these tests on video. You can go and check it yourself. And that's what we would say. Once you understand the curvature model for the globe, go and test it in reality where you live. And then you'll know.
Okay, so wait, because from what I've observed in my real life, that things that appear to be a good distance away, like for example, a mountain would appear to be smaller than it actually is. If it's a completely flat plane, why would it do that?
Well, you understand that when things get further away from you, they compress it
No,
back
appear
in
to be
their
smaller. I know what you mean, but appear to be smaller by a scale factor, as in like, how do I put this? It would appear to be smaller like around something, not just smaller as in
So you mean like when Neil deGrasse Tyson says Earth is as smooth as a cue ball for playing pool?
What, man? No, I'm asking about
Yeah, like Neil
actual
deGrasse
phenomena.
Tyson saying that the relative height of mountains is so small compared to the size of Earth that Earth is effectively as smooth as a cue ball.
But I can still see the mountain.
Trying to say,
if it were scaled down.
So yeah, things get smaller with the distance due to perspective, but there's no curvature. So, I mean, again, if we are wrong, it should be very simple, guys. Find us the measurement, the direct measurement of the drop over a distance, that 60 plus foot over 10 miles. Show us anyone in human history who has measured that. You're going to laugh and be like, oh, you guys cannot be serious. Fine. Show us the measurement. We've been looking for years. See if you can do any better. Show us what you've got.
I just wanted to let an agnostic know that I sent him a invite to 24/7 in his DMs, so you should check those out.
There you go, agnostic. Check your DMs.
Send him a link to www.nasa.gov.
Yeah, bro. Just turn on the TV. This was all a bad dream.
You still haven't explained the lunar eclipse thing.
Yeah, I don't need to.
What's
You
your
can't.
claim about a lunar eclipse?
Yeah,
It's not a claim, it's a fact.
It's a
Why
fact.
is it that no matter where you are in the world, whenever the Earth passes between the sun and the moon, the shadow cast on the moon is always a curve. Every time.
I have another question now. That
Why
this
is
is a
that?
whole Pandora's box of of questions. This is something I'm. Oh, why is it doing this? This is something I'm reading right now, so I'm just going to quickly dip in and out and tell you what it says.
The flat Earth is an archaic belief system.
Okay, so if there is no curvature at all, why is it that you can't see the mountains of Ireland from Wales?
I think you can. I think a few people have observed Ireland from Wales and Scotland.
Really?
So,
Like there's
yeah,
a
I'm
picture
pretty
of it?
sure. I'm sure there was a few years back. I mean, ask around. I'm sure someone will have something. But even if you can, right? We're not saying that you can see forever. There's always a limit to what you can see for a number of reasons, depending on the optic you're using, perspective, depending on the conditions. But you can see further
But
than
what
the
about on a clear
geometric
sky?
limit of the globe. Do you understand that? Like, if I'm telling you we see beyond the geometric limits of the sphere, what does that make you think? Are you actually taking that in?
Yeah, no, that's nice and all, but if I now, because now I'm really very interested in this, but if I go to a place where it should be entirely possible to see something and I don't see it, the only thing I'm going to be able to conclude on a completely clear day is that there is curvature.
What's your bar for saying what should be possible? Like, where are you getting your idea of what should be possible or shouldn't be? Are you considering
I mean,
all the variables?
isn't it entirely possible to calculate the distance between 2 points? And I'm pretty
I'm not talking
sure
about
that
calculation.
in Wales,
We're talking about what we can observe.
I'm just saying that from Wales to Ireland shouldn't be more than like 15 miles or so from like that mountain to the other
I
mountain.
mean, yeah, you can definitely see way further than that. So people definitely can. I'm not sure where you heard that no one's ever seen Ireland from Wales before. Where did you get that?
No, I mean it's just that like what I've seen in Discord. I'm not saying is exactly true. That's why I said if I go there myself, which I think I am gonna have to now. I
Yeah,
will
you are
see.
going to have to, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna see.
I mean,
I'll record
sorry.
it as well, obviously. You know.
Yeah, you should. I mean, this is the kind of thing you need to do. You need to go out not just once, multiple times to multiple different locations because the atmospheric conditions make it different day to day, right? But what we're finding consistently is that we're seeing further than we should be able to see. And now, if it was just that we were seeing shorter or up to a maximum geometric limit of the globe, then fine, right? That would make sense. Sometimes you can't see to the edge of the sphere because of the conditions. But we should never be seeing way beyond the sphere as a flat place because it's supposed to have curved away. So yeah, I would recommend you go out and you figure out some tests you can do. Wales to Ireland sounds like a nice day trip as well. So make a day of it.
I would just like to point out that if you just Google, can you see Ireland from Wales? The first thing that you'll get is, yes, it is indeed possible to catch a glimpse of Ireland from elevated points in Wales on a clear day, and vice versa.
So there you go. We'll send
Wait,
you
why
your
would it
flat
have to
Earth
be elevated if there wasn't a curve?
Well, because being elevated, you're going to see further on a flat surface as well, right? That doesn't just hold true for a curved surface, right? Why they had guard towers and
So
stuff.
if I took a weather
the day
balloon,
not clear enough or something? Or?
You guys, one at a time, okay? You're talking over each other, and neither of you are coming through then.
oh, sorry about that. Just real quick, if I took a weather balloon and I attached to like a really good camera to it, and if I let it, go up, would it eventually, assuming that it had good enough optics, would it eventually see the edge of the Earth? Assuming that it's non-global.
Well, I don't know what you mean by an edge of the Earth,
Well,
but I mean the high altitude images thing is a problem for both sides because depending on you can't really get rid of lens distortion. Full stop. Every camera has barrel distortion. On top of that, a lot of the ones that they show in the media, like Dude Perfect and the Red Bull Jump, they use like GoPro cameras and fisheye lens.
Oh no, I'm not talking about like real ones. Like I'm just saying, like hypothetically, right? Like because I'm not going to point to any of that as evidence. Don't worry. Like that's not even on my mind. What I I'm trying. It's just because it's like I don't know in your head what like the Earth looks like, right? Because it's like I don't know.
Yeah,
I
same
don't know.
Earth, same Earth. Okay, exactly the same Earth you see, exactly the same Earth I see, exactly the same Earth everyone sees.
No, I'm not talking
difference.
about. I'm not talking about like when we go outside. I'm talking about the totality of like
you're talking about in the imagination.
Yeah, like the shape of the Earth. You know what I mean? Like of its
like
totality.
A board game.
Well, we don't really
Looks like
do
a
the
board game,
imagination thing.
Well,
We're trying to get away from the imagination thing.
Okay, no, but what I'm trying to understand is like, do you have like an idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or whatever?
No, to understand, to know what the shape of the Earth is, quote unquote, a shape, you would have to either get to a point far enough away from it where you can view it in totality, which you cannot do, or you would have to explore the full extent of it, which you also cannot do. So no, we're not going to tell you something that can't be verified. We're not just going to make up new stories.
That's fair. That's fair. But but hypothetically, if it isn't a sphere, right? That would suggest that if it isn't a sphere and if it isn't gravity, right? Like which would explain why no matter where you are, it always feels like you're not
which
like
you
upside
only
down.
You only need if you assume it's a ball that's been flying around. You don't need that if it's not.
Wait,
guys, which is fine.
I'm sorry for interrupting real quick, but I have to go very quickly, so I'm just going to ask a question. Why apparently is the moon upside down in Australia?
Here we go. Well, you could get into speculation about it, but you could argue that perspective could account for that. The same way if you were in a massive building, let's say, like 10 miles long, with a very high ceiling, if you put a giant number 6 in the middle of that ceiling, if you're standing on one side of that building looking into the center, you'll see that 6. Whereas if you're on the opposite side looking that way, you'll see it as a 9. So theoretically, something like that could be explained just by perspective based on your location on the Earth being in different places on different sides, right?
Yeah, but then you could follow the moon, and then it wouldn't have to. Like if you could literally follow the moon if that was the case, and then at no point would your perspective change,
I don't know what you
and
mean
it shouldn't be upside down at any point.
No, that's not true. But either way, you can't really get into defining how the moon should work or does work in specific because all we can do is observe what it does. Right.
Okay,
and
so
again,
if you're observing that it's upside down, then wouldn't the logical argument be that it's a ball and not a flat ball?
No, because we checked that. Remember, we went to the lake. We went to confirm the curvature. There is none. So whatever the cause of it
There is curvature,
it's
though.
not curvature. Oh, really? Tell me who measured that.
When you see a ship go over the horizon, it disappears from the bottom up. That is enough evidence to show you that the Earth is round and not flat, dude.
Okay, how far away does the boat start?
This is like observable, repeatable evidence that you can just do every single day.
How far?
Forget that tired argument. Yo, dude, chill. Forget that tired argument. What about the fact that you can't see the North Star from Australia? That's what I don't get either.
Yeah, if you're under a different part of the sky, you're going to see a different part of the sky.
What the fuck? What?
What, man?
Yeah, it's like being in a different part of a big warehouse. You look up, you're going to see different lights.
Yo,
But just to get this out of the way right now, everybody, Earth isn't a planet in a solar system, so you can discard all of that. Earth is our world that we can tell. It's not an object that's embedded within a greater space outside. As
Yeah,
far as
you
we
guys
can tell,
are.
this is our universe. It's right here, guys.
Yeah, you need to forget the cartoons that you were shown in the textbook, which is where you got this belief from. You need to get rid of those out of your mind and start from scratch. Start
So
with
I
what
need
you
to replace it with your stuff, right?
experience and
Earth
go from
isn't
there.
a planet. Period.
Dude,
It's
you're
a
literally
checkerboard.
Amish. Dude, you're literally Amish. I don't have to. Come on, man.
Yeah. Well, do you have a good argument?
Hey, triggered guy, shut up.
Yeah, this is
We
enough.
know you're a pussy.
Apparently different skies have different
Is he the
locations.
same guy who said go to NASA.gov?
No,
No, that was another. Oh, that was Reality Man. By the way, Reality Man would be a good name for a flat earther, but it's just ironic on this guy.
Yeah. You still haven't explained the lunar eclipse problem.
Yeah, he did. What was
Yeah,
it?
they haven't
Okay, hold
explained
on.
any of the problems, actually.
Okay, reality. What is
Multiple
the
triggered
current?
people.
I have an
What's
answer
the?
to this lunar
Yeah, wait,
eclipse.
hold on. Reality
Their
man. Well,
explanation is that they would make up a random spreadsheet.
okay,
And
fuck that. Okay, reality man. What is the current answer on the table?
Who just asked?
Yeah, so okay, you had asked multiple times so far that no one has explained the lunar eclipses to you yet.
The flat Earth people, they haven't explained it at all. Why we see
Okay.
a curve every single time on the shadow. The shadow is a curve on the moon. They
Yeah,
can't-
I don't see that curved shadow you're talking about.
You want me to send you a link?
You just choose not to see it? Is that what it is?
No, like what data point are you using to show that is the shadow of the Earth? Where is that coming from?
NASA's photographs. Other people's
So
photographs.
right back to NASA. Okay, so you see a shadow on
ISS
something.
photographs.
Okay, you see a shadow of something on an object that you think is in the sky. How do you know that's a shadow of Earth in the sky?
The Earth passes between the sun and the moon.
Okay, show that. How do you know that?
www.nasa.gov.
Okay,
They
so
can
why are you
explain
even
the whole
talking
process
anymore?
to you.
Your whole shtick is go to a government website and just
I'm trying to get you
gobble
to
up.
educate yourself.
Well,
Okay, fine.
You know what's funny? You know what's
go to an
funny?
observatory.
A few weeks when he was trying this same stick, he didn't realize it was NASA.gov, and he was coming in saying www.nasa.com.
That was a joke for you guys.
How
Okay,
do you
don't
get
go to
to the
NASA.
part?
Go to
How
an
do you get to the
observatory.
part where it's Earth's shadow? How do you get to the part where you see a phenomenon occurring in the sky?
Yeah.
You see obscurity of the moon. You're calling it a shadow, right? How
Yeah.
do you get from that to that's the Earth's shadow, and it's Earth because Earth is in between the sun and the moon?
The same way we arrive at any other shadow when we have a solar eclipse.
Holy
Oh
cow.
boy! Oh boy!
This is a hot mess. You
Right,
should
so-
go to
so-
NASA.gov and read. You're not even
Yeah,
repeating the
reality,
lore.
man.
You're not even
Yeah,
repeating
you're
the
very
lore correctly.
uninformed. You're
No,
very
I'm saying
uninformed, I'm
what
afraid.
bodies are involved in.
You don't know that it's a shadow. You don't know that it's a shadow. You've been told that, and now
Okay.
you've adopted it as a truth
Okay.
in your world.
So if it's not a
That's
shadow,
the
then
simple
what is
answer.
it?
Good question. How would you verify it?
You ask me how I would verify it? I'm not a physicist. Why don't
Yeah,
you go
you're
talk
asking
to
the
her?
question. How would you do what you're asking?
No, I'm asking you. You're saying that everything is bunk.
I'm not claiming it. I'm not claiming it. You are.
Forget
Your
about
argument.
NASA. Go to a university and ask a physicist. And
All
see what they
right.
tell you.
Well, the
Why don't
original
you?
lunar.
Sounds like you're the one that
Listen, you
needs to do
guys.
that, bro.
Listen, the original lunar eclipse, like it was discovered because they saw the pattern like over and over again, like Chinese people, and then they fucking were able to predict it, like based on the factors the gentleman's saying.
Yeah, we
Like,
know. We know.
okay, so what's your so that's really like the strongest argument. So like, how do you?
This is pure
negate that?
geometry. That's all it is.
They don't. There's nothing. The globe has nothing to do with eclipses. None of the models that are used for tracking the eclipses are globe models.
Okay,
They use a
why?
Saros cycle
Okay.
because that's not what the Earth is, and because the eclipses
No,
occur in cycles.
they're not models because that's what the Earth
eclipses
is.
occur in
They made the
cycles.
models separately, right? Like they made the models for
Well,
a globe or not.
the Saros
That doesn't
cycle was
prove
made
whether
by
the Earth is a
Babylonian.
globe or
Well,
not.
the
Don't talk over
Saros
me, bro. Like
the
I'm
Saros
listening to
cycle
you.
was made by Babylonian flat earthers.
Oh, I'm
Right?
out of here, bro. You suck.
Yep. Bye now.
Yeah, just don't interrupt so much, bro. It's fucking headache.
Yeah. Just run away and cry. Listen, you guys are coming here for information, and then when we talk, you're like, no, I want to talk. You want to hear yourself tell the same stories you were told as a child about the globe? No, we
I
read
like
them
you
a
guys
million
though.
times.
I do like
You want
you
to learn
guys. I'm
something?
not mad
Learn
at
it.
anything.
So in reality, man, like if the Earth is going to occult the moon in your model, right? And I
Hmm.
don't want you to think that I'm star manning you in this scenario. I
Okay.
assume that this is the model that you're kind of believing, so I'm going to say your model. Hope that doesn't
Oh,
offend you. So,
no, I got you. I understand.
all right. So in this scenario, the Earth would actually have to be a sphere of a certain size for this whole thing to work. So can you go ahead and give us how you know that the Earth is a ball at the size that they say it is? How do you know that?
I don't personally know that. I trust the information that I've read and studied and been given, and other people have read and studied and been given. That's my answer. I don't
All right.
personally know. I didn't do the test.
All right, that's fair enough. I mean, that's honest. I can appreciate that. So
Yeah,
that's
I'm not here
fine.
to play games. I'm not here to play word games with anyone.
Well, I appreciate that because that's like 98% of what we get. So,
Yeah,
would you be open to the idea, or at least to take some observations of your own to scrutinize some of the claims that you get from that side and see if maybe they are found wanting?
sure. I'm open minded with anything. You know, I don't just say no
Yeah.
automatically to stuff. I'm open minded to anything.
Cool. So
If I'm
it
wrong
would be
about
very
something, I want
helpful.
to know. Put it that way.
Right. Yeah. Right. Most reasonable people, even though it's difficult to hear information, especially if it's been most of your life, right, where you've
Right.
believed something and then you find it's not the case, that's hard to take.
Yeah,
But I mean,
that's
in this
big enough.
scenario, right. So, I mean, obviously, there's plenty of information that people on the flat Earth side can give you. Observations, measurements, all that stuff. But ultimately, a lot of times, we encourage people to do it themselves if they can. And
Right.
if you're not near a large body of water, if you're landlocked, then it's a little bit difficult. Even if there's not like a large lake by where you live, I assume you're probably somewhere near the states. You sound like one of us Yankees. So,
Yeah.
anyway. If there's
Yeah.
a large body of water that you can go test this out on, multiple times, that'd be great. Then you can see if there's actually any Earth curve happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. It's just a fascinating topic.
Well, I think
It
you
is a
should
fascinating
go
topic.
a reality man. I think if you like this whole .gov framework, I think I can use it here. Just go to the Constitution
Okay.
at www.whitehouse.gov, our government,
Okay.
and it explains a concept called the First Amendment. Have you heard of this before?
I have.
There's 5 freedoms inside the First Amendment. Do you know what they are?
I can't remember them all. Refresh me.
Have you heard of the freedom of speech?
I have.
The freedom of the press?
Yep.
The freedom to assemble?
Yep.
And then what's the last one?
Freedom of fuck.
Can't remember. What is it?
The right
Okay,
to redress your government, petition your government of redress of grievances.
The right to bear arms.
That's number
Press,
2,
speech.
Sonny.
That's 2. Yeah. Press,
2,
speech,
yeah.
assemble. And what are the other 2?
The right to redress your government of grievances, and then
Right.
the religion.
Right. Religion. Okay.
So that also covers an assembly. But so what you're looking at here is that where you can put that where flat Earth is. It's free speech. I can report on it and talk to the public about it. Free
Sure.
press. I assemble with like-minded people here on Discord, flat Earth conventions.
Yeah.
And when I don't like what the government's saying, NASA.gov, I should be able to petition the government for redress of grievances concerning their $26 billion slush fund that goes into weapons programs.
I don't have a problem with you exercising your rights. I just think you're wrong about the shape of the Earth. That's all. I mean, you can exercise your rights all you want. That's fine with me.
Well, there you go.
Well, the Earth measures flat, so there's that.
Okay.
Yeah, you said earlier. If you're wrong about this, you want to know. You
Yeah.
need to find
If
out
I'm
if
wrong
you're
about anything,
right.
I'd want to know. Sure.
To do that, you need to find out if you're right about it. Correct.
My position is, this is for me. I can't speak for anyone else. I don't have any reason to think that the Earth is not a globe.
Well, what does it mean? So the Earth's a globe. What does that mean?
It means that's the shape of the Earth. That's what it means to
That's
me.
it. Full stop.
I mean, without going into great detail, yeah, that's just simply what it means. It's not any
Okay,
other
well,
shape. It's not.
to
It's not a
adjudicate.
cylindrical or.
Well, to adjudicate right or wrong, you need to have some sort of claim there. Hey, diabetes, you're hot micing.
Oh, sorry.
Diabetes. So, what does it mean? So, the Earth has a shape, and that shape is a glob.
A sphere, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Well, I call the glob a semi-wet, substance.
Fine, whatever you want to call it, that's fine.
And what does that mean? That means something. What would it mean?
I'm not following you.
So it's vacuous. It has no meaning. A completely vacuous statement without form or function.
Have consequences, right?
See, someone could just say today's blah day. And someone's like, what does blah day mean? Nothing. So it's just a noise, just a word noise.
Well, I
You're
mean,
like, yeah, it's blah day.
Is this an open question? Because like,
yeah, what does it mean? So the Earth is a globe. That would mean something. It means what? What does it mean?
Well, there's a couple different things I could give you.
Well, just one thing. Let's follow one. Hold on.
It would mean that
wait,
the
hold on.
sphere
Wait,
is a.
Dude, you're jumping all over me here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, one topic to a full logical conclusion. So we're not gish galloping. Just throwing tons of shit at the wall.
Oh no! Well, no. I'm
stick.
just no, but it's like when you say, "What does it mean?" That is a very open question, my man.
Yeah. So what does it mean?
So I'm going to attempt to give you some explanation because I think it's a weird question to begin with.
Well, here, Shai, I'll rephrase it in flat Earth.
Well, no, it's fine. But it's like
So I can tell you exactly what flat Earth means.
What I would say is that the ramifications of the Earth being a globe would mean that as well as like other planets, I'll kind of like throw that into is that spheroid oblongs seem to be the favored shape among planetary objects. And it means that if the Earth is, a globe, sending rockets to space would mean.
Okay, one topic to a full conclusion. Okay, everyone knows that whole perfect sphere thing, because that's following Copernicus's logic. That's how he got to a creator. He looked up in the sky and said everything he sees is a perfect sphere. Perfect. And the orbits around the sun are perfect circles. And then he said perfect spheres and perfect circles are not matching the way the real world is. Okay, the physical natural world. It is simply not possible to have a perfect sphere or a perfect circle. Therefore, he said, the model which we live in is divinely created by a supernatural being that he identified as God of the Bible. So certainly, that's what that means, okay? It means that all this stuff is perfect spheres. Can you demonstrate this God of the Bible for me?
Wait, what? I don't believe. First of all, like I'm an atheist. I don't know why you brought up that.
Well, you're using Copernicus' logic. You're basically parodying his words. But then what's your conclusion then? So he said perfect spheres means God. So you're saying perfect spheres means rockets?
No, because I wouldn't use the word perfect sphere because Copernicus, as smart as he was for at the time, certainly doesn't have the knowledge that we have today, and they aren't.
No, he's got more knowledge probably. I bet if he were in this room now, we could just resurrect Copernicus. He would talk you under the table in virtually any topic you can think of, other than maybe on how to play Mario Kart or some dumb shit like that.
I mean, perhaps. You also don't have to mute me every time. It's kind of weird.
Well, I think you're lagging because when other people start talking, you just ram right through.
I just don't see how the flat Earth can get past weather patterns and Coriolis effect, and how do you guys explain all this stuff away?
First Amendment.
The First Amendment is.
Yeah. I'll just keep saying it till you eventually sinks in. And once the first answer sinks in, then we can go on to the more long form, in depth conversations.
You know, ask him what Coriolis means. See if he knows what Coriolis.
Your epistemology broke down to whatever .gov says, and you
Well, that's more
blurted
than
this.
just that.
You blurted this more than 20 times. Okay.
Okay, you said something about personal observation,
Like if
right?
you go to .gov into a drinking game, there'd be
Forget
people
about
right
NASA.
now who would be going to the hospital. Okay.
Okay,
So
forget about
inside
NASA.
inside your worldview, we're going to use a .gov citation for flat Earth, which is called
You guys like to talk
what?
about personal testing and all that, right? Let's talk about that. What you can do yourself. That's what you guys like to talk about, right?
But you like to talk about .gov. So let's go in your
Okay.
worldview for a while.
Forget about NASA. I want to go into your worldview now.
No, let's go your worldview. .gov.
Mount Everest is the
Because
highest
you're
point in the
never
world,
going to you're never going to get past that, because all that hurdle will always be there until
What's wrong
you
with
let
NASA?
it go. What's wrong with WhiteHouse.gov, the Constitution?
Nothing.
Okay, there you
can
go.
exercise your rights.
There it is. There's your answer. First Amendment. I got a right to free speech, a right to free press,
Sure.
a right to assemble, and a right to petition my government for grievances.
Right. So
There you go.
Mount
So-
Everest is the highest point in the world, right?
Yeah, so what's the answer? First Amendment. See, I just gotta keep giving you an answer because your shtick right now is that flat earthers don't have any answers. So let's use your worldview and highlight the contradiction. Because
No, you guys don't have any answer to some of these questions.
First Amendment. There's the answer.
No, that's not an answer. That's just telling you what the First Amendment is. But
So that's not
Reality,
an answer.
man. Our
Yeah.
point is that you don't either.
See, that's the best part. Like, even in his framework, you'll never get past that flat earthers aren't as equals in authority to .gov. No problem, Toby. No problem. Let's use that, okay? Because I can raise you. I see you put NASA into the pot. Now I raise you a whole war that started in 1776 and finished up in 1812 that cemented human liberties as divinely granted by a creator. Checkmate. And as soon as you're able to realize you lost the debate here, if you're going to only use .gov websites. Because Neil deGrasse Tyson said it much better than I did. He said, when he was asked, hey, what's going on with all these flat earthers online? He said, flat earther or flat earthism, I think he said some really cringe thing. Flat eartherism, flurferism, is proof of two things. You're like, oh, certainly, Mr. Science Guy, this is going to be proof. This is going to be some scientific proof here. He said, proof of A, we have a country that values free speech, that people fought and died for. And they're like, Chuck Nice was like, holy shit, I'm happy to be American. That's really great that people are allowed to speak their mind. He goes, and evidence of a failed education system. And you're like, holy shit, Tyson, don't you know that the education system was fully brought into the federal government through a cabinet position roughly around the same time all this astronaut space shit started kicking off? So on one hand, you're telling me government, NASA.gov, is uniquely qualified to explore space for betterment of humanity, and they're uniquely disqualified on educating the public.
It's a failed indoctrination system, I guess, is what he was really trying to say there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what he said. Like, people are calling out government bullshit, which runs us right back in Mr. Reality's worldview. The First Amendment. The First Amendment is always. Oh yeah, go ahead. I was about to get a little long. Just jump in if you want to.
I tried to do that, and then you muted me.
Just to quickly summarize what Chris is saying is, you asked us for an explanation of something, let's say like eclipses, and then we ask you, what's your explanation? What's the official narrative? And you say NASA.gov. Okay. Alright. You don't even know. You can't explain it to us. So he's using that back at you, saying, "What's your explanation?" And we'll say, "What was it? Washington.gov or something?"
Oh, White House.
White House.
www.whitehouse.gov, our government constitution.
Yeah. Their explanation. If that's your standard, and don't expect anything different from us.
Yeah, I'm going to meet you at your worldview so I can explain flat Earth in terms that you will use. If I start trying to say things that you won't understand, that's going to be just a fool's errand. And I'm no St. Peter. Okay, St. Peter said, "Suffer the fool gladly." I am not a saint. I will start mocking you and having fun at your expense.
So, I mean, you're talking about flat earthers not having any answers. I mean, is it okay if I ask a couple of questions? Like, where's the edge of your universe? What shape is your universe? What is your universe
Happens if you
expanding
cross
into?
it. Yeah.
What are the physics like when you reach the edge? Can you fall off of it?
What's it made of?
Is there a dome or something that holds us in?
Are we in a bubble?
He's going to tell you to go to Whitehouse.
No,
He's
you.
asking you, Reality.
You that, not me.
Oh,
Like,
that's for me. I
yeah.
didn't say we live in a dome.
I mean, come on, where's the answers? You said, I mean, flat
I'm
earthers
not a
don't have answers.
physicist.
What about you?
I'm not a physicist. Why don't you ask a physicist these questions
Do you
to
think
see what they tell you?
the physicists have those answers?
They'd have better answers than I would. What do you think?
Do you think they'd just be guessing? Are they more
I doubt it.
qualified at guessing than you?
I don't think they would be guessing. You think they would be guessing at this stuff?
Well, why not think through it? Like, instead of saying, hey, somebody else has some secret knowledge that you don't have access to, basically back to the Catholic Church again. You know, like Catholic Church doctrine is the people, the priest, the God. So you're saying the people, you, the priest, the physicist, the knowledge, the divine understanding of the universe. Just
Yeah, why
cut
would
to
you
the
talk
chase.
to them? Why wouldn't you talk to a physicist?
I
If you
have.
need a heart transplant, I can't do it. Go to a doctor.
I have
you
talked
know?
to a physicist.
That's what's funny. That's why I ask those questions of you, because I have seen the same types of like Cosmos presentations that they give to everybody, and all these like National Geographic things, whatever like these whatever the same documentaries that they feed out to all the masses, right?
Yeah.
And people like Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson and all of this, they actually highlight that these are just the best guess that they have, and that there is no way to actually test it or to science it. It's just what they guess it is. Okay,
Okay. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything, So at the end of the day, you guys are going to think what you're going to think, and I'm going to think what I'm going to think. I'm not trying to convince you or convert or anything. So.
I'm highlighting
Same
a
here.
point though.
Same
I'm
here.
highlighting
Okay.
a point though that I hope you freaking understand what I'm getting at. The questions that you guys ask flat earthers to answer are the same questions that you don't give a shit if you have a proper answer for about your own model.
Are you satisfied with you mentioned weather patterns earlier, right? Are you satisfied if I say I don't know, I'm not a meteorologist?
Yeah, if that would be an honest answer, sure. Most people aren't honest, though.
How about the flatness of Earth? Do you know about that?
What do you mean? Is that like a theory or something, or?
No, like if someone were to say measure how flat Earth is,
Okay.
would that be something?
Yeah, I would pay attention to it. I mean, I'll look at anything. You know.
Okay, how about I got to make sure that we're on the same page though first. Do you understand that Kansas is on the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure because you know that episode of Star-Lord where the Iron Man asked him where he's from, and he said, "I'm from Missouri."
Okay.
And then the Iron Man told Star-Lord, "Missouri's on Earth, you dumbass."
Okay.
Okay, I just want to make sure because some people might not know this. They might think Kansas is in the land of Oz or some shit. You get some really dumb people in here.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
It's just a place in a movie.
Yeah, you don't think you're a brain on a vet, do you?
No, definitely not.
Okay, good. Okay, good. So I know I'm dealing with someone who actually thinks they exist. Okay.
Oh wait, do we have a 100%er on our hands? Finally?
Yeah, that's
Holy
really good.
shit.
Yeah, it's funny that you ask us that because typically the flat earthers are the one asking the globe earthers that, and the globe earthers 99.999% of the time, you know, they say that they can't really be 100% sure of anything.
I don't know. I think it's a waste of time to play word games. You can do that all day and not get anywhere. So
You know what you know, and you don't know what you don't know, right?
exactly. A lot of people aren't willing to admit that, though.
All right, here I'm back. I just had to get rid of a squawker and text chat. I was just filling the text chat with a bunch of like garbage. Okay, so here we go. So here, this is a topography of Kansas. So what do you think's flatter, Kansas or a pancake? If you had a pancake the size of Kansas, or if you shrunk Kansas down to the size of a pancake, what would be flatter? Which one?
A pancake or Kansas?
Yeah.
You said you shrunk Kansas down to the size of a pancake?
Yeah, either like think of it either way. It works both ways. If you shrink Kansas down to the size of a pancake, or if
Yeah,
you
they're
make a
both pancakes.
pancake the size of Kansas.
Okay, I got you.
So which one's flatter, a pancake or Kansas?
The pancake would be flatter, right?
No.
Kansas.
Yep. Look
Kansas
at this.
would be flatter?
Mathematically, if you assigned a perfect 1.0 as perfect flatness, tectonic
Okay.
plate flatness, then it
it's
shows
flat.
that Kansas is 0.95. That's pretty flat. Okay, that's really flat. But
And Kansas isn't even the most flat place in the United States or the world by any means.
But what you're looking at here is a Kansas itself is 0.9997. That degree of flatness could be described as mathematically damn flat. So simply put, our conclusions show Kansas is considerably flatter than a pancake.
So you guys do trust mathematics?
We don't deny math or science.
Yeah, math is a language. Yeah, math is a
Sure.
language. So mathematically, if you assign flat, the word flat, and give it a value of 1.0, what's flatter, a pancake or Kansas?
You said the pancake is 1.0 and Kansas is
No,
what?
flat. Flat is 1.0.
Perfect
Flat is
flatness is
1.0.
one.
Perfect flatness would be a 1.0.
Okay.
Okay, so what is closer to 1.0? Kansas or a pancake?
I don't know what Kansas is. What's the measurement for Kansas?
Kansas is 0.9997.
Okay, well, Kansas would be flatter.
Yeah, there you go. So can you say that Kansas is on the earth, and you agreed to that prior? So there's your demonstration of a flat earth.
There's flatter places than Kansas too.
Oh,
Yeah,
The
so here-
the Everglades are much
You guys,
flatter
I'm going to
than
be right back.
Kansas.
Okay?
So what you look at here, here's the next one. So the Atlantic leveled this experiment up, this measurement
right
or
back.
demonstrate. Okay.
All right.
Just a quick question. Like, if I were to, like, when I say the Earth is a globe, do you think I mean it is a perfect sphere?
Copernicus, what the expert said. The
Well,
expert
no,
said
no, no.
that.
yeah, Oh, so here, no. Well, but here's the thing. Copernicus. I'm not going to. I have never once. I don't think. looked to scientists from
Do you
thousands of
mind
years
if I
ago.
take this one, Kurt?
Yeah, go
Mind if I
ahead.
take this one?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, what's funny about that is that you guys have like multiple different like models and uses. Like when sometimes when you're modeling something, you like to assume a perfect sphere, and other times you like to use it as an excuse that it's not perfect. You'll say, "Oh, but it's oblate," or that it's a pear shape, or that it's. You'll come up with, or you'll say it's more oval. You'll come up with different shapes to try to excuse the mistakes or errors that you have in your perfect sphere model that you work out mathematically. Because mathematically, when you do it, it's almost impossible for you to do anything with an oblate spheroid, or you know what I mean. You have to assume a perfect sphere. And also, it should be pointed out that even any oblateness or any paroidness or any ovalness is very, very, very nominal. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson points out that if you, again, kind of like the pancake or Kansas, if you were to take the Earth and shrink it down to the size of a cue ball, that the Earth would be much, much, much smoother than even a cue ball.
So okay, so before
And more-
you
and more-
hold,
and
hold
more
on,
perfectly round.
hold on,
And more
hold on.
perfectly round.
So okay, so just quickly, the reason why one might assume a perfect sphere, right, in some situations, would be because they are looking at things at a much, much larger scale, right? Where, like, if you again, like, yeah, if you do scale down the Earth to a cue ball size, it would be much flatter. But because
No,
it
not
isn't,
flatter,
right?
smoother.
But
Smoother.
smoother.
It
Sorry,
would be
sorry. Yes,
flatter.
you're right. You're right. Sorry.
And more perfectly spherical.
Yes, of course. But what that means is that for as big as it is, if you look at it from an even larger perspective, which is the most important thing, right? Which the perspective of space, right, and distances of that size, that's when it becomes more like negligible for that stuff. Okay.
Well,
because
we
the
have to-
perspective is from like such far away.
Interesting rationalization you've made.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you ever seen the oblate or the sphere Earth outside of TV?
What do you mean? Like I don't have like a big
What do you mean? You're talking about
There's
perspective.
pictures.
So, what perspective outside of a textbook, movies, or TV have you ever seen water ball Earth?
The problem that you're using here is that you're turning the word perspective into.
No, you were the one. You're the one trying to bastardize perspective.
Because when I say perspective, I mean as the
point of view.
observer. All right. Yes, but I don't mean I don't mean
you. Have you ever seen the water ball Earth?
Oh my God! I can't believe you got lost on that. Such
No,
a
I'm not
easy
God,
hypothetical.
sir.
I know, but you are. The fact that you're
So in reality, what point of view have you ever seen the water ball?
What? From ISS and stuff?
I'm sorry,
but like, I'm not.
Oh, TV. You're into TV shows. Got it. I thought I was in the flat Earth forum. This is a TV enthusiasm.
He says who if I come to the
I love how you
conclusion, at least,
derailed
of what
this
we were
too.
talking
I
about
love how you're
first,
just
so-
like you derailed it right after like you couldn't explain shit. It's funny. By trying to play word games, by the way, which is funny that you
Yeah,
claim that
that's
you
you.
don't do.
That's
which is
you, Dan.
very
Settle
funny.
down.
Which is very funny.
Settle down. I think Lou was trying to finish something.
Yeah, I just
Go ahead,
wanted I mean, you go ahead and do what you're doing, but just let this come to the conclusion first, man. Yeah, so what you were getting at, what were you getting at about, like, do you think we believe in a perfect sphere? No, we are fully aware of your multitude of claims. So what were you getting at?
Oh, when you're trying to do measurements at large scales, at this scale of space, right? Things like the shape of the Earth.
That doesn't mean anything. Scale of space.
That's a straw man, brother.
I understand that you don't. I
I
understand you don't believe space.
No,
is
that's
real.
not what I'm saying. The scale of space. Like what?
Dang, man.
It's a scale
Do you know what a light year is? Like, do you believe things can be light years?
Lou, let me address Dang Man here. Hey, Dang Man, here's the situation. you can't strawman us because that wasn't what the conversation was about. And I need you to have this conversation one at a time. So one thing at a time, you and Lou can have an exchange. Please don't strawman.
I didn't even think that was necessarily a straw man, but what he said was at the scale of space, and he thinks that has any meaning. It really has no meaning. What is the scale of space?
Okay, so to be more precise, like let me first ask a question. Do you believe that there are celestial objects that can be light years away from us?
I have no way of knowing their distances, and neither do you.
Okay, so I guess that's where it ends. So it's like if you can't conceptualize that there are things that can be
I can conceptualize it, but
so
I have no way of knowing if any of that's true.
Everyone's seen Attack of the Robots, Star Wars Episode 8.
To be fair, I'm not trying to like prove to you that this is true. I'm trying to like explain to you why one might do it.
You're highlighting the fact that your psyche is embedded in a mythos.
Okay, good.
Hey, Dangman, do you think no one here has seen Episode 9.3, Attack of the Killer Robots, where Darth Vader used dark forces to manipulate the Jedi Order into like blowing up a planet with a nuclear Death Star? You think no one saw that?
To be fair, I don't know.
You make it seem like no one here can conceptualize space. You think no one saw 2001: A Space Odyssey? No flat earther has ever seen 2010.
Okay.
Space 1999. No one saw this shit.
Helpful.
When you're talking to flat earthers who have been at this for years, like we've probably done more of those conceptions in our minds than any globe earther. Like that's we debate this day in and day out, and we have to.
I need to get this back on the topic. Dang man, a couple things. So,
yes, sir.
Just to get back to the point that you were talking about, this sphericity, this accuracy of the measurement, the Earth is supposed to be curving away from you every place that you stand at 8 inches per mile squared. The evidence for that claim is that there are these things called Earth curve calculators. So we don't have to worry about going to space or perspective or any of that stuff. It can be measured here on Earth where you stand, right? You're not going to space to begin with anyways, all the orbital mechanics, all that stuff, unless someone measured the curvature on the surface first. So what we're looking for is the measurements that they got of the Earth curving. Could you give us any validation of that?
No, because I wasn't talking about that at all, my friend.
So what are you talking about? Sphericity and maybe scale and where you're viewing it from, and what were you talking about then?
He's a nuance earther.
No, it's it's so frustrating talking to like three people that are like derailing into their own way.
Well, yeah, it's actually a little frustrating here because, I was just trying to get to a conclusion here on this one topic, and we're having people jump in to take it away.
Yeah, into like realms that are neither here nor there.
Well, feel free to conclude it, but says who is correct. He's steering it back to the actual brass tacks of this topic, the crux of the whole argument.
No, I mean, like, of course, a flat earther is going to believe like their flat Earth brother. Like, I wouldn't expect otherwise.
It's not the question was can I conceptualize light years? Sure, as a concept only.
Oh, okay. Well, see, like
It doesn't do anything for you.
What I'm trying to explain, in the problem that I'm having is that because you don't have the perspective that I have, I'm having a hard time relaying this information.
I don't have faith.
That's fine. That's okay. No, well, hold on. Well, I'm not trying to like say anything about that, right? Like, if anything, it's me. I'm not eloquent enough with my words. So if you just
no, you're all right. You're all right.
What I'm trying to explain. Right? Like, let me try. I'll take it in another way. Imagine if you were the size of a germ, okay, and I plopped you down on a tennis ball, okay, and you reported back to me. You're like, "Hey, man, what the fuck is this? It's just like a big hairy forest, right?
Mhm.
And like for you, a lot of it, there would be a lot of like flat sections, right? You know, like the little divots and shit, and there would be fucking massive hills, right? From my perspective,
Big furry hills. Yes,
it's
I get it.
but like from my perspective, it's still just a rather small round ball. From your perspective, it would have like massive hills and divots and shit, right? And like be like, what the fuck is all this, you know, like fur or whatever on it?
Right. So now the question becomes, though, the question becomes, how can you prove your concept?
Pardon me?
How can you prove your concept to be true?
Oh, I'm not a physicist. I'm not coming in here with like calculations and shit. Like I'm like that's not the sort of conversation I was like aiming to have.
It doesn't require proof. It requires faith and belief.
So is it
well,
more of
no,
a
I'm
meth
just
field? Is this like a
I'm trying to
meth
like
field?
have you like just dance with the idea.
Yeah,
right?
dang man. Is this a meth field symposium? Like sniff paint?
Sure. If you want to believe Mr. Preacher Man, that's okay.
Yeah, what's the whole preacher man thing? What are you talking about that?
Oh, because you bring up God a lot, and you like were
No,
proselytized
I
for a little
didn't.
bit. It was funny.
I had said that I questioned their God when they brought a Bible to the moon. Show me this God that you said told you to do that. When the current director of NASA said God handpicked him to lead America at this critical juncture, and God told him to come out of retirement, I said, "Can you show me this God?" When Newton said the model is so perfect, it must have been made by divine super being, which he identified as the Heavenly Father in the Bible. Can you show me that? Can you show the proof? Show me that part. Because you obviously aren't going to be able to articulate the model, because he'll talk about calculus and drinking mercury and whatnot, playing with dolls. So show me this divine super being you're talking about. It seems like what you're trying to do is
I'm an
use,
atheist. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
like
you're-
I've never brought up
you're-
anything that you've
you're
you're
using-
talking about right now. I've
Yeah.
not once like brought up anything regarding
Yeah,
it.
what
so
you're
I don't know
doing
why
there-
you're talking about it.
Because
Really.
what you're doing is you're using Catholic Church. You're using Catholic Church doctrine and then trying to slap an atheist sticker on it.
Well, no, you're trying to say that I'm like acting like Copernicus. The problem is that like Copernicus said, yeah, there was perfect spheres and shit. It's like, well, they weren't. Like from his perspective, really, really far away, they looked pretty fucking spherical. To be fair,
Too bad we can't resurrect him and bring
You
him in
think
here.
it's just using your imagination and believing in that imagination. You know, like, can you imagine it? Can you conceive of it? Well,
yeah.
this
Like
is what
no,
must
because
be
I took that. If
No,
I took that
listen,
same.
listen.
If I took that same ball right away from you, it would look really round.
faith or belief in this conception, in this idea, without proof, and that might as well be a religion. Okay, that is why Crit's bringing this up. It may as well be a religion.
Well,
because
no,
you
the
have
problem
no
is
evidence to prove- you cannot prove it one way or the other.
Well, the problem is that if I were to like give links to, again, like that other guy was trying to say, you know, like NASA and shit, it would go into this whole other argument about like how they're like fucking fakes and cronies and whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's the problem is like all the evidence that a globe earther would present to you, which is done by other people, right? Like because the majority of people aren't physicists or astronomers or astronauts, or that's a very, very small amount of people like in a given country. You would say it's all bullshit, right? And like that's the information that we rely on. And it's like, yes, like do I believe what these people are saying? Yes, but this is the same way that the same way I believe a contractor is building something, you know, correctly, or the skyscrapers that are, you know, in a city are built correctly, because the fact they're not you know, they're not falling down. You know, it seems the math checks out. Things seem to be working. You know what I mean? But if any of that evidence is brought forth to you, you would just discredit it, and it's like, oh well. And to be fair, I don't have an argument for that.
No, so like when it comes
You
to
know what I mean?
math and when it comes to science and when it comes to engineering and all of these things, like physics, actual physics, like here on Earth, like these are testable, repeatable, scientifically, empirically proven things that we can do on our own and validate them, verify them. You cannot do such a thing at all with anything having to do with astro anything. All of that is in the realm of pseudoscience. It's theoretical astrophysics, and so on and so forth. It's just a bunch of fucking ideas. It's philosophy at best. It's just a way of thinking. And
The contention that I would have with that,
nothing to
though,
do with truth, empiricism, or science, or like experiment, or any of these things.
well, I mean, the argument that I'd have for that, though, is it's like, with this, hokum science that they've come up with, that they've conjured up, has allowed them to, put rockets in, satellites in space and rockets in space. But again, then we would go into your like you'd be like, no, those aren't how they seem, or whatever it is.
Yeah, if you can find an easier way to get it done, or
How they
if you
seem.
find another way, or
Like, I don't know what you guys all think. Like, I don't know.
You're just passing the buck, man. You're just passing the buck. That's all you're doing.
Well, no,
We're not as naive as you.
Of course.
I mean, if we're doing all this shit with
Mr.
satellites,
Salt.
how come they keep erecting fucking cell towers everywhere?
For more coverage. What do you mean? Because it's easier to have like cell phone coverage on the ground. It's cheaper too. Like, I mean, the problem is like when you ask, like, oh, how come they didn't do it this way? It's like a lot of times it's just money. It's cheaper to do it this way than it is to do it the alternative that you think might be easier.
If we've got the entire sky covered in a blanket of fucking satellites, and we can get a wireless connection anywhere on Earth, why would we need landlines underneath the ground, underneath the oceans, connecting us to towers that need to have an added height in order to get line of sight from place to place through triangulation and so on and so forth? Why would any of that be necessary if we can use wireless to the sky under a blanket of satellites?
Well, I'm pretty sure because it's rather expensive to put satellites into the.
They're already there, according to you.
Well, I mean, I don't know how many you think are there, and how much like that actually like covers the Earth globally.
How many do you think there are?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't
Okay.
claim to know. I don't know.
And like an important thing to note is that they're not as efficient and they interfere, and they're extremely expensive, of course, as well.
Yeah, like again, I'm not an electrical engineer and shit. Like, I don't know, but yeah, like I'm pretty sure it costs quite a bit to be able to
It's the
put
second
things
time
into
in a
space.
short amount of time that you deferred to the so-called experts. Is that going to be your excuse, like, consistently? Like, it's just you just have a belief, a faith, and a trust in people who know more than you to tell you about your reality for you.
I mean, the same way that I trust the electricians to wire my house, or the butcher to
Pass the
butcher
buck.
my meat and knows what he's doing. I mean, here's the thing:
Just like
if
a
you
priest,
wanna- Sure.
Wait, hold on. Say that again.
That's a two-way exchange, man. What you're describing there's a two-way exchange. There's no two-way exchange with anything else about what with the claims of rockets and satellites, except for imagery on TV and the story that goes along with it.
Well, no, I mean, I would claim like that's how you get the imagery on your TV, but that's okay.
Yeah, if the butcher gives you roast beef when you've ordered turkey,
Yeah, it's a bad butcher.
are you able to
fire that
correct his
butcher.
mistake?
Huh? No.
Are you able to correct his
Oh,
mistake?
Well, I mean, I can tell him that it's turkey, but I wouldn't
Well,
be able
but
to
you're
tell him
not a
which part is
butcher.
the roast beef.
But you're not a butcher, sir.
Yeah, how
No,
would you
but I
know
also
if
couldn't
it was
correct the
beef? You
mistake
gotta
if I put a fiber optic line in my eye and it didn't have light coming out of it, right? But I would still know if it
Oh,
did
yeah.
have light coming out of it that it was
Yeah,
really
then-
fiber optic,
Then
right?
you could just
Like I put a
taste the
fiber optic
turkey. Yeah,
cable
if you're
to my eye
blind,
and
you'll be
red
able to
light
taste the
came
difference
into
between
my
the
eye. It
turkey
was
and the
red
roast
light
beef.
shining in my eye. If there was no light coming out of that, I wouldn't be able to know what was really going on, right? And I wouldn't be able to trust their word, and I also wouldn't be able to correct their mistake of the scientist that made this and said this is what it does, right? But if there is light coming out of it, I can at least know that that's true and that works the way it says it does, right?
So the turkey is the roast beef?
What?
No, but the turkey is meat, so at least I know he's a butcher.
Dynamic.
Yeah,
You
to be fair,
smile-
the
yeah,
If I see
butcher,
red
the butcher is a
light
bad example.
flashing coming into my eye when I take a fiber optic line to my eye, I can see it trying to detect a connection. The fucking DVR that I just plugged it into is like, wait, is this a TV? Is this a TV? No, it's not. So I'm gonna keep flashing.
I don't know why you muted him. But the point, I guess, like the more like the butcher is like a bad example because it's not as technical. But the better example, that like what I would make with the butcher is that if I ordered a whatever cut of meat and he gave me another, I wouldn't know the difference. To be fair, I really wouldn't. You know, like unless it's like a T-bone and a roast beef. You know, I have cursory knowledge of these things, of non-technical
very
things.
similar cuts,
right?
Yeah, they're very similar cuts. You might not know
But yeah,
because
exactly. So it's like the point I was making is that there's a lot of things that I offshoot to other people, like in terms of knowledge, that I trust them. You know what I mean? And it's like I might have cursory knowledge of some things, right? You know, like an entomologist might not be able to trick me that a praying mantis is a fly.
If you keep
but-
getting screwed by the butcher, maybe you would do some research into being able to identify different cuts of meat.
Maybe you're right for something of that technical level, maybe. But now, how about we
Yeah,
do
so
it with,
now
like,
they tell
with
us
electrical
they tell us
engineering?
you live on a water ball. Now go fill up your bathtub.
What? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Well,
that.
if you're able to distinguish in between roast beef and turkey, you should have no problem understanding the nature of water.
Sure, maybe.
that does. Seem,
Depending on what you mean.
I know what you're trying to get at, but
Well, it doesn't take an expert. He's trying to run to. He wants the experts to bail him out on it. Oh, that's all I'm pointing him out. If he wants the experts to bail him out, that's fine. But if he needs an expert to understand water, he's screwed.
Well, no, but I mean, like, which properties of water? You know what I mean? Like, do you know what the structure is when it freezes? Or
it's more about like.
Or like what is the temperature like that is the triple point of water?
We're not going that deep, buddy.
Well, but that's what do you mean by the nature of water? How deep are we going? Because we could get into the structure. I mean, like the chemical, right? We all know it's H2O. How many bonds it is? Oh no, I don't know what the fuck he means. That's why I'm asking. I'm like maybe I'm autistic or retarded, but like I don't know. What do you mean by the properties of water? There's a meniscus, like when you pour it into a clear jar. You can see a meniscus on the water, the natural curvature that you see. Like I don't know what else you want.
Yeah, and after
With water is that the surface of water at rest is level. Okay, like it's and if you want to talk about meniscus, that's a different thing. That's surface tension. It happens only at the edges against the surface.
So do you realize how open-ended and ambiguous your question was, and then trying to lampoon me about that, not understanding, was kind of retarded?
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine because now you don't get to play dumb about water later on.
Water doesn't seem to find its own level, as evidence here in this video.
Okay, we have white knights now.
Yeah.
Well, no. I came in here like I was the one saying like I'm trying to be polite, and it's like I don't understand why I have like 5 dudes that are all stroking each other off, jumping down my throat, and it's like I'm just trying to answer, honestly, right? Like again, I'm not a fucking astrophysicist.
Yeah, I know you're coping.
Sure. I mean, if that's how you want to, if that's how you want to like call it.
You're not an astrophysicist. You're also not a what'd you say? You're not a mathematician. Or you're not. Is that one of them? You're not. What else aren't you?
Well, I mean, we could sit here for days. There's tons of professions. I'm not a masseuse.
Yeah. You're not a butcher.
Or,
we know that.
Or a plumber.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's just every time. That can't be your out. Like you're able to think for yourself and answer for yourself.
Of
it
course.
can't be just an out all the time where you just say like, "Well, I can't answer that because I'm not a this." Like that's a cope.
Well, no, because there's certain things that are require certain expensive equipment that either I don't have enough money to, or requires a level of or requires a level of education that I just don't have.
Answer to the best of your ability, like that's
which I have, right? Which is like the modern, like the average person. Maybe I am a clown. Although I don't have a nose.
Education is required to fill up your bathtub. Like, how much education do you need to fill up your bathtub?
You have to be a plumber.
Not a whole lot.
You have to be a plumber to fill up a bathtub.
I mean, you have to have credentials to
See,
walk
like,
into like Home Depot and purchase a level and a square and
like
a
so like
string line and a plumb bob.
is the point that you're trying to make with the water is that like if I put water in my bathtub and it's like, oh, it's level, and then it's like I go to the ocean and I'm like, oh, if I put this level right here, it's, oh, look, it's level. Is that kind of like the point you're making?
That could be it. No, it couldn't be it.
No, there's no
Okay.
curve.
I think it's about the triple
no matter
point.
how big the sea
Oh,
level
but is
or
it
lake.
like do you don't take into
I'm saying that
account like the scale of the body of water that you're referring to?
You can go to the store and you can purchase yourself a tool called a water level, right? You have two beakers at the end of each it'll be a long hose, like a 33-foot hose, and you'll have a water level, a little beaker at the end of each of them.
33 feet.
And
Mason
yeah,
confirmed.
yeah, I mean, and what you can do is you can use that tool, the water level, to establish a horizontal plane to measure from, and then you can find out from that horizontal plane if there's some kind of rise or there's some kind of drop along that horizontal line, and you can do that, and you don't need to go to school for it. You can do it right just by reading the instructions on the back of the box.
Yeah, it's by knowing this like this axiom that we start with, I guess, that the surface of water at rest is level. So when you use the water level, on one end you hold it to a point, and you want to find what is equally level with that point on the other end. So you raise and lower the opposite end of the hose, and whenever you have that one held and the opposite end, whatever the surface of the water is on the other end is equal with the first end.
And there's a way to check it too. And I don't think that you don't have the qualifications to draw a straight line. I think that you have it in you. You have the power to draw a straight line. You can do it.
I guess we'll have to see.
Would we? You don't think you can make a straight line?
You don't even have to be a carpenter to use a level. You just have to, like
have a steady hand, right?
Yeah, I mean, a good eye, I guess. Like, you gotta center the bubble.
Oh shit! I've got glasses though, so now I'm already at a disadvantage.
All right, so if we use that tool, right, the water level, right, so like let's say it wasn't 33 feet long. Let's say it was, I don't know, like from like shoreline to shoreline, right? So we know that like however far you go, do you understand the water level first? You know what a water level is?
Yes.
Okay, not like a level, not a bubble level, a water level where it's two beakers and a hose attached to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You can just use just a hose. You don't even need the beakers, technically.
Are you daft?
The last guy I was talking to.
Are you fucking daft? You bloody daft?
Okay, take a
All right,
breath,
that's
dude.
enough.
Yeah,
That's enough.
Take a knee.
We don't even have any Brits in here to make fun of at the moment.
Yeah, so yeah, last guy I was talking to was confusing a water level for like a picture of a rock in water or something. I don't remember what he was doing, but so I just wanted to make sure. So we have that water level. Like objectively, it's a tool sold in the store. Everybody agrees. You can look it up right now. Greek water level tool. It's a tool that for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, right? So you get the two next to each other, right? You get the two beakers next to each other. You say, okay, they're at this one line, and then you can separate it over a distance, making sure you stay at that same line on the beaker. And then you can project a straight line. You can, and you know that you can do this because you can put it into practice by setting up two posts, marking those two posts on that, according to that line. Then put a straight board or something across a straight string line across it, and then you can use a plumb bob against that horizontal plane of reference to make sure it's 90 degrees all along that. And then you can go further and further with it with more posts in the ground.
Yeah, and so now there's. I am a carpenter, and also use different levels. I've never actually. I know the whole thing with the water level. I want to actually kind of have one just for like in the truck. Just once in a while. There's been a couple of times where I was like, you know what would actually come in handy here.
Yeah, I use it.
But we have laser levels. We have laser levels as well. So like, yeah, you can test it against a laser, which would be pretty good, I would say. But See, this it really comes down to, like, from the globe perspective, like we're talking about level, the definition of level here. So like, is level flat or is level curving? Now, because like the water level doesn't prove it one way or the other necessarily. It's just a philosophy that you have in mind. If you think the Earth is curving, then it's keeping the level of that water
Wait, what?
equidistant
Water level
to the
doesn't
center of the Earth.
it doesn't prove.
You know, if you're a glober.
No. Listen, you're wrong, right? Because on a globe, you could not draw a straight line from A to B and remain at that same level, having another level
Well,
be parallel to that original
points, though.
horizontal.
You need 3 points in order to check that. You can't just do it with 2 for drawing a line. And but that's why I brought up the laser, though. So you would test it against a laser. The laser will be a straight line. It's not going to curve with any gravity or anything like that. So if you test it against a laser, that would be good.
Yeah, I don't know. How do you feel about that, dang man?
Feel pretty good. Like, like you
Yeah,
want me to go do this? Go get a.
Well, I mean,
I mean,
you could do it.
So like,
But this is the this is the thing that kind of sticks out to me, right? So if the water level, oh, you got an emergency. So if the water level is,
Severe storm warning going on right now.
Nice. So dang man, if a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, right? So the one end of the water and another end of the water. So now we could extend that, right? We could say, okay, we know that we can do this in reality. We can run the laser across it, which we do in reality, and we can drop plumb bobs against it, making sure it's 90 degrees, which we do in reality, right? So now we can imagine that it's a longer line, right? So you got instead of 33 feet, you got like a half a mile, right, across a lake, which is still not that far, 3,000 feet or whatever. So now what would be happening, right? You got one end of, a water level, being the lake, and then you have another end of the water level being the other end of the lake, and you draw a straight line, just like the water level does project in reality. What would be happening to the water between the 2 points?
across a half-mile lake, probably
Yeah.
not a whole lot.
Okay, so it would remain level, the water across the
Maybe,
surface?
probably. Now, what do you think? Like, now, assume we could get the seas to calm for just one day, and if we were to do that same experiment from, and again, like I don't know how you like imagine like the situation of the continents and all that, but if I were to stand here, like at BC or whatever, I'm Canadian. If I were to stand at BC and do this same experiment all the way to say Japan or something,
Yeah.
do you think that
yeah.
do you think it would maintain? Like it would just be straight?
Well, it's not what I think would happen. It's like what we can measure to happen, right? So,
Well,
they
no,
say that the Earth
okay,
is
sure.
a globe, right? They say the Earth's a globe, right? It's 8 inches per mile square. That means you may have heard it. You've heard it all before. You know the size.
Yeah, I mean, I know the dialogue tree that what it's going to go down.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just real simple. You can do it over a short distance, right? So 8 inches per mile squared, 1 mile means it would be an 8-inch drop from one end of the water level to the other end of the water level, right? So then over half a mile would be like a 2-inch drop. We don't.
So again, that
what would you? How?
See, again, I don't.
That's not what they would say. That's not what
let
they
me
would
look up
say.
this curvature
no.
thing, because it's just like
Whatever.
the problem with that is like when they talk about that is I'm pretty sure they're assuming fucking like perfect sphere or whatever.
Yes, of course they are. Yes, they do.
No, I know, and that's why like the.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
I just I'm not sure if people like if like real scientists like use that
Dude, it's
exact calculation for
negligible.
that.
Dude, it's negligible. Like what is it, 20 or 30 miles?
It would be no. Here's the thing. It would be negligible
North,
to
south,
like
east,
a
west.
god's like measuring tools, but with
It's
our
gonna be
small measuring
close
tools,
enough.
it's
gonna be close enough.
I don't think
that you
so.
don't
The
need
scale
to worry. It's not going to be in orders of magnitude. It's going to be
Yep.
so minute of a difference. It's for all intents and purposes.
It's perfect.
Okay, it's
see.
enough.
I don't. I'm not sure if that's 100% true. You know, I'm
It
not
doesn't
sure.
matter. It doesn't matter anyway.
Over half
because
over
they're
half
not.
a
It
mile,
doesn't
there would
matter
be
anyway.
no difference. There would be seriously, you'd be talking about like 0.0000000 something.
Well, it's
Like of a
academic
difference.
anyway because no one's measuring curvature anywhere. So the whole excuse of, oh, well, this is just a flat bit doesn't hold up because everywhere it's getting measured is no curve. So
Yeah, I was wondering what he was going to say. We said go here from here to Japan. Like, so you're going to have a straight